You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.
So what are you doing? Nothing. Why not?
Trying to get on this Lifestyle Radio website.
Sounds like a cool website.
Yeah, it's alright. Oh, wait, I might have it.
You might have it.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
The opinions expressed during this show are those of the individual participants and do not necessarily reflect the opinions of their associated organizations or Lifestyle Radio.
You like music, you like weed, well, we gonna be good friends indeed. This is how much I like more than smoking trees. They'll make you dance the do-si-do and teach you how the cheese will grow. Smoke a bowl on the 420 radio show. On Lifestyle Radio.
You know, people ask me who did that. It
Did they really?
Yeah, it was done about 15 years ago now by Jim Melvin,
Yep.
one of the singers, the lead singer and guitarist of Royal Kush Band, and who I love. I mean, I love these guys.
Oh yeah.
And one day I just said, I need a theme song, and the next minute it was there. He also did a song when I suggested we needed a song called 422, and I missed it.
Yeah.
I like that.
422 or 421?
No, 422.
422, yeah.
Yeah.
And I missed it.
Yeah. So
I
thank
like
you.
Jim.
Yep. I just saw he just posted a picture with a guitar, so I hope that means they're back in the studio, because they don't get in the studio very much.
I think he just added me to a new group.
Maybe. I don't know.
I think.
I don't know. I don't
I
see
don't-
Noakes posting much either lately, so they're both having to work. You know, the life of a musician.
Yeah. My issue now is 'cause pretty much all of my communication is done through Facebook. So I don't use Instagram. I don't use TikTok.
Yeah, me either. I have Instagram for the station.
I have Instagram and I don't know how to use it. I
Yeah,
post
me
a
either.
couple things there. I
I-
get all
I have-
kinds of people following me, but
I have Instagram set up to post whatever I post on Facebook. It goes. To my
I need a social media manager is what I need.
Hello.
Somebody that
I work
wants
for
to do
weed.
it all for me.
I
Yeah.
work for weed.
Find me good things on Facebook that I'd be interested in from my friends and not have to sit through 5 million fucking ads.
You know, it's going to get worse.
Oh, I know.
It's going to get worse because they're I don't know if you've noticed the last week, the changes, very subtle changes in the comments. Again, they changed the buttons, where the buttons are and what the buttons do.
Yeah.
They've also removed the unlike.
Yeah. Why?
I don't know. It bothers me. I hate it because I've got OCD and everything has to work the same. Otherwise, I freak out.
I like the unlike button.
I did too. And I was using it.
It came in handy. See, that's I think my problem now is I'm getting so cynical at my old age with the
Well,
crap.
you know,
that's on
and I've noticed
Facebook.
that over the last 5 years.
Yeah, but my Facebook postings are more comments and they're not necessarily the nicest comments, but
I see
just
that as
pointing
well.
out the
Yeah.
obvious that,
Yes.
you know, a lot of fucking stupid people out in the world. I'll just leave it as that.
All right,
I said
I'm
20 years ago, I was telling people that things were going to get really bad before they got better. It's
I'm
starting.
tagging you.
You're what?
Tagging you.
Tagging.
We are. Oh God.
We are on the road again.
Live again.
Again. Share, and then I can share. Happy, and they can all
So,
sing.
hey,
and
Dale,
dance
why
and
don't you
praise.
come in here and say hi with us? Give
There
Dale
you
the
go. That's
link
how
and
it
tell
goes.
him get his butt in here. You know, he'll run away if you do that.
He'll have some excuse of, I'm watching on my TV.
No, he's not. He's sitting in his fucking grow room at his computer playing with his plants while he's fucking watching us. That's exactly what he does. In fact, a lot of people do that. See?
He just did what?
I don't know. I don't know.
What did he just do?
I'm high. Leave me alone.
You started the conversation with him.
I don't know. I forgot.
How goes it?
I forgot it. I forgot already. Waiting for Buddy Weeds to show up. He'll be here soon.
I'm waiting for Dale to say, no. He's saying, come on air, Dale.
Give him the link. Give him the link. You know what? Fuck it. Anybody want to come on the show? Here's the fucking link. Come on in. We have room for 10.
Where's the link?
It's right here. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. Oh, no, I can't do it because it's a permanent fucking studio thingy.
Yeah. Hang on. I'm getting the link.
Backspace. Oh, so anyways, I think I was remiss in saying, welcome to the show. I am Al, and I am your original type host. I've been sitting here for many years, and my butt hurts. Hey, I got a question for you. Rosa has a cheek thing, a lump that it moves, so it's not, you know, but it might be melanoma or something. So, can I use the same mixture that I made for my tummy?
Yes.
When I burned on that, and will it burn her? I'm trying. I've been cleaning it every day with just water because I don't want it to burn, and she gets very irritated, and it's grown a lot.
Is it open sore?
No, it's like a mole, and she keeps scratching at it and breaking it open. So it's I'm worried about it getting infected. She's had it for years.
And you can feel a lump there.
No, you can see that there's like a mole there.
Oh, okay. So it's more of a mole, or
it's the same kind of thing that Buster had, a hangy thing. But it's on her cheek. It's right here on her cheek. So she scratches at it when it gets irritated. She scratches on it and then irritates it more, and then it starts bleeding, and then she's putting blood everywhere. That's why I did 4 loads of laundry yesterday.
Yep. You can use that same topical.
Okay, cool.
Hello, Joey Patton.
Who? Hi, Joey.
I don't know who Joey is. But Darcy's on his way in, Dale. And I sent Dale the link if he even bothers to look.
No, he won't.
Back and find this because
he doesn't like talking to us like that. He just likes to be a voice in the chat room.
Al said he tagged me in something, but I don't see anything.
Oh, you know what? I forgot to tag you. But no, because you know what? Anyways, no, I'm not gonna mention that. But I didn't share it to my page yet. Yes, I did. I'm sorry. I may or may not have shroomed just a little bit too much before the show.
Yeah, way to go.
Well,
I was wrapping Christmas presents because I had to get them out of my way.
One of Dean's daughters got me last year a stocking.
Yeah.
Is that what they're called? That you put up on the thing, the mantle. But it's a mushroom stocking. So it's got mushrooms all over it. I like that. Okay, where am I? I'm Marcel.
Okay, you didn't share it there.
I'm working on it. Oh. I've got ADHD and dyslexia, and I can't do 3 things at once like that. You stick a conversation in there, and I'm fucked. Okay, Darcy. I hope you're listening to this, Darcy. You should be. You keep telling us that you listen when you're at work. Darcy,
I don't know.
Are you listening? Darcy, are you listening? All right, there, I tagged you, bud. Tag, you're it. So, hi, how are you? What's new? It's next week, I believe it's next week. Is it next week? Is Hanukkah, the start of Hanukkah. The 14th, so next Sunday. Or no, the 12th. When is it? And then Christmas shortly thereafter. $14th to the 22nd. Am I a New Year's baby this year?
Are you?
I don't know. I'm going to look. Rosh Hashanah is September 11th. Oh, no, wait. Never mind. I'm thinking September, not January or December. New Year's Eve is a Thursday this year. No, a Wednesday this year.
Can I share it? Add it.
I think that we're waiting for Darcy to have that conversation, Dale.
Are we going to? Oh, I'm not on that page, so I can't see you guys.
Yeah. Marcel hasn't loaded that page yet. Shh. Maybe he'll forget.
Marcel forget about his favorite person in the world.
So I'm going to sit here and roll some weed, and Marcel's going to tell you a story. Or do you want to? Should we wait for Darcy?
We can wait for Darcy. I mean,
okay. Would have been nice to have Lenny here as well, since you guys are all out that way.
Yeah, I know. Then you might.
Why does he like him?
I think he might.
Oh, okay. And Mary J is unavailable.
Yeah.
That's all we got.
Hi, buddy Weed.
Hi, buddy. Nice to see you. What's smoking?
Our background, from the looks of it.
It keeps getting in. Yeah, but it keeps going into my, like it keeps leaking into my screen though. I like that I can do that, actually. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, that's why I never have a camera on, because all you'd ever see is a big cloud of smoke anyways. Because, oh, I got the same clip. Is yours got a curve? Or yours just straight?
I'm straight. What are you talking about?
No. Your forceps and your fingers, do they have a slight curve at the end, or are they just straight?
Slight.
Okay.
They're real forceps stolen from a real hospital.
Yeah.
Although if I don't know if they're still there, I think they are. If you live in Toronto, there is a medical supply place at the corner of Bathurst and Davisville
That's what I miss about Vancouver.
called Storks or Stacks or something like that. I can't remember the name of it. Anyways, you can go in there and get dental tools, forceps, triceps, whatever. You can even, I'm sure that you can even get a commode in there. It's all medical supplies, and and you can just walk in and buy shit. So that's where I go and get my dab tools and stuff, right?
We have one of those in Vancouver that I used to use. And
Yeah.
I used to go there all the time because I could buy whole boxes of syringes and blunt needle tips.
And caps and all that shit.
Yeah, well, no, I just needed the needles and the syringes for inkjet refill kits.
Yeah, that's a long time ago.
Yeah, well,
there was a store in Toronto also.
That was 25 years ago. For
yeah, exactly. Eh? There was a store about that long ago. I don't know if they're still around. They had two different stores called CP Used and PC Used. CP Used was all old used Mac stuff, and PC Used was Windows stuff, right? PCs. Yeah. And it's where I used to buy my computer equipment. It's where I bought the stuff to start the station many years ago. And I miss stores like that. There was a little store on Yonge Street, just south of Eglinton, by the art shop. You know where the art shop is at Eglinton and Yonge? So it's been there long enough. I'm sure you've seen it. But it used to be IKEA, but expensive IKEA. And you could go in and get a couch, fine furniture and stuff like that. And just down the road, there was a little computer store where you could get little tiny, you can't get stuff like that anymore. And then across the street from there, pardon my burping, there was Spytech. Spytech was they sold cameras and stuff. This is before people were instantly having cameras on their computer and stuff like that, right? Like when I got my first computer, my mom asked me what I wanted for my birthday one year, and I said I want a computer camera for my computer. I was studying photography at the time. That's how I discovered CUC Me way back in the day. And all that was chat rooms with people with cameras, and we're talking 95, maybe even
90.
They turned it on in 92. It wasn't public till 94.
And it didn't get popular until about 96.
Yeah, so 95, 96 is when we started finding these chat rooms that we could go and hang out with cameras on. And then all of a sudden, ICQ and Yahoo and MSN and AOL started adding webcams to their platforms, right?
Yeah.
So now everybody has a fucking webcam now. Everybody.
Yeah, because at that same time is when they started coming out with high-speed internet.
No, when I started my website, dude, I had 2 dial-up lines.
No, I know, but I moved to New Brunswick in 93 or 94. Just after I got there, they wired the entire province with a system called Vibe, which was a fiber optic system.
What's it called?
Vibe, VIBE.
Oh, yeah, I entered in. I was a test home for At Home.
Mm-hmm.
So way even before that.
Yeah, but it was amazing because we could stream movies. The only thing is when you went to stream a movie, it would start playing for about 5 seconds, then it would buffer.
Yes.
As soon as the buffer was done, then you had the rest of the movie.
our website, our chat rooms, like I had, countless number of chat rooms, and each one was audio video. And but CUC Me was developed to use as a teleconferencing software, or this is before Skype even. Some of my members of my website back then were the original Skype team, right? So the interesting thing about this software is that it was freeware. It was open source, developed by Cornell University, then sold to White Pine Software, and then but we kind of took it over and did it ourselves, right? And there was a whole huge community. I was getting over 1 million hits an hour at one time, dude. Okay, on dial-up. But there was some finagling going on back then,
I really hated dial-up.
I had before I started getting into the chat stuff, I was running What's Up Toronto magazine, and my sister and I published that, and then we took everything and put it online in the form of a bulletin board system, a BBS system, which were hugely popular, mostly in the adult market back then, because the call girls liked to use it because it was secure, right? It was their own personal messaging service for dates. But we took a Mac-based, web-based program and put it online in the form of a bulletin board, and it looked much like what we know in the World Wide Web, right? You could load up the article, the pictures are there, you can read the article, you can listen to the article, you could post a video. But this is back when you had to use 3 different programs just to see a picture. You'd sit there and watch it, scanning, open. Oh, look, there's titties. Oh, man, she's wearing a bra. This is that far ago. You remember those days, don't you?
Hey, I'm figuring it out.
What are you figuring out?
Well, if I post from Facebook, it just posts here. If I post from here, it posts as the 420 radio show on multiple posts.
If you post, but you can select it to post as you. Just don't hit that share your yeah, sure you can. I am posting as me. Hi. Just like you did.
I don't have that option.
You can't post into the chat room?
I can post in chat room, but if I post in chat room, I'm not posting as me.
You see the little button that says all?
Do you see you? Do you see you? It says lifestyleradio.net.
It posts as everything. Yes, as everyone. Yeah.
That's what I get.
Okay.
If I post in here.
Okay. But if you post on the wall in the chat on the socials, it'll
on
come
Facebook,
up.
It just comes up in here.
Yeah.
I knew I could figure it out. If that other one where the all is, I can select who I want to post to, and I don't want to do that.
Never turned on the comments on the stage. There we go.
Now people don't know what we're talking about.
And now I'm gonna run a commercial. There you go. There's a commercial right there for the Hi Guys podcast.
Oh, okay, I got you. I thought you were gonna play a fucking commercial or something there.
Well, soon. It's almost the bottom of the hour.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm glad we don't have sponsors.
Oh, wouldn't they be mad?
Oh yeah.
Well, no, I think if we had sponsors, then
we used to. We used to not paid sponsors, but we had sponsors like the Shatterizer people. They'll always be, with me, because
we should offer sponsorship to people like Shatterizer and
well, they're kind of families, so they get automatically.
Yeah, but you know what I mean. Other ones, there's other people other than Shatterizer.
Well, we're talking about it. We're open. I got 2 fucking networks, a TV network and a fucking radio station, and I'm sure that Al would jump in there too if you wanted to do some advertising on Pace. hit me up.
Yep, there you go.
Not looking to make $1 million, just looking to pay for shit. Right?
Yeah. Get out a new computer fund.
I need to raise $1,000 for a new computer. That's what it is. I'm gonna start using the stars on Facebook.
Do you have a GoFundMe for it?
Never. Speaking of GoFundMe, guess who was on Pace the other day?
Who was on Pace the other
Russell
day?
and Christine.
No way.
Yes, I was like, wow, they're still alive.
Right on. And how is Russell? Is he still claiming to be
I didn't. I haven't watched the show yet.
Oh man, I'm wondering if he's still claiming to be the world's angriest pothead.
Probably.
He lost that title after he met me.
Hey, guess what? That's what.
I'd like to touch base with Russell. I always liked Russell.
You know what? I do like Russell. He was
Christine
a friend.
owes me a painting. That's probably why they ghosted me.
But my issue was when he gets on a tangent.
Yeah, I know. I love it.
He'll drag. I don't. You know, and he'll drag you into it, and then he'll turn it around on you, and I don't do that. So we had to part ways. I wished him luck. You know, I ran his show for a while.
Yeah.
And but just not. There's a few people in the community that I have chosen to say goodbye to, just because I'm, you know, as you know, I can be very hostile about some things, and I don't do that anymore. I've tried to stop that. I don't like being angry. So I've had to decommission some people.
We probably won't have much of a grow segment because I got a lot of reading to do tonight. From the looks of it.
What do you mean?
Well, I'm going to read you a couple different things tonight.
Oh boy.
When we're talking about Mr. Scott.
Grab a tea and a couple of doobies. Make yourself comfortable.
Yeah. I'll start with a prelude that while my response may seem prejudicial because of my disdain for the individual, I'll give good reason why.
Wait a minute. Just wait 1 minute. Okay. Just wait. Wait. Okay. Just wait.
You play the disclaimer after Darcy gets here, okay?
I'm looking for it.
Okay. I knew you were looking for it. I'll come out with my own disclaimer. Has nothing to do with the show. Scott wants to take me on.
Look at that. I don't even have it here. I have to load it.
Oh my God.
I have our theme song.
Yeah. But not the disclaimer.
It's
we could have gotten in trouble, Al.
Oh God, please. I've already played it. Hello. I don't. You have to remember that with my computers in pieces, everything's scattered all over the place. So I might not even have it on this computer, right? Yeah, I don't have it here. So we'll just have to play the theme song again because it's in there.
Oh, is it?
No.
I didn't think so.
No.
I'll do the disclaimer myself. How's that?
No. I have it. I just have to find it.
The comments and opinions of our guests and hosts.
You're watching the 420 Pace.
That's not it.
So what are you doing? Nothing? Why not?
That's the start of the show. What the fuck? All right. Anyways, so I'll look for this and you find something to talk about. Hello.
Well, you don't mute my mic and then tell me to talk.
I didn't mute your mic.
Yes, you did.
The
I didn't
program
do
did.
it.
The
Oh, okay.
program did it.
See, you're saying you don't go talk about something, then all of a sudden my mic is muted. Like a little fucking
No,
room.
I'm doing what I said I was going to do. I'm looking for the disclaimer.
All right, you look for the disclaimer. I'll look at some other news that we can talk about that I don't need a disclaimer for. How's that? The U.S. let's go there.
Yeah, I'm confused about the U.S. You know what's going on down there. It's you know.
Well, they want to legalize it. They don't want to legalize it. They can't make up their mind. So as soon as, and I'm sure people have seen this, but as soon as it starts being talked about of being
What are
legalized
you doing?
by Trump,
Nothing. Why not?
Trying to get on this lifestyle radio website.
Sounds like a cool website.
Yeah, it's alright. Oh, wait, I might have it.
You might have it.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
The opinions expressed during this
found it.
I found it. Sorry.
Anyways, as soon as any talk starts coming out into the media of cannabis being legalized in the U.S. by Trump, you get flooded with propaganda bullshit.
Well, one person has this to say, another person has that to say, and they're not saying the same thing or even close to it.
Well, but it's how about all these health scares that are coming out, that there's this new thing called scramping or something like that? Scramping? Something fucking stupid. That they're giving a new name for cannabis hyperemesis syndrome, which is really fucking rare to begin with.
Yeah, I've noticed this last week that they're bringing that shit up. Actually, it's been a couple of months where they every now and then it goes away, and then every now and then
they give it a new name, right? It's like putting lipstick on a fucking pig. It doesn't change the fact that it's bullshit.
How can somebody diagnose you with that when they don't even consume themselves? You know, I mean,
because of the symptomology, but the same symptomology is a fucking bowel obstruction.
There are other
right?
There are lots of things. I don't know. I went in. I
have a good shit.
I had a panic attack, and I thought I was having a stroke. So
that's
I called an ambulance.
Normal for a panic attack.
Well, my chest was coming out of my fucking throat, and
that's what's normal about it. Why people think they're having a heart attack.
Correct. So I called 911 and went for an ambulance ride to the hospital. It cost me $245 to find out that I have cannabis hyperemesis syndrome. And I instantly said to the doctor and the nurse, "Don't even start with me. I'm a cannabis educator. Please try something else."
Yeah.
Okay. I refuse to even hear it. Okay. But there is some validity there, as we're finding out now with new studies. But they're trying, look, the flat outright, they're trying to find a reason to dump on cannabis.
Right. So here's how it is. Years and years and years ago, and when I say years and years ago, I'm talking like 40 fucking years ago, we had this terminology that we use called greening out.
Yeah. And that's all it is.
And that terminology is still used today, that people green out. So what's the comparison to greening out? Well, the comparison to greening out is drinking so much alcohol that you pass out.
And that's okay.
And that's perfectly fine because, they just got drunk. Greening out is you had too fucking much to the point where you made yourself fucking sick.
Correct.
That's greening out.
Correct.
Alcohol poisoning. You had too much. You got so much that you got fucking sick.
There has
Same
to be
thing.
there has to be a reason that cannabis is bad.
There isn't though.
But there has to be.
But
There has to be. I'm being the devil's advocate. There has to be.
well, no, they've got to have it because cannabis has this unique ability to do a lot of different things that people don't realize.
And none of it is damage.
No, none of it is damage. Well, it
Although,
is. No, sorry.
unless you
Part
smoke
of it
too much.
is damage.
Unless you smoke too much.
Yeah, but you know what? A lot of conspiracy theorists are potheads.
Look,
Right.
I wake up in the morning and smoke 6-8 joints before I'm even able to get up and do stuff. Okay. And then I sit around and I do work on the computer or I watch TV or I whatever. If I ain't napping, I'm smoking pot. But
Yeah.
when I don't have it, I can't move. So am I abusing it? Am I using too much? Or am I just medicating to the point where, I mean, sometimes it hurts so much I have to medicate to the point where I fall asleep.
So
I don't sleep at night.
here's the thing, though, and a cool way to look at cannabis as a medicine. It's a very effective medicine, but it's really effective at low dose,
Yes.
regular basis.
Yes.
High is a side effect,
Or what we call now microdosing.
right? But high is a side effect.
Yeah. And if you get too high, have something to eat and go to bed.
Or watch some cartoons and eat a bag of chips, right? Do whatever. But high is a side effect of having too much.
Yes.
So my favorite patients have always been seniors that never use cannabis.
Because they don't know what too much is.
Right, because I'd start them off at such a low dose and working up over time to a level where they're comfortable, but they'll never be fucking high. And as long as they maintain that dose, they won't get high until they start getting better. When they start getting better, they'll start getting high. And when they start getting high, you cut back the dose.
Right.
It's that simple. It's not fucking rocket science. And I've done it for years.
And if you can't find a way to control that, then maybe you do have a problem because you can be addicted to anything. Right? Smokers are not necessarily addicted to tobacco. They're more likely to be addicted to this. The movement of smoking is 80% of the issue with quitting, right? That's why I think a lot of people who switch.
Why do you just come out with a thing here that says, well, there is a fact that the plant is a bioaccumulator, and if the ground it's grown in is contaminated, the plant will be contaminated also.
Correct.
Well, that is exactly correct. But corn, wheat, potatoes, carrots, turnips, onions, anything else that's grown in the ground that's contaminated is going to be a contaminated food source.
Correct.
What hemp is really good at is
filtering out that contamination.
Right. So you go and grow hemp in Chernobyl and clean up the contamination.
Oh, speaking of, I just saw an article the other day, bud, that there's new fungus spores growing in Chernobyl where in areas where it was mostly affected, like where the radiation was the highest. They now are seeing new fungus starting to grow, and the animals are starting to come back and flourish without the fucking monster fucking growths and stuff.
And there's also rumor, and I'm only saying rumor because I've seen pictures, but I don't know if it's actually confirmed because they're going to test it. But cannabis being grown at Chernobyl,
yes,
whether it's hemp or ruderalis or whatever.
I've heard this story as well. Yes.
But they want to test it to see because it should be ruderalis, which grows wild in Russia.
Really? I didn't know that.
That's
And ruderalis is what, just to explain, is another strain, not a strain, another. There's three different.
I like to call it another genome of cannabis.
Okay, so it's another plant form of cannabis, but it is
Right.
cannabis, and it's what they use to make hybrids. They'll breed it
No.
with that. No,
Nope.
Oh, okay.
It's
So what do
only
they
used-
use the rudi? I hear a lot of people when they're breeding and doing seeds, they're using a ruderalis
to make them autoflower.
Oh, okay. Okay. I get you. I haven't had any luck with autoflowers, to be honest.
You what?
I've not had any luck with autoflowers.
I don't like autoflowers. They never produce enough. I mean, if you're gonna put 3 or 4 months into something, anyways, you want something that's gonna have some fucking bud.
Yeah, I hope that happens soon, buddy.
Practice, Al. Practice.
Oh, well, I'm practicing. Getting frustrated, but I'm practicing.
It's a vicious circle.
I'm embarrassed to even show how my plants look right now, but I've re-vegged them, so they're all fucked up. Although there is one that now the very top of it looks like pot again.
Oh yeah,
like the leaves went all round and shit. They don't look like pot leaves and stuff like that. And I had another one seed. So now that one's being the seeds are being absorbed into that one because they're in veg, right?
Yep.
So I don't know. They look weird and they scare me, so I don't even like looking at them.
And they're just ugly for a month or two, and then they get beautiful again.
Yeah, it's been about a month. I'm gonna. I have not taken any clippings yet, but I'm gonna. Don't smoke barley. Drink it. Oh, okay.
And so you only get adverse reactions when you burn contaminated product, and no problem when digested.
Well, wouldn't
not an issue. I'll tell you what. I'll teach you how to make fucking oil and your own medicine, and you can eat all you want and never worry about toxins.
Okay.
See how that works?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I keep getting people on messaging me on LinkedIn who are trying to sell me equipment. Yeah, that's my reaction too. With what buttons?
Well, no, because I'll make a lot of comments on a lot of different posts, and I made one the other day, and the post was something about you have a guy standing there with a swimming pool full of bud, like a kiddie pool full of bud, right? What would you do with this or whatever?
What do you think I'd do with it?
Well, I start some seeds and grow some plants, harvest it, process it, take a picture to show off, and then start all over again. And then I put, but some of us don't bother to take the picture. That's what I posted as a comment. Within seconds, you should contact me for the best genetics and seeds. Fuck off.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
It's unreal how quick they
okay,
can
but,
be.
Here's the thing, okay? You get so many of those, you just start ignoring them, and then somebody legitimately comes along, like Mars Lighting, okay, and says, "Would you like to test our products?" And I said no because I thought it was a scam.
Oh, you silly boy! Testing the products, I'll test anybody's products. You got a product you want me to test?
Sure.
I'll test it. Do you want a product you want me to buy? Only if I'm fucking shopping for it.
See, here's the thing. They offered me lights to test and review if I paid the shipping.
I can understand that.
I don't have the money to pay the shipping, so I couldn't even do that. I'd still happily review their
Sure.
lights.
Dale has cuttings, but it costs him $80 to ship them overnight,
Exactly.
right?
This is why we don't share our cuttings. We've been trying to find ways to do that cheaply for years now.
Well, you won't get cuttings overnight, ever.
Well, you know what?
Not
I
where you are.
honestly think, I mean, they send plants in the mail all the time and they arrive. And I
Yep.
honestly think if you packed it in a tube with a little bit of water and just thrown it in an envelope, 3-4 days, it's going to fucking survive.
Yeah.
You know, a week,
Sometimes they
no.
do.
A week, no.
Sometimes they do. Sometimes they don't.
Okay.
This time of year is a bad time of year to be
It's
tending
because of the
plants.
cold. You know,
Yeah.
it may be sitting in a truck for overnight or stuff like that, right?
To get to you would definitely be sitting in a truck overnight.
A couple of days.
Yeah.
It typically, like my sister sent me a box of stuff. It took 2 days to get here, and it was delivered to my door from Alberta. But yet, when you order from a business, it takes a week or sometimes a month if the post office isn't being nice. Are they even open now? I don't.
Post office? Oh
I
yeah.
stopped checking.
Yeah. I don't know what they're doing, but they're
Are
open.
they on a work like a thingy?
No. I see our mail person goes by every day. Doesn't stop very often because it's
We don't have mail delivery here at all. Yeah, you either go to the post office or to one of them boxes at the end of your road.
no. We still have mail delivery here for some reason.
Yeah, Ontario's on the verge of cutting that out.
What? All mail delivery?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Remember when it came
Nova Scotia is pretty rural, has a lot of rural areas. So to put a community mailbox on a road that's got 5 people that's 20 miles long.
But they're talking about
idea.
cutting those out now, and you know, I guess they'd have to add more boxes, right? There's 4 or 5 rows double of boxes. They've got a lot of boxes there. But the odd time, like Pure Later will deliver to the house if you request it. UPS.
I get everything delivered
you know
to my house.
UPS and FedEx have combined efforts to make a new service called Fed Up.
Yeah. I end up ordering a lot from Amazon. And it was funny, one night I made an order for stuff from Amazon and it said it would be delivered on Monday or whatever. And that's fine.
I've had that and it stays that way for a week and a half.
No, the next day I get a message saying that half of it is shipped and will be here on Monday.
Huh.
And I'm thinking, okay, what about the other half? A little while later, I get the other half is shipped. It'll be here on Monday.
It'll be here on Wednesday.
On Monday, they showed up.
Huh.
2 different shipping companies.
Ah. I ordered something from Vancouver, and during the first round of mail strikes, and they assured me that it would be sent by Pure Later. Pure Later was so overwhelmed, it took 14 days for me to get that parcel. When I called to complain, I found out that Pure Later is now owned by Canada Post.
Yeah.
They're basically, Pure Later is basically Canada Post scabs during a strike.
Yeah. Pretty much. Yeah. Yeah.
That was funny. 14
It's
days.
like Buddy says, if they cut out home delivery, how will I get all my junk mail? If they cut out home delivery, our mail carrier would be really happy. I get this catalog every, I don't know, it seems like once a month, but every couple months from Uline, which is like a
I love Uline.
supply company. Well,
Yeah,
they
yeah.
send
No,
me
I've actually been there because Paula used to send me to Uline on my way to the lounge because it's in Mississauga.
yeah. Well, have you ever ordered from Uline?
Yeah, I've been in.
No. Have you ordered and had something delivered to your house by Uline?
Yes.
Has
I
Uline ever gotten your address?
probably because I've ordered caps through them.
Yeah, but you've moved since then.
I've moved several times. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay. So somebody's getting your fucking Uline catalogs.
I wish I was getting them. They're probably going
You
to
just
the
go
apartment.
online. Their whole catalog is online. That's
You
what
know
I
the
don't
catalog-
understand.
You know the catalogs that I miss?
What?
Lee Valley.
Yeah, I like Lee Valley because I like
Lee
tools.
Valley. My
But-
mom used to take me to Mississauga to the original Lee Valley store, and we would be there for fucking hours because her boyfriend at the time was a contractor, so he had a, you know, and we would be there. She'd get knobs because I grew up renovating houses with my mom, right? So that's where we would go. We'd go to Lee Valley because you could get old knobs that were new that looked old.
Yeah.
Locks and stuff like that, like high-end woodworking material and stuff. Yeah, it was great. Yeah. Are you high, buddy?
Me?
No, I do it, buddy.
Oh. I might be, but it's Friday night and I'm worked my ass off all day and got a whole bunch of wrapping done and
I already unwrapped my present.
One of the kids wants me to teach them how to wrap.
I unwrapped it and then wrapped it. That's the only wrapping I'm doing.
Is it a gift to yourself?
I don't usually buy gifts for too many people. I like to give the kids stuff because, you know, Hanukkah's the thing, but you know, I'm Jewish and I don't do Christmas, but
do you do the 8 gifts of Hanukkah though?
When the kids were younger, yes.
Okay.
We did. My mom was very instrumental in all that. She liked to do that stuff with the kids. Right. Yeah. But now it's you know what, you don't even send me a birthday present. Fuck you.
Yeah, you get used to that.
Yeah. Huh? David moved into his apartment. I probably shouldn't say this, but I'm gonna. David moved into a new apartment the first of last month, and he's loving it and that, right? So Kelly says to me, so David walked in and said, I'm gonna ask Alan to buy me something for my apartment. And I was just like, are you serious? I said, he knows I'm broke, right?
What's he gonna ask you to buy him though?
I don't know. I'm like, no, sorry. Yeah. You know,
is he working?
He's working more than anybody I know. He's working 40 hours a fucking week.
Good. What's he doing?
He's a bag boy.
Cool.
And he does restock.
So have you been seeing a lot of these posts about tipping in the U.S.?
I go in. I like Subway. We have a Subway here.
Yeah.
And it asks if you want to tip them, and I'm like, no.
Right.
And I do understand they're making a living and that's their job, but they're being paid to do that job, and they're not bringing me my stuff to my table. So why should I be tipping somebody at a fast food counter?
Exactly. So in the States, but I'm seeing a lot of these posts where people are saying that if you can't afford to tip, then
And
don't
you
go
shouldn't
out
be
to
going
eat.
out. Yes. Yeah.
And when they first started, it was a 30% tip. Now it's gone up to a 40% tip. So let me give you some math on this. We'll go with a 30% tip.
But it's usually what, 14% here?
What? Tip is whatever you decide to fucking give,
Yeah, no, I understand that. Yes. But
right?
there
But
is a
let's do some math on a 30% tip. If you have a waiter or waitress that is getting paid in Canada, getting paid, say, minimum wage of $15 an hour, all right, that's pretty fucking low. But they're working as a waiter or waitress, so they rely on tips to get them through. On a half decent shift, they have 10 customers. Each table pays $100. Each table leaves $30 tip. All right. How much money did they just make in that hour for bringing you your fucking food, doing their job that they were already paid for? Right?
I always tip when I'm in a
Buddy
restaurant.
says 10% is a fair tip, and I agree with Buddy. And I'll tell you, I've walked out with a lot of places without leaving a tip because they didn't warrant a tip.
Oh
I've
yeah.
tipped
Oh yeah.
more than 10%. I tipped more than 10% to actually I gave a
But I'm
20%
not
tip
tipping
tonight.
I'm not tipping at a fast food restaurant
No,
where I'm going up to the counter and walking out with it myself. Yes, they've
right.
prepared my meal, but I've paid for that meal, and they're being paid by the company that they're working for.
That's like tipping in a drive-through,
If
right?
it's one thing if it's Christmas and somebody's celebrating a birthday, that's different. But
No. Here's how it is. I'm more likely to give a tip than most people because I pay cash for almost everything,
me as well. Keep the change.
right? So I'll say keep the change. If it's $4.75 for my
Some
order,
people are offended
here's
by
a
that.
$5.
Some people are offended by that.
What? That you only got a quarter?
The rounding off.
Too
But
fucking bad. Then give me my change.
I'd rather just say, no, I'm not giving you a tip because you didn't really serve me. I mean,
Yeah.
tips are for serving. I don't want to say servants. Okay. That word is gone long time ago. But tips are for people in the service industry that are doing a job.
So let me tell you this.
But isn't a tip more of a gratuity than anything?
For the service, yes.
Yeah.
We
just lost 2 people because of this conversation.
In the early 80s, back in my young military days, we were getting ready to go to the Middle East. And to not disrupt the economy of the Middle East, you're taught a few things. Number one is you do not tip ever, because tipping is actually insulting. And this is what we were taught. And we were also taught never pay list price for anything. Barter. Because if you're willing to pay the list price, they're willing to jack the price up for the next person. So you barter if you go into a little shop for something and you think it's too much for it, pull an owl, jew them down.
You know what? I not to change the subject, but I have always been a fan. I don't know if you know this. I've always been a fan of the show Monkey Garage with Richard Rollins. Do you have any idea what he's done?
No, I don't even know who he is.
Richard Rollins is the king of cars on Discovery Channel. He's got had the number one show, Monkey Garage. These shows started. Jesse James was the one who started these shows with Monster Garage. Right. So Monkey Garage is or Gas Monkey. Sorry, Richard Rollins apparently was faking VIN numbers, printing fake documents, and even changing numbers on VIN codes and then sending them out of the country and then bringing them back, and then they're basically scrubbed clean, right? So there's been a big lawsuit over this. Now,
Oh, cool.
I watched a video. There's a video on it on YouTube. No, it's not cool.
Why?
The auto industry, because the guy's a crook.
Yeah, but it's cool that he got caught.
Oh yes, it's cool. I mean, there was a big investigation, but the automotive industry as a whole is where you get your shysters and your salesmen, and I fucking hate it. I hate it.
Yeah.
So,
what you can do?
it's
not going to get any better.
I said that, didn't I say that when we were chatting earlier? It's going to get worse. Yeah. Unfortunately, and I have not turned into the skeptic that you have. Okay. But
I'm not a skeptic.
You're pretty skeptical about some things that are going on.
How about I'm a realist?
Okay.
Yeah, there's.
My God, I just looked up at the camera. Holy fuck! Hi, I'm Santa.
Yep.
But what's this?
A
6-wheel Lambo and Ferrari.
Or Ferrari.
Or a Ferrari.
Why?
I think it's a Lambo. I think I saw something.
Why? Why? Why do that? Yeah.
You know.
So you can be famous.
I don't think I'd ever want. I drove a Ferrari from one of the gas stations, service stations that we delivered to when I was working for Queensway Auto Parts. The guy let me take a Ferrari out for they used to lease Ferraris in Toronto. I can't remember the name of it, and it was the worst driving experience I've ever had in my life. And I like driving. They're fucking hard to drive. Right? At least you get in a truck, you double clutch and it goes. Right?
Yeah, you ain't driving my truck.
Fuck.
I don't know. There's I don't drive at all now.
Well, how long has it been since you drove?
Since 2009 or 2010.
I am terrified. They've now made some changes to things here in Ontario, and the minute you turn 70, every 2 years you have to go and retest. And there's a cognitive test. There's a cognitive test now, not just driving skill. And eye and drug screening are all compulsory.
Yeah.
So once I turn 70, I've got a few more years to go, but then I'll be doing it. So I don't envy 70-year-olds. My mom didn't have to start going in until she was 80, and I mean she passed away. Thank God she didn't get to go for her license again.
My mother's going to have to do hers.
Is she a good driver though, or does she like to take on buses?
No, she's an overly safe driver, but
my mom used to have wars with buses.
Yeah, my mother wants to. Well, my mother won't drive in the city, but she wants to move from where she is to another spot because if she's got to do the driving test, she'd rather do it there than where she's living, and she wants to move anyway. So. Which is fine and good, just a little further away.
I drove for 10 years, almost 15 years without a license because I was so afraid to go in to do a test.
Yeah.
And I've been driving all my life. I used to drive a truck. I mean, that doesn't mean I'm a good driver, but I am. You have to trust me.
Yeah. See, with me,
you grow up in the era of the Blues Brothers, and you have the city of Toronto to roam around in a Dodge Dart. You learn how to drive. No, there ain't no power steering there.
No, I learned to drive when I was very, 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 very young. long before I had a driver's license.
Army green Dodge Dart. It was my buddy's parents' car, and that's what I learned how to drive in. And
I learned to drive.
It was one of these drive down the road like this.
I learned to drive in a Mini Minor.
I've heard of them, but I don't recall what they are. The first car I ever drove was a Toyota Camry, and it was a stick shift.
Fuck no! I was driving long before there was any Japanese cars here.
And that was in PEI. I was about 12, maybe 11, 12.
Oh no, I was driving before that.
Just on the lap.
I think
when we were kids, we used to do the Florida trip every year, so there was some driving on the highway.
I was 11 or 12 when my grandfather taught me how to drive standard shift on the fucking wheel.
I was 11 or 12 when my mom's boyfriend would say, "Alan, hold the wheel so I can pour this glass of wine."
No, and then
my parents would have wine and cheese parties going up and down the fucking internet or the interstate between Toronto and Florida. They would have wine and cheese parties in the front while we were harmonizing, my sister and I, in the back, terrified that Larry was going to drive into a fucking truck.
Let's quickly go through this. Start with a Mini Minor. Went to I don't know if it was a Ford or a GM.
What, a Mini Minor, is that like a mini car truck?
Austin Mini car.
Oh, an Austin Mini, yes.
Tiny little car, right?
Yes, I remember. I like those.
I was back in the 60s. Then I went to the truck.
Now they have the mini. They have the larger minis, the SUV minis. No.
Yeah, and then went from that to a Nova,
Chevy Nova,
and then all different cars, because we had all kinds of cars all through that area.
My buddy had a.
Then I went into military and learned how to drive military Jeeps, military trucks, armored personnel carriers, tanks.
I got chased by a tank.
Then I learned how to taxi around a snowbird. You know the jets, the Canadian military snowbirds?
Yeah.
Learned to taxi those and trackers.
Cool.
And then I stopped learning how to drive military vehicles.
But you had your license taken away when you got diagnosed with MS? Or before?
After the seizure started.
Then that's the thing. Like I feel so sad for my little one Emily. I mean, she's grown up, but she's got epilepsy and she's fighting with seizures and she's got type 1 diabetes. She's in and out of the hospital monthly, and she'll never be able to learn how to drive. So I told her, I said, when you come and visit, I'm going to teach you how to drive. Even though you can't get your license, I'm going to teach her how to drive. I taught her sister how to drive.
Well, it's not just that. It's a good life skill to have in case of an emergency.
And it, yeah.
Right? If there's an emergency that she has no choice but to drive, it's a life or death emergency, drive. Fight it in court. It's always fun.
That it is against the law for somebody with epilepsy or who has seizures. My friend had a heart attack while he was driving. They took his license away until the doctors cleared him. You know, and people don't. Last winter, I had my car wouldn't start. I had the snow was too high. I couldn't get rid of the snow. Like I couldn't even get out to get it to a thing. I was without a car. I fucked up my knee. I couldn't walk. I was in the house, as you know, for 3 of the 4 months of the winter.
Yeah.
I felt I had to depend on other people to get me shopping and to get to appointments and stuff like that. And I fucking hated it.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I hate it too, but
my problem
is is I could probably drive now, but there's
How long
always
has it
the
been
risk.
since you've had a seizure?
Mm,
I learned I was
probably
15.
a minor one 6 months ago or so.
I was
Right.
15 years old, buddy, when I first started driving because I took young drivers.
Oh no, see,
So you're allowed
were-
to get your 365 at 15 if you took young drivers.
we were farm and woods kids, so I mean, driving tractors was
I
just
grew up, like
normal
I said,
for
I
us.
grew up in the city of Toronto. The cops knew us well. We used to chase each other around the city quite regularly. I had many visits. If you know what, if they had, the street racing clubs and stuff like that, like they do now, if they had those back then, which I'm sure they did, they were just very private, I probably would have joined one.
We had our own.
Well,
we had our own rally course.
If you wanted
Pen up.
back then in the 60s and 70s, you were either a biker or you were a hippie. I mean, that's just how it was back then.
No,
right?
Not if you grew up in the farm country.
No, I'm talking about in the city.
Yeah. See, I didn't grow up no, I grew up in the 70s in the city, which was all fucking.
I grew up in the 70s in Yorkville, in Toronto.
I didn't grow up in a very friendly place.
How much more hippie can you get?
Yeah. And then we moved right out into the middle of farm country.
I didn't do that until I was in my 30s, as you know, because that's when we met.
And it was still fun.
Yeah.
Right? Doing farm, I had a lot of fun in the city because I was doing city things. Get to the country, I do country things. Some country things are going out and spending $500 and buying an old beat up Toyota so you can drive it in the woods and beat the fuck out of it.
Yeah.
Right.
But I've never been one to go out and do stuff in the city or anywhere really alone. A lot of people like to go do things alone. I don't. So I'm more apt to go out, do what I got to do, and come home. Right. I went to a couple of concerts before I moved up here alone. James Taylor alone, because my sister had moved and we bought the tickets together. And I didn't enjoy it.
I've done a lot of alone things. I've gone to the movie theater alone.
I used to do the movies alone because then I don't talk. If I'm alone, I won't talk.
Well, I don't talk at a movie anyways, but
usually if you go with other people, there's some conversation there, and I don't want that. My mom would just sit there. We didn't talk. A movie theater is the only time I will stop talking.
See, I was trained as a sniper, so I got to spend a lot of time alone.
Yes.
Right? Sitting out in the middle of nowhere with just a radio.
I was just alone because I was, was just alone. I had a lot of friends when I was a teenager.
Yeah.
But as I get older, I find myself alone.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
That's because we scared them all away, Al.
I miss the having somebody around to share my day with.
Yeah.
I miss
all
that.
Right. Let's find a woman for Al.
I don't even know how to have a conversation with a woman anymore, but I'm afraid to say anything. I like to flirt. I like to talk naughty, and nobody wants to do that anymore, right? So
my problem is I like to learn, so I ask questions.
Well, my problem is I've started having naughty conversations with myself, and it's not working out that well.
I'd have conversations with myself, but myself is a fucking asshole. Right?
Well, that's the thing. I keep saying no.
So, Darcy's late. Let's start talking about Scott.
All right, you go ahead, and I will listen because I have no idea who this Scott dude is.
Okay, so Scott Armstrong is the the new Nova Scotia Attorney General.
Okay, so the king shit of the pile.
Yeah, and he's just come out with a statement that has ruffled more than a lot of feathers.
Against cannabis, obviously.
Yeah. But a little background on Scott. Scott used to be a federal member of parliament. One of Harper's.
I just want to say is if this conversation gets back to him and you, sir, would like to come in and rebut.
Oh, you're more than welcome to come and face me.
Go ahead.
So,
just putting it out. Hold on. Just wait 1 minute, please. Hold on.
Your disclaimer.
Yep. I went and downloaded it and everything.
Are those of the individual participants and do not necessarily reflect the opinions of their associated organizations or lifestyle radio.
So what are you doing? Nothing. Why not?
Trying to get on this lifestyle radio website.
Okay, there you go.
So, Scott was a member of parliament for my riding back at the time when I was really, really sick and really, really needed some assistance.
And grumpy.
And yeah, well, no, I wouldn't have been grumpy if I got some fucking assistance, but I started pleading for help from my member of parliament, who ignored everything that I sent him. So I sent it to other members of parliament. They contacted me right away, rather upset that he didn't, and wanting to know if they could go and speak to him on my behalf, which I said more than once, yes, by all means. Actually, I think it was Stouffer to smack him up the fucking head for me. Call his constituents office, contact them. Actually, I sent an email to him. His office turned around and called me and said, "We're going to have Scott call you right away. This is very important." Never heard from him. Yeah. He never did. He fucking ghosted me almost as bad as Maureen McDonald did at the same time. So I was fighting provincial government and federal government at the same time.
While you were sick.
Try,
and this is all to try and get help. H-E-L-P. Help.
Just to get help from my member of parliament who was elected to fucking help me, but totally ignore me. So then he loses his seat and they've got a new election coming up and he's running and shows up at my fucking doorstep wanting me to vote. So he got thrown off the property. Told that if you ever, he stuck out his hand to shake hands. And I said, if you want me to rip that off and shove it up your fucking ass, I'm more than willing. And that's how the conversation started. So I told him to stay off my property. And he sent two of his flunkies to find out what my problem was after I'd already explained what the fucking problem was.
Because he wasn't listening. Yeah, okay.
And I explained it to them. And then I went on a little tirade on the internet and for this area on Facebook and explained exactly what Scott Armstrong is. He's a useless piece of shit that all he wants to do is try and make a name for himself because he would never survive in a real job in the real fucking world.
And now he's the Attorney General.
Just wait. So then he don't got no more federal fucking paycheck. Which means he's got to go get a real fucking job. Can't do that. So what's he do? Runs for provincial politics, but not in my fucking riding. And Darcy's mother's riding, I think. And now he's been appointed as the Attorney General for Nova Scotia. So if I sound a little biased, it's because the other guy's a piece of shit. But this just is going to help prove along of what I'm talking about. So, according to him, this is the directive that came out. The province is taking a more aggressive steps to address the growing public health and safety risks posed by illegal cannabis. Today's step, December 4th, Scott Armstrong, Attorney General, Minister of Justice, directed all police agencies in the province to intensify enforcement aimed at stopping illegal cannabis operations and report back on their activities.
So illegal cannabis is more dangerous than legal cannabis, is what they're saying.
Illegal dispensaries pose a real threat to consumers, to youth, and to the integrity of our regulated system, said Minister
doesn't work.
Armstrong. That's the only one that it affects. We have already taken steps to confront these risks, but the challenge is evolving, and so must our response. Protecting Nova Scotia means strengthening our efforts, advancing new measures, and shutting down this shadow market before it can cause more harm to public health and safety. So the fucking guy does a press conference, and all the media are there, and he's spouting off all of this bullshit. The media are saying, wait now, where are all these illegal dispensaries?
Sorry.
There are no illegal dispensaries in Nova Scotia because they're all on native land.
But they consider those illegal. And those are the ones he's talking about. You know,
In his fucking warped brain, yeah.
Yeah.
So, of course, this has caused a bit of an uprising with a lot of the people that are in this industry. And to the point where the chiefs have responded to the letter from the Nova Scotia Attorney General. All right. So it says the 13 Nova Scotia Mi'kmaq chiefs were surprised to receive a letter from the Nova Scotia Attorney General and Minister of Justice this week. In his letter, Minister Armstrong stated that all cannabis retail activity, including on-reserve activity, must operate under the existing provincial framework, and noted that he issued directives to the RCMP for enhanced enforcement of illegal cannabis dispensaries, including on-reserve dispensaries.
are they lumping what they would consider illegal grows at home as well?
No.
Okay.
Prior to federal legislation of cannabis in Canada in 2018, the Maluktuk Sagmak
Don't
Assembly
even try; you'll embarrass yourself.
reached out to Nova Scotia government to share understandings on what the regulation of cannabis could be in the Mi'kmaq communities, along with what Nova Scotia was doing in the rest of the province. The province rejected those requests, so our regulatory system could not proceed. The result is exactly what we predicted, a system that does not and cannot work in our communities. Attempting an approach in 2025 that ignores previous opportunities to work together and the formal existing channels to work nation to nation is disrespectful. Although our perspectives may differ, it's important to state that the province does not govern our communities, said Chief Terrence Paul on behalf of the Assembly. We have a right to self-governance and self-determination. This is a clear example of what happens when the province will not come to the table with us from the onset. An archaic government process we've experienced far too often in our communities. Minister Armstrong's directive to the RCMP, inaccurate information provided both in writing and to the media, plus citing a court decision that is currently under appeal, only frustrated the Assembly further. The RCMP must respond to the priorities of the Chief and Council in each community, continued Chief Paul. Minister Armstrong must understand that the province does not have jurisdiction to govern our communities, nor do they have a complete understanding of what happens in our communities. Therefore, they cannot decide what is best for our members.
Did you watch the broadcast?
No.
Okay.
The Assembly was disappointed with the
lack of
I was waiting for that.
Assembly was disappointed with the lack of understanding of the treaty and Aboriginal rights and title implications with Minister Armstrong's statements. We hold Aboriginal title, Aboriginal rights, and treaty rights over our territory of Mi'kmaq. This jurisdiction protects our autonomy and our identity. Nova Scotia must realize that a non-collaborative approach has never nor will ever be appropriate or acceptable, said Chief Paul. So basically, he's just told Scott Armstrong and the RCMP kiss their fucking ass. You had the chance to come to an agreement ahead of time. And now, because Nova Scotia liquor isn't making the money they thought they could make by selling shitty fucking chemical-laced weed and mold, they're all upset.
Look, you know what? The indigenous population on reserves have the right to grow whatever they want, really.
Yep.
And that's a historical right.
Yep.
Not a hysterical right. And you know, here in Ontario, in Tanganyika, they have been going after non-indigenous growers on indigenous land. That's a different story, and it's a whole different animal than
it is
what you guys are going through. Darcy, I'm gonna let you, because you said you watch it. I'm just gonna put your mic on audio because you're really, really loud. So
I'm sorry. I'm on my phone, so that's why. Sorry.
Oh, you ever loud?
I know that's what I'm working on, but I'm turning him down. I'm turning him down. Give me a count, Darcy.
3, 2, 1.
There you go. You watched it. What did you pull from it?
Well, I watched it. What I pulled from it was Scott Armstrong retracting everything that he was saying in the conversation that he said. He was retracting everything he said by saying, well, I'm not saying I'm going after Indigenous people. Well, guess what? I don't know too many dispensaries in this province that's not on a reserve.
It's not 118, that's for damn sure.
That's for damn sure is right. So therefore, you are going after reserves because the reserves don't want to work with you and the NSLC, because what they want is they want them to buy product from NSLC, which is then NSLC getting their markup on it. See, there's the whole thing. And they can complain about it's the kids, Al. They could care fucking less about the kids. And I'm being honest. It's the tax dollars is what it comes down to, because it ain't this. It's unsafe product.
Yeah,
I don't know about Marcel, but I'll go on the.
Well, you know, but
I'll go on the record and say it right now, Al.
That's the only argument they have right now is.
No, they're trying to say it's health. Dr. Strand just put out a new thing this afternoon saying that illegal cannabis is poisonous.
But this is what I'm saying. That's the only argument that they have is health reasons and kids. And two reasons that really aren't really a factor. I mean, if you drink too much, you're going to get sick. If you smoke too much, you're going to get sick. And this it's fucking stupid. There's no difference. There's no difference than going 10 years ago. Like 15 years ago, going to Buddy down the road and buying a bag. You don't know where he grew it. You don't know where it fucking come from. You don't know what chemicals were used on it. Do you? No, you don't. Yet you make a big fucking deal. We are privileged in Canada to now be able to walk into a store and purchase cannabis the way we want to. Are there too many?
But we can't.
Yes,
we can't.
Why can't we?
We cannot purchase because we can't see what it fucking looks like.
No,
so we got to go in and buy a sealed package. We take it home. We open up. It's full of fucking mold.
Although they have changed that. There are windows now that they can use.
Right? They don't use them in the tin can.
They're starting to appear. Their ounces are starting to come with windows on them.
Yeah, sucks when you open that. Sucks
when
you open
the
that
only
thing
thing up until now, the only thing that we've been able to do as far as legal purchases go is what I call the squeeze test, the squish test. Right? If it's really hard, I don't want it. It's going to bust up and it's going to be all powdery and shit. I want a little bit of squeeze, and that's the only way that you can do it. Going into an indigenous store, you can talk to, hey, what do you think about this strain? I haven't smoked it, but I hear other people have liked it. You know, you're not allowed to have those conversations in a legal store anywhere in Canada, but you can at an indigenous store.
Well, this is it, Al. I mean, back in the day when you went into your buddy's place, he pulled out that bag. You got to look at it, smell it, see it. Sometimes he even smoked.
Even try it. Yeah, try one. Yep.
Yeah, he said sometimes if he was really trying to sell you on it, he'd even smoke a joint with you first. Right?
Oh, that was usual. You know,
So,
I mean, one of the things I used to love about buddies who dealt back in the day, it was like, you know, when they called you over and said, "Hey, I got something for you to try." They had a new bag, right? And it was something new, right? So
no, what I see is going to happen here in the province is you're going to see them go in. You're going to see the RC. What you're going to do is you're going to see the RCMP being kicked off of all native reserves.
Yep.
And that's going to be dangerous because the RCMP is really their police force.
Well, Millbrook has their own security police force that they could.
They do it at Alderville as well. They actually have a police force in Alderville, and they will sit out where the OPP used to sit to deter the OPP from sitting out there.
Well, this is what I'm saying. So, I mean, how hard would it be to send, you know, for the 13 tribes in Nova Scotia to send their people, their policing people away to, say, Ontario or Quebec to be trained and then come back? Because I know they have their own police forces up there in Ontario.
But just wait. The amount of money that is allotted to them to cover the cost of the RCMP would still be allotted to them for their own police force, which means they could have a pretty good fucking police force because the RCMP
is it not the reses and the chiefs' decision whether or not they have their own force or invite federal police?
Yes,
it's up to them. It's the same as our town, or the town that I live in. We have our own police force, but
if
they wanted to get rid of it, they could hire the RCMP.
Would they allow provincial police or only federal?
Who? We don't have provincial police.
We don't have provincial police.
We have provincial. We have Ontario police.
The closest to provincial police you have in Nova Scosia would be Halifax.
We have the Ontario party poopers.
Yeah. Halifax has HRP, and they'd be the closest to a provincial police that you would have in this province because they have a lot.
They're still a city police.
They are, but they go all the way right to the end of Halifax County now.
Right, because they've turned that whole thing into a municipality.
Into one big super city, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It's not 15-minute city either.
No. No, from Halifax way down to the other end of the shore. It's like, what, an hour and a half drive?
Yep. It's a lot of 15-minute cities.
Yeah. So, but no, Al, they're playing ball here now, and I'm just going to see where it lies now.
Too bad.
What their argument is you're saying you have treaty rights, but there's nothing written in stone for your treaty rights. So therefore, we're going to step in.
It's an inherited right. It's been there forever.
I know, but the way they're seeing it is
It's just the same thing, you know. Now they're talking about removing inherited rights, meaning if your parents are Indigenous, doesn't mean you are. Unless you're born in Canada on a reservation, that doesn't mean you're going to get Indigenous status now. Métis, they're talking about removing Métis status.
Well, they've been trying to remove, I hate to say it, but they've been trying to remove the native out of the native in Canada for the last 150 years.
Oh, I know.
And
that's what the residential schools.
But yet they praise them when necessary and when needed.
I know. In the way that they're going to do it, Alice, they're going to breed it out of them, right?
And that they can do by not allowing inherited status.
Yeah. Now all of a sudden, one of your parents is half white. Well, guess what? Now you got to have more of a status to get your status.
What I'm worried about is like my friends' kids. Some of them have status because their father was Indigenous, and what I'm worried about, and they've all gotten their status here, but what I'm worried about is, are they going to have that removed now? You know, like all these.
You know what I'm worried about?
All these people who have applied for status because their parents are Indigenous, are they all going to lose that status now? You know, because they're talking about making these changes here in Ontario. I don't know about all of Canada, but in Ontario, yeah. So it's not fair. It's not right.
It's not right, Al, because you think of the amount of money, just the amount of money that the government has to spend just to fix the water
Don't
situation in
even
Canada.
get me started, dude. How much money are they? I'm not. No, I don't even want.
I
You know
know,
where
I
I'm
know,
just
but
going
I'm
to
just
go, and
saying,
I'm not
like,
going to say it.
It's a lot. It's a lot of money, and they still haven't fixed that situation. So,
But yet they're fixing everybody else's fucking situation that comes
Yeah.
into the pantry.
What happened to the $5 billion they made off of cannabis?
How much a month does a new Canadian get when they come here as an immigrant?
Yeah,
$3,000 a month. $3,000 a month. I don't even get that as a Canadian citizen that's disabled.
Fuck, I got to
Get
fight to
half
get Canada
that.
pension now.
Huh?
I said I have to fight to get Canada pension and haven't worked in almost 2
Oh,
years.
everybody's going to have to fight with Canada pension coming up, buddy.
You know, like, you know, you're not disabled. Well, what the fuck am I in a wheelchair for if I'm not disabled?
Yeah. You know, they refused my niece Emily's application for ODSP the first 2 times, saying that she's not disabled. She's got type 1 diabetes, in and out of the hospital weekly with fucking seizures from epilepsy. She's not disabled. She's now on it because most of the time when you appeal, you get a good something good out of it. But it's fucking ridiculous. They are supporting people that don't. I don't even want to go there.
Yeah, good, because we just lost another listener because of it. So.
We lost 2 more listeners.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Right. You know, like, I mean, I
do you know what I'm worried about? I'm worried about that this revolution is going to take too long and I'm not going to be around for
it. Good possibility, Marcel. Good possibility. But on
another note, you know what really sucks? There was a time when you could have a conversation about things like this, and there wouldn't be any arguing. It's just a conversation. Now, I open up my mouth, or Marcel, or you, Darcy, or anybody that does the show with us, and we say the wrong thing, and we lose listeners. And even though our opinion is ours.
Wait now. If people haven't figured me out by now, then they don't deserve to fucking listen.
But you know what? Here's the thing: for every 2 listeners that we lose, we get 6.
Yeah, but my attitude is I'm not here to make anybody fucking happy. I'm here to live a fucking life that I don't want to fucking live. How's that? So if I come across miserable with the truth, suck it up, princess. It's still the fucking truth. It just came across a little blunt.
Yeah, that's why I usually shut my mouth and don't vent things out a lot. Is because
I'm not. I just don't have those conversations anymore.
I just don't want to.
Well, I just keep my mouth shut more because I don't have a filter. I'm not here to sugarcoat anything to anybody.
Let's look at as an example, okay, of the current life situation here in Canada. We had an event in Toronto a couple of years ago, and they had asked people not to put up flags, and yet one of the vendors put up an Islamic flag in the middle of a hall with cannabis people, and people flipped out. There were racist connotations thrown around. There were it got very verbal, and I honestly.
But why did they put the flag up?
Because it was their right to put a flag up.
But they were told ahead of time that no flags.
Correct.
Then they didn't have a fucking right to put a flag up. If everybody else was agreeing to it, they have the right to fucking agree to it or not show up.
Yes.
It's that simple.
Yes.
I don't care who they are. It could have been a fucking pride flag for all I care. It's the same fucking thing.
but this is my point, and this one thing that happened turned this whole event into a racial slur.
Yeah.
And that's, you want to put a flag up, you go ahead and put a flag up, but to put a flag that represents something that most people don't agree with,
It basically represents a culture that we do not agree with. Yes, you're right, Al.
Well, no, hold it. No.
I'm really getting. Hold on, let me finish. I'm really getting sick of this Muslim this, Muslim that, Muslim this. It's not Muslim people.
No,
it's the culture that they are brung up with. People are either inherently good or inherently bad, and and then you get your odd middle of the road people that just don't give a shit either way.
Monkey see, monkey do, Al. Right?
Correct. But to sit there and dump on people that really have no reason to be dumped on.
No. But it's not that.
I get it. You know what? I get it.
No,
I don't have the same rights. I don't have the same rights, Marcel, in a country that I was fucking born in and raised in. I do not have the same rights right now as somebody, what they call now a new Canadian. Doesn't matter where you're coming from. A new Canadian coming into Canada has more rights at this point than a fucking Canadian does.
Well, yeah, of
I'm
course.
just sick. I'm just sick of hearing people say
we have a liberal government that thought this would be the ideal way to piss off fucking Canadians so they could sell the fucking country out to fucking China or whoever else had the most money.
Correct.
Right? But that's basically what they're fucking doing. They're funneling so much fucking money out of this country and giving it away to be given back to them through their fucking little offshore kickbacks, that this is why we have what we have.
And why senior citizens and people who are on disability are starving.
And I honestly think, and I honestly think that they're also want to push that divide between Canadians and people, because it just takes a distraction off of like what Marcel just said
of what they're doing. That's
all what they're doing. Yes.
So if they get everybody to get fighting against the pride groups, right? The whole LGBTQ alphabets. Not making fun of you, just tired of all the fucking letters. It's stupid. All right? But if they get everybody fighting against those guys, then they're not noticing what they're doing in government.
Well, they
and
want
what they're giving away.
They want everybody.
Now they've got everybody fighting against Muslims. So it's Jews against Islamists, and everybody fights amongst each other without realizing who they should be fighting against.
You know what? I grew up in Toronto, a Jewish boy in Toronto in the 60s. And I've been called a kike and a few other choice words over the years.
I can also say I never heard that before.
I remember coming out of my cousin's bar mitzvah and seeing swastikas painted on the side of a synagogue. Okay. And I'm sorry, although it's getting close, you ain't seen racist unless you grew up in the 60s. Okay.
Well, yeah.
But it's getting fucking close, and that's scary.
I grew up in Spryfield in the 90s when the blacks and whites were really at each other's throats, and it was an interesting time.
Yep.
I grew up in the north end of Dartmouth.
Not allowed to hang out with my friend, which is my neighbor, because my parents don't like his dad, because his dad don't like us because we're white.
I lived in I just told somebody this story. I can't remember who it was. I lived in a Orthodox Jewish home, Hasidim home. They are Orthodox. And I had a friend from school stop by before I got to work and was waiting in the driveway, and he was Jamaican. And when I walked in the door, Naftali was screaming at me, "Why is that standing in my driveway? I don't want him here. You can't have him in my house." Mm-hmm. You know, all because of the color of his skin. Now, I grew up with colored friends, brown friends, Jewish friends, non-Jewish friends. I don't get it. I don't get why they hate you. Now you've got people who are coming to Canada and living here, being supported here, working here, who are now turning against Canada.
Canada, yes.
Right. Here's the issue. Okay. And I watched this happen. When I went to BC, there was a large population of East Indians in British Columbia at the time. And I moved out to Chilliwack, which is quite a bit
Oh, I
east
love that band.
from Vancouver. And we didn't have a large number of East Indians in Chilliwack area, other than the ones that came in and worked in the farms. And they were coming from Surrey and Aldergrove areas. When I left, half the town was taken over by East Indians. And I said that once they figured out that they can get to the other side of the mountains, they're just going to move completely east, which they have. I've worked with a lot of the East Indians. I've enjoyed a lot of the East Indians. Great people.
I don't care who you are or what you are. If you're an asshole, you're an asshole.
Yes,
Right.
thank you.
The problem is on the East Coast, other boatloads were coming from Pakistan.
Mm.
And they weren't East Indians, but they're the same color.
You know, I'll tell you, when I moved here, you don't think of Northern Ontario, a place in the middle of nowhere, in the forest, that most of the citizens that live in the town are East Indian, because the mill in town is owned by an East Indian company.
Mm-hmm.
And they would bring friends, family, and workers to live here. And then when the mill closed up, less East Indian people, but there are some people that stayed and have made a life here. Right?
They opened up stores or bought businesses.
Correct.
Right.
I wasn't expecting that growing up in the city of Toronto. And even I lived in Mount Forest for many years as well. And that Mount Forest is about as German as you can get, I guess, because there's a lot of German people up there. There's some colored people up there, but not many East Indian people there, right? It was a very white neighborhood. Let's put it that way.
All right. So see what Buddy said? So Canadians as a people do not breed fast enough. We have more deaths than births, and we need immigrants who breed 3-to-1 ratio.
Yeah, so we don't
the
lose
country
our
as a whole
population.
collapses rather than encouraging Canadians to get busy.
Right.
But what they've done in Canada is they've made it so expensive to have a fucking kid that breeding isn't really an option for a lot of young families, because they can't afford one of them to take time off to have a child.
In a lot of cases, they come with money as well.
That's right.
Like, I'll give you an example. Hamilton, way back in the day, a lot of Chinese and Japanese families moved to Hamilton and started up buying real estate, much like Jewish families in Toronto would buy up real estate, down in the Spadina area and stuff like that. And that used to be all Jewish in the Shmata district. It was the fashion area, still is. They come with money. So if they come with money, why do they need our money?
Okay, so in BC, this was a common occurrence. A young couple would come over with their kid from India to start a new life in Canada. And they would go, and he would find a job, usually with a relative, and start working. and they would move into the house. They would share a house with family until they saved enough money to buy a house. But
Italians have been doing that for fucking eons.
so as soon as they buy the house they buy is bigger than they actually need.
Yes.
But as soon as they buy the house,
They move
they
in
put
there.
in a petition to bring their parents over.
Yeah.
Right? So their parents can help, or so they can look after their parents.
But like I
But
said, Italians have been
that's
doing
not how
that
it
for
works.
eons.
When the parent shows up, the grandfather takes care of the children. The husband and wife are out working. The grandmother's cooking, doing all the cooking. Then they bring over the brothers and sisters. Then they move to a bigger house.
Yeah.
Then they bring over more brothers and sisters
And cousins.
and cousins and move them into the house.
Mm-hmm.
All the money that people earn goes into one pot.
Yeah.
Right? To pay for the house and to pay for the next house.
Keep
and
going,
the
I
food.
can hear you.
Right? And meanwhile, the grandfather is raising all of the children to whichever faith and belief they need or instill on them. And it's just a great way to do it.
Yeah.
Until they move into goat. Canada, you can't get people to do that.
Oh, no.
Right? And that's where the issue lies, is the ideal way to survive would be to have a farmstead that all your family could live together.
Yep.
Right? So your kids get married, they all move into the farmstead. Right? So that small community-based family style can promote more breeding and much better lifestyle.
Of course.
Just to get people smart enough to do
See
that.
it that way.
Did you see the news article about the changes in the marital age in Iraq?
Well, they're down to 8.
6.
Oh, that's nice.
Okay, see, right then and there. How can I get on board with a religion, a faith, however you want to put it, that is out marrying 6-year-old girls or boys?
Muslims.
No, I just it's just not right. That's not right.
Yeah, but the Muslim belief, and actually, I think possibly another religious belief.
It's Orthodox Jews, Hasidim Jews have rules as well. The gentleman that I lived in the basement of his home, his wife, he was in his 50s. His wife was in her 20s. So they do have different rules for different religions, and I'm not going to say I respect that, but it is what it is. You know, it's your religion, your rules, whatever. Do I agree? No. Do I disagree? I don't know. I need more information. I don't like it. That's what I know. Morally, in my soul, I don't like it. I think it's disgusting.
That's what I'm trying to get at, Al. Thank you.
Everybody has their own opinion. You know, one of the things that I've always put my foot down as far as this thing goes is being honest, being truthful as you can. I may not always be right in some of the information that I talk about, but it's well meant behind it. There's no malice behind it, and I'm learning. And if you can't learn, every conversation that we have on this show, I learn something.
So here, learn this.
No, I don't want that. I'm done.
There is a difference between
it's 8:53. I'm done. I'm not learning anymore.
There's a difference between faith and religion. Okay? So I hate religion. I never bash faith. But I bash every fucking religion out there, whether it's Jewish, Muslim, Hindu, fucking Catholic, Protestant, Holy Rollin', Baptist. I don't
organized religion.
Right, because they're all a fucking sham. Faith.
It's like insurance.
You have faith. If
Yeah, they take forever to fucking pay you.
Yeah.
Just tell me about it, Al. I know all about that.
but faith is what you believe in your heart and soul of what reality or your reality is, not what a
Wrong,
book
wrong
fucking
or
told you.
right. You have to say wrong or right. Your
Right.
faith is what you believe in, not what somebody else believes in.
Right, and it's not your religion.
And it's not necessarily your right either.
It's never a right. Religion, there never should be a right to religion. I'm sorry. You have a right to your faith, but there's no right for religion.
I am not religious, as you know. I'm not practicing, but my faith is Jewish. I was born.
No, that's a
Jewish.
religion.
It's my faith. It's not my religion because I don't practice my religion.
No, but you still refer to it as a Jewish faith. Your faith is, do you believe in a God?
I believe in what I was raised to believe in and taught to believe in.
Then that's not your belief. That's what you were taught.
That's my faith.
You're not taught faith. Faith isn't what you're taught. Faith is your true understanding of what you have.
Okay.
I believe in a higher power.
There's a higher power. Great.
Different way of putting it.
It could be an alien.
Hey, right? I love them.
It doesn't matter what it is, but if you believe that there's a higher power, that is your faith. It's not, I believe in God because my religion tells me God is real. Well, that's because your religion told you.
It's the part of it I don't like.
Right. Yeah. And that is what religion does. That all religions do it. They tell you what you should believe is your higher power. You should be able to discern your own higher power as part of your awakening.
Do your research.
Yep. Do your research, Al. That's what I tell people. That's my favorite line. Do your research. It's with everything, even with cannabis. Do your research, because I've been buying some products from the liquor store here just to test out some friends' products.
You notice how he stumbles and anyway, so the minute he talks about purchasing legal weed, he's like,
well, no, it's not that. It's because I have a big issue with the main nutrients that most of these companies are using now. It makes their weed taste like metal.
I've had stuff like that.
I'm finding I've had three different strains, and all three of them so far, if I smoke joints, they taste like metal. If I do a bag with them, they're fine. But if I light them and smoke a joint or smoke it in a bong, like put fire to it, they all have a metallic taste to them.
That might be the papers too.
Well, there's no papers with a bong.
True.
And it.
Here goes Stephen.
So it's off gassing.
It's the same thing. It has that metal taste, and I know that I've been reading a lot of stuff, and like I said, do your research about this particular nutrient, and they've had it has a lot of heavy metals in it that just meet Health Canada guidelines.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm thinking that could be.
Those are the same guidelines that are meant to poison you, by the way.
Are those the same guidelines that said that we had to mix kitty litter in with weed that we weren't allowed to have anymore?
Yep. They're the same guidelines that says that all food has a allowable percentage of insect carcass.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's going to happen anyways.
But they tell you how much you can have.
Yeah, one fly for every 18 milligrams.
Something like that. Yeah.
One fly for every 80. Yeah, well, one rat turd for every fucking 10 grams of cereal. Al.
Well, you know, they're allowed to do whatever they want. Hey. They've made the rules. They can do what they want.
That's not a raisin in your raisin brand.
We can teach people how to use cannabis as a medicine and really piss them off, because that's the one they hate the most.
I think that on that note, we should tease people and say goodnight, and we'll see you next week. Maybe.
We will.
We will.
I will.
I'll be
Anyways,
here.
I got nothing. It's the last weekend of deer season, but you know what, Al, to be totally honest with you,
Why don't you take us deer hunting?
I'd love
That'll
to.
piss off a lot of fucking people.
I've been wanting to go out with. I've been wanting to get out hunting, but the funny thing is, I bought my license.
What are you doing tonight on the show? We're gonna shoot a deer.
Yeah. Hey, I'm gonna show you guys how to skin properly, process a deer properly.
Yeah, you know what? That stuff doesn't bother me. I watch Mountain Men and all those.
Don't bother me because
Hey, do you want to know a good show to watch if you like those hunting shows? Is Meat Eater.
You know what? I saw that. Maybe we'll see. I'd rather watch the Alaskan wilderness shows and stuff like that, which is a lot of hunting. That Meat Eater is hunters filming what they're doing, and I'm not really like I'm not.
No. But
I'm not for hunting. I'm not for hunting unless you need it to survive. That's it.
He only hunts what he only hunts what he eats.
Yeah, no, I get that.
That's why it's called Meat Eater.
I get it.
So he shows you how to eat,
how to hunt it, and then cook it, right?
And a lot of different foods. Like, he made coyote taste good.
Is it on the Food Network or is it on Discovery or something?
I don't know.
I've seen it on Prime.
Yeah, I don't know. It might be on Prime. I haven't seen it in a while. I've watched all the episodes and I haven't seen anything new come out.
You know, just on a final note, what I've been watching lately is Mighty Ships, where they take you on these newfangled and old cruise ships and working ships and oil ships and stuff like that, and you live the life with them for the show, like that.
I'm like Buddy. As the only person I ever saw eat a coyote too. So
I've seen somebody kill and butcher a coyote.
Oh, I've killed coyotes.
Now, you want to see stuff like that? Watch Mountain Men. Watch Alaskan bush people. You know,
coyotes. I kill them and leave them there. Nature can have them. Make a warning to the rest of the coyotes.
Say goodnight, Marcel.
Good night, Marcel. Good night, everybody. Have
Marcy's
fun.
Already left.
He did too, didn't he?
Yep. Good night, guys. Thanks for watching.
Tune in Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on 420radio.ca.
It says here that Outlaw Patience is a raw, darky, funny, and brutally honest memoir of a man who spent 2 decades navigating the impossible crossroads of pain, politics, and prohibition. When doctors, politicians, and cops failed him, the law itself turned on him, and he fought back. Russell Barth and his wife Christine Lowe were among Canada's most outspoken medical cannabis patients and activists. What began as a personal struggle for pain and relief became a national battle against bureaucracy and healthcare system. It often preferred punishment over compassion. From police rage to courtroom absurdities, from the trenches of Parliament Hill to the quiet desperation of chronic illness, Barth exposes a world where sick people can be treated like criminals simply for trying to survive.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our VAC Roundtable number 94. We are pleasantly joined by a gentleman who's doing what he can to help veterans. And we always appreciate those that are going the distance for us. So we are welcoming Mr. James Keys. He's a founder of an organization called the Classics Events. And he basically helps out veterans by putting together sponsorships through events. And it seems that golf is one of the mainstays. So as we continue our series and discussions, we want to welcome Mr. Keys for joining us tonight. So thank you, James, for joining us. And we're going to get right into it. This question is kind of multi-level. The first question is how did you originally come to cannabis? So in the sense that, how did you first originally hear about it? When did you get turned on, and when did you realize it was going to become some of your life's work? So welcome, Mr. Keys.
No, I really appreciate everybody's time and for having me and the mission you guys do. And like you said, what I can do to contribute through events and help support our industry, veterans, and we'll get into more of it with people with brain injuries and things like that. So I appreciate the opportunity to be here. Kind of jumping back in time, when I was young teen, interest in cannabis, not necessarily consumption, more of a plant. Had friends, parents who had grown out in the fields in Ohio, if you will, hills. Popped a few seeds, got nowhere. But then when I was 18, I got some more and I popped some. And I grew my first plant on a golf course that I live by. And so that was and I had consumed by that point, 18 roughly. But I really liked after that first, if you will, harvest, it was literally just the tiniest plant with a bud that I hung up in my dorm room and got like a joint out of. But after that, I really liked the cultivation aspect in the plant. I got a shitty 400 watt light that was like 1,000 degrees, 5 5-gallon buckets from Home Depot that were orange, and drilled holes in them and did that. And that was my first indoor harvest. Then I got like a gym light that was that was like the big square one that like fell off a truck, and got a harvest with that in Ohio. G13 was big back then. This is like 2006, 2005, 6, 7. And then, and then I got to go to the grocery store and I got the hooded lights and everything. So I had like 5 HPSs and an MH and had a nice little setup when I was in college, and really, it connected with the plant by spending thousands and thousands of hours in a house full of girls, essentially, right? Female plants, and taking care of them and tending to them. And I enjoyed that process. So I stopped, graduated college and got a job in quality management, which was miserable. But I was like, there's going to be a need for that in cannabis, because a lot of friends that I grew with in Ohio moved to Michigan, to Yipsy, or moved to Cali, or moved to Colorado. Right now it's like 2009. And but I didn't do that because I also started having kids then in 2009. So then I was like, I don't really like this quality management stuff. I really want to get, something with cannabis. And I believe that will be a thing. I believe QMS, GMP, ISO standards will be a thing. So that was my foray into the professional side, where I went to get my MBA. I wrote everything about submitting to ANSI for cannabis quality management standards, and essentially did that, which was rejected by them in around 2011. So that was my foray into the if you will, the professional side, and basically, been doing some licensing consulting, which we'll get into later and all that. But so it all started back then with a few seeds, but really my attachment came at the cultivation through college indoors and growing from a 400 to a few thousands, and a mom room and a clone room and a flower room and drying. I mean, just the whole process, and not an industrial scale, but back then a decent scale, to certainly connect and learn about it.
Right on. Well, thank you for taking that step and taking that journey. It's quite a journey that you took. Needless to say, it's definitely not the regular route, but I definitely understand the figuring out and trying to figure out how to grow a plant all of a sudden, which is, I think, is a challenge that many of us come to. But good on you for throwing your feet into the water. Next question was going to come from Council Member Nate Landau. So, Council Member Landau, you're recognized.
Well, James, thank you for being here. When I met you at Meadowlands in 2021, right away, your story was very unique, and I'm so glad that it become full circle. We get to interview you. My question for you is, you built the classic events into a national series of high-end golf and networking experience. What inspired you to bring cannabis industry leaders together in this particular format? Thank you.
Yeah, and Nate, we really appreciate you making it all happen, really, in the introduction. And Meadowlands was, one of those awesome experiences in this industry to do something unique and connect with people professionally and personally. So yeah, it's great to full circle and be here. And to answer that, back to obviously what I was talking about with the golf course, but so I grew my first plant on a golf course, and some of what we'll get into here too is I couldn't work in Ohio essentially, right? Like there was no market here until recently. I mean, there was a medical market that was growing, but the first 10 years, there was really nothing. So I had gone to a lot of places. So anyway, when we legalized recreation here, recreationally, I knew I wanted to rent that golf course and throw a huge event. That was my goal, period. And I just wanted to kind of christen that place and put all that to bed, if you will. So that's what I did, and it was really successful. But I believe that for a number of reasons it would be. I think there's a combination of business gets done on the golf course is an old saying. It's certainly, especially in the olden days, but served especially the upper echelon or business judges, lawyers, decision makers in that sense, right? Nowadays, it's opened up a lot more, which is awesome for us in a number of ways. It's much more inviting and communal. But the other part of golf courses is it's outdoor recreation. And in cannabis, I'm sick of going sick of going to warehouses, sick of being in the back door, and it's still being old school in ways where people would get in trouble, or you'd have to all congregate out back in the snow and still smoking. And I mean, there's a beauty aspect to that, don't get me wrong, but in the sense that for the whole event and experience for guests and professionalism and helping elevate our industry, two people who do make decisions and two doors that are hard to get open and to an image that is ingrained right or wrong in people's brains. Golf from a societal and a just luxury venue standpoint, it's nice to break into that for our industry. Because there have been other golf events, but I thought we try to do more than just golf too. We have a ton of depending on venue, but we have a ton of different things we try to do. Like in the clubhouse for the first classic, we had 33 speakers, panels from 9 to 5. We had women's panels, for like 3 different ones during the day, like social impact panels. We had state legislature, like representatives speak, county commissioner. Like we tried to do really good educational, try to do impact, try to bring people in. The clubhouse, we had a lot of booths around there that were, again, like social impact booths or local activists and people like that in the clubhouse too. We had our people's pavilion outside with glass blowing and plants and mushroom blocks, non-psychedelic, like lion's manes, trumpets, things like that as centerpieces. We had like a local guy who's in the industry but chef making treats in the VIP that he paired with like local terpene profiles, and he got the food from farmers markets. And so like we tried to make it as much as it's a country club, which it is, right? We do really nice venues, but also communal, bringing people together. And then golf and cannabis are perfect. Like you're out on a course driving a little car around for 4 hours, smoking weed and having fun. That's literally what it is. So it's a perfect mix for sport, cannabis, networking, luxury. I think all of those things blend very well. And that's what my vision was. And I think we're starting to prove that and show that and find traction.
And it's a great way to cross paths with the straight world, right? In the sense of, golf is always usually associated with, alcohol. It's not usually associated with. But I agree. That's years ago, I used to have a cycling team. We were the first cannabis cycling team in the United States. And I agree with you. I got tired of meeting people while they were sick. I wanted to meet people when they were healthy. You know what I'm saying? And it was sport I have found is a great way to crack that door as well as those glass ceilings, because, cannabis has been so underground, and it's been amazing how, even though it crosses every social economic boundary, it still carries a social stigma, right? That, is why, you don't see cannabis and golfing necessarily, tied together, but it warms the cockles of my heart that it does, because back in the day, we did fundraisers as well for a charity that was a school for the deaf, and we would hold sometimes, they would hold a golf outing, and that was a way for us to cross paths with people in the normal world who were and have a lot of questions about cannabis, because and are necessarily they're afraid to talk about it because of the stigma, or how it is at work, et cetera, et cetera. They're not necessarily in a comfortable place. So to find and then create that area and dispel those stigmas is something that we definitely need more of. So I commend you on your work, Mr. Keys. Next up will be Council Member Mike Davis.
Yeah. Hey, James. So with over 20 years in cultivation, compliance, and licensing, how has your hands-on industry experience shaped the way you design and host your events?
Yeah, thanks, Mike. And I love that question, which I think put a little color on, but like, as you guys know, and people who have been, I wouldn't even say in the industry, people who have been passionate about the plant and the business side, I think does matter somewhat here. But like really just, you touched on the point of like, it crosses all barriers, right? And if you've been smoking weed and doing your thing for 20 plus 30 years, it's like you've seen that firsthand, right? Like you've bought sacks here, you've smoked with people that you've never even thought you met, you've done desperate things to smoke, you've had more than you could ever have, you've experienced it all, right? And like I think that plays into what I'm trying to do with the events is and make it, there certainly has to be an economic point to this. Like it costs money to put it on. And so I have to find a mechanism to fund that / try to do impact and make a difference on the back end of that. But given that we cover that and we do our best there, we have an awesome venue that's freaking huge that has a ton of space usually, and unused space and gardens and da 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 da, right? And patios and cafes and this room and that room and all this stuff, right? Because it's rich people, nice venues. So like, again, welcome the community in, and knowing who that is, maybe who, and if you don't, I'm not saying I know everyone's intentions and the best all the time, but like, real recognize real, right? Like people who have do the right work, who have the right vibe, who are in the community, like you're definitely invited to one of these events because of the impact you make. Like I always make a point of that, especially in Ohio, when I worked with people who were activists, and I'm like, just tell me who needs to be there, right? Because like we're doing this and they've already put in the money, essentially they've already put in the work. So like this is to bring everybody in, hopefully. And there might have to be a limit to that. Again, especially the first one, we almost got the fire department called. I mean, we were cars everywhere, and like it was one of the biggest events they ever had there. It was so awesome for the community to show up like that. And in Cali, same deal. Like we did one at a really nice place, Monarch Beach in Dana Point, and the LA community showed up like crazy, and it was a packed event. That was just a lot of fun. So I think that's part of, I don't know if that answered your question well, but it's that been in this a long time, seen a lot of people, had a lot of interactions from business to, you know, both sides of the table to everything. And like, I think that that gives a certain perspective of like, well, what is a cannabis event? Who is cannabis? I mean, we could have weekly meetings on who and what is cannabis, right? For even what words we're using, indefinitely. So it takes a certain understanding of that, I think, just through, what do they say, like, you know, swimming through or being in the ocean, like being a part of it. So hopefully it helps us put on really good events and have really good people there, have the right people there, have the right vibe.
Councilmember Landaz, got a follow up?
And so you touched on a bit about striking the balance about having the activists there, but you know these events cost money and everything. And now that you've done a bunch of them, how do you strike that balance? That, you know, getting the people that have done the work, but you have to look to the future of bringing the people that are going to be the large MSOs that are going to have a lot of influence on the industry. How do you balance the two of having both kinds of people at the event?
Yeah, and it's definitely an attempt, right? And I think we're doing a good job of it. I know through my market research and looking at the benchmarks of other events, and especially golf ones, I think some had missed it in the past, and just trying to learn from everything, right? So I think one of the ways we do it, especially one of the ways I try to do it especially, is partner with people in a number of ways. So like what I mean by that is like in Ohio, you know, I've got activists who, they know who the activists are. They're at the state house. I can't be everywhere at once. I don't expect myself to, and like let the expert be the expert. So like working with that person to say, hey man, who should be speaking? Who should be there? You know, helping them own that piece is huge for me too, because again, I can't do it all. And I don't know everything. I half time I always say I have no idea what I'm doing. So like take that for take my answer for what it is. But like that's a big piece. I think the other is, yeah, the focus on, that's the beauty of a large venue in golf too, though, is like we have golf to sell, we have sponsorships to sell, we have those things, but we also have in Ohio, we had speakers and we had some brand booths around there. And again, those I keep at usually $420 a booth. If you don't have that and you're in the community and you're doing stuff, I'm probably not going to charge you, but I can't give $1 million away. But like, you know what I mean? I build that room out especially for that reason. We had like live artist painting in Vegas on hemp canvas, and like bringing that aspect, like the artist and the DJ, and then inviting people in that are general admission, and especially in Vegas, or maybe are there, that have again been impactful or an influencer in some way or doing something, right? Like welcoming them in to experience it without the golf. So we try to give that to help find that balance. And then something I think I'm learning, hopefully hopefully I'm learning, is brands, you know, like if MSOs, a lot of them will spend money, maybe. Certainly haven't gotten to write crazy big checks yet, but like what I see is some of them spend money and their activation is what it is. But then you'll see a hotter, younger, maybe, if you will, like brand spend way less money and make way more of an impact because they got a vibe, right? They understand what they're doing with that. So I think that's huge too, is the brand is somewhat of a living, breathing entity, right? So like the ones who have that, let that show and come out, and then some of the dollar ones are what they are. That's okay.
Right on. Great points. Next up will be Council Member Marilyn Mathry.
Hi, sorry I'm late, and sorry, James, I hadn't met you earlier. Anyway, question. My name is Marilyn Mathry. I'm Navy Nurse Corps, old Vietnam era, so a long time ago. But as you're talking, running patients out of time, it's like, yes, I need to talk to you a lot more. But anyway, your reputation as a trusted connector is central to your work. So what do you think makes a truly effective connector in such a fast-changing industry? And this is information needed by the older folks here, especially.
Man, I appreciate that, and you know, thanks for being here too, and taking the time to even ask and be curious about it. I mean, I hope I can provide some insight from my perspective, because I don't know the exact answer or the right recipe. I certainly haven't figured it all out, but like, let experts I think, again, being in the weeds of things helps a little bit. I know we're all probably more trusting than we, as an industry, certainly, but as individuals, probably part of just cannabis, right? Probably more trusting than we should be, or more forgiving, or more welcoming. I don't know what the right word is, but there's certainly in the connecting side. I'm a sponge personally. I like to absorb things from information, right, from people, and like absorb things from like a monkey see, monkey do type perspective. And so like when I did the standards, or even with the kind of what I was saying about the experts helping me build a classic, is like, if I really believe in somebody or what they're doing, or that's they're king of that castle, whatever that is, then let's work together. Let's benefit each other, right? Like, you do your thing, I'm doing my thing here. If there's some sort of crossover there, great. If there's not, I probably, in my opinion, know another expert over here who I think's an expert, and try to connect those dots. You know, they're not always going to be right, or they're not always the right fit, but I think that's always been a big piece for me, is like, hey man, I know what I know, and it's not a whole lot, but like, I think that person knows a shit ton about that, and that person knows a lot about that, and like, either trying to connect them, or suggesting, or, you know, hoping to work, and knowing that I've got at least that resource on that side, I think's an expert. So I you know, a lot of it has been that is aces in their places, is a saying I heard a long time ago, and I think is very true.
No, connecting, you know, as well as, you know, intergenerational connections are key, you know, because some of us old school, we lose our abilities and try to figure out new creative ways, as well as outreach more than anything, right? And yeah, I think what you've been able to accomplish and what you're accomplishing is a successful route that's been done in other places, but has not necessarily been transcended into the cannabis space as well as you've been able to do it. So congratulations on doing that. Next up is Councilmember Michael Crowitz. Mike, you're up.
Thanks, Etienne. Yeah, I apologize, as Marilyn did, for being so late here. Welcome aboard, and I appreciate you coming in. It's been a little bit of a challenge here in this time of year, as well as with all our trips and stuff, and as well as your personal schedule. So I'm glad that we were able to pull this together, and it's good to see you. So my question is, the classic events aren't just about networking. They also spotlight philanthropy. So why was raising awareness and support for brain health research such an important cause for you personally?
Yeah, Mike, and I appreciate it, man, and glad we could do this at the right, when it all came together. And thanks everybody for being here. And the classics, we kind of got into the back end of it, of like my history with cannabis, which I guess I left out this part. There's a lot of parts, and what it has to do with this, right? So the brain tumor. Well, so I had a brain tumor 6 years ago, almost 7, and so I was in, I've been in cannabis my not whole life, but you know what I mean, essentially at that point, half my life. And so it was already a thing that wasn't really like had anything to do with my brain tumor recovery in a way. Like it wasn't like I discovered it then or something, I guess is what I'm getting at. But so anyway, I worked down in Colombia for a license holder, helping set up a grow and all of that. So I thought I ate something bad, basically, right? Because I'm dizzy and all this kind of stuff. So I go to the ER and there's something in my brain. It's a brain tumor on my hemangioblastoma on my cerebellum. So I'm like, shit, all right, that makes sense. It feels like it. So kind of at that point, I'm like, can't leave the hospital. So I had, long story short, I had to go get, actually they let me go home for like 2 weeks after a few days. The swelling went down or whatever. And I had 4 kids at the time, 4 daughters. And I just had, well, I didn't have, she had just, she had just had the baby in December. This is like May. So it's a new baby. That's one of the reasons I knew to go to the hospital. It's like, I don't think I should hold the baby because I think I'm going to drop it or I'm going to fall. And so I got to go home and I'll go back and I have 2 brain surgeries. I wake up, there's like 60 staples in the back of my head. There's like a tube out of my skull here for pressure. There's like a tube in my neck, which this is like neuro ICU. It takes a few days to even know like what is going on. And I was like, what's going on essentially? And I'm like, what is this one for? And they're like, oh, that's so we can put drugs in you that go like straight to your brain in case shit gets crazy. And I'm like, whoa, like what's going in there, And they start listing like this and that and like Michael Jackson type painkiller drugs. I remember thinking like, I remember that name. And I was like, no, dude, I'm good on all that. Like, what do I need? And got it down to like 3. And had my buddy bring me edibles and aromatherapy in the room and just, and I just had have a different kind of mindset of like, cool, like how do I get out of here? And so I just did that and then like got out of there. So I feel like I'm on somewhat of a tangent, but that was what happened with the brain tumor. And I used cannabis in that time frame. So got back home and the crazy part of that story is my son was born a year later on the same hospital, same day from the brain tumor. So diagnosis. So that was really cool. So anyway, that has a special, obviously, part to my story. And I have a giant scar on the back of my head. So like, that's also good. Play the hand you're dealt, right? So like, my thought is, you're kind of seeing, I think, the story form here in my head. It's like, all right, I grew my first plant on a golf course. We're about to legalize in Ohio. I've been doing this around the country, not around the world, but essentially all over for a while. I really want to throw an event at that course. I think golf is hot, right? This is like 3 years ago, let's say. And I've been thinking about it don't get me wrong, for a while. I wanted to buy the place. That was my ultimate goal. Didn't quite get there. And then, so that was kind of the motivation of all this to create the classic was like, we can do something good while connecting the industry, while breaking barriers, while bringing people outdoors for sport and cannabis, which is its own kind of thing, while moving the industry forward, while celebrating Ohio. Like it just checked all these boxes. And it was like, it was the right recipe for like, this is cool. Like, this is going to be awesome. And then like, hopefully that brings 2 things, like the right people in the room, which is how you can do things, raise money and make an impact that way. And then bring awareness around, like, just from, I can walk and talk and tell my story. That's probably not in most cases normal after 2 brain surgeries, and I got like a screw in the back, missing a piece of my skull, and a giant scar, and a screw in the back of my head, and all this shit that like it isn't normal. So being able to tell that story and share that and bring awareness to a lot of neurological aspects, I would say, with cannabis, and then hopefully have the right activations and ways to raise funds through this, which is what I'm learning how to do, I think. And we're getting there, but we have activations on the course. We have some stuff in the clubhouse. We're trying to learn how to get people involved, and then give back and make an impact.
That's quite a personal story, and thank you for sharing that, Michael. As a follow-up.
Yeah, I've been trying to figure out how to ask this. I have sort of a question in my head, but I'll form it as I ask it. How about that? But basically, Veterans Action Council, we've taken great interest in medical use of cannabis, but also it's obvious to anybody that looks at this stuff that and talks to people out there that are using cannabis, that's not a defined line, right? One of our mentors in our movement, one of our veteran leaders, Dennis Perone, famously said that in a world that gives Prozac to kids, all of the cannabis medicine, all the cannabis that's used should be seen as a medicine, and anybody that uses cannabis should be seen in medicine in that light. That's truncated usually to all use of cannabis is medicine. That quote, but nonetheless, we found a lot of the industry seems to be focused on a bigger market, adult rec market, and I wonder I guess a two-part question, like, do you think that they could do that and sort of make it whole by philanthropy? Do you think that's possible, that philanthropy could pick up that end, or even that it's feasible to do that even in a perfect world? And then the second would be like, do you think they get it? Do you think that they now that you can see this from a patient's perspective, do you think that they get it, that they understand what cannabis medicine really is?
A great question. Great questions. I hope I can answer them as concisely as possible. I'm going to start with the second one. Like, from a medical standpoint, no and yes. Like, no, like when I tried to explain that, which we're especially you guys have done things long before I did. It's like you're used to being the crazy person or the one, the stoner hippie or whatever the hell you're getting a bit stereotyped. So like when 12, at least I was older at this point, I'd already been rejected by my community for growing weed, and you know what I mean? Like, came from all that, and like I had been through stuff like that. So like when 12 neurologists and doctors in white coats walk in and they're like, what do you mean? Da, 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 da. And it's like, you're right about what you did. Like, you removed a brain tumor. You're very good at that. I appreciate that. My job is to get the hell out of here and home to my family. This is going to help you do that. Whether you tell me that's true or not, I don't care. Like, this is a fact, and this is how I'm going to heal, and this is how I'm going to get home. And like, if you're not on the same page, like, get the hell out of here, period. Like, my goal is to get home to my kids. Like, if that's not your goal, what the fuck? Sorry, but like, that shit upset me. So it was easy to passionately speak about that, and then luckily it worked. But it was cool because my neurologist even put, and it was, I didn't just use CBD, but like, she even put on my paperwork that next year, like, she had like 5 milligrams CBD daily. Like, that was such a huge win for me, like, in so many ways. Yeah, that was cool. So like, I think that there's opportunity, just like in anything, but there's opportunity to teach and learn on both sides of that table, us and them, or however you want. Not that there's an us and them, but you know what I mean. There's opportunity to learn, and like, you know what you know. That's okay. Again, back to the expert thing. Like, you know what you know. Like, you're good at removing brain tumors. That's awesome. I need one of those right now. But like, doesn't necessarily mean you know how to get Bo home, or I go by Bo, James Bo Keys. Like, it doesn't mean you know how to do that. That's my job. I'm gonna do whatever the hell I gotta do to do that. So that was kind of my take from that interaction, which I'm just thinking about a lot right now. But like, from the barrier breaking or societal breaking point. Yeah, I do. I think there's, especially through the people, they care about what they, again, they know what they know, they care about what they care about. Sometimes you can get them to care about stuff they don't, and sometimes you get them to know stuff they don't. But like the more causes, things people can relate to, relatable things as an individual, an industry, persona, perception, we can do that are relatable, as opposed, and sometimes they got to be taboo, sometimes they got to be loud, sometimes they got to be that too. But a lot of times, other times, which like I think beverages is a good example of that. I think most of it's dog shit, and like, but a lot of people drink shitty beer, and they drink seltzers, and they drink pop, and they drink, terrible things that aren't any good. And cigarette companies and flavor companies have taught us to do that since we were kids. So I think that it makes a lot of sense of breaking that form factor. That form factor and familiarity for people is how you break barriers. And that's kind of back to that philanthropy question. Does all this break barriers or welcome more people in or open their eyes? Yes, I think it does. When you meet them where they're at, especially that's on the golf course with an Arnold Palmer that happens to have THC in it. This is a great story. Sorry, but like after the Ohio Classic, my uncle, he had showed up. He plays golf all the time. My buddy and I were cleaning up the day after, and he's like, "Oh, I found this cooler on the course, and it had these drinks." And we were, but like he had the Arnold Palmer drinks because he was out there, and they were Arnold Palmers, and he got a little stoned, probably, and he certainly didn't seem upset about it. But that was cool, that was fun. So like stuff like that. Like, would he have picked up a joint? Nope. Would he have picked up a vape pen? Nope. Would he have eaten an edible? Fuck no. But did he drink that Arnold Palmer? 3 of them? Yeah, he did. So like I think there's a certain meeting people where they're at, and then people are at a lot of different places that welcomes people in.
And you're finding that way and your way. So good on you. I've got the next question. So, how prevalent is cannabis in regular golfing circles, historically, as well as in this day and age? Are people hiding their use of cannabis at the elite levels?
I would say absolutely. More so now than ever. But yeah, man, that golf has always been the getaway to do what especially rich dudes want to do, right? Whatever that is, probably. So like, yeah, and nowadays, like we got all the hip hop artists playing golf. We got, everybody's playing golf. Golf's hot. So in that sense, so like, I think it's open to, and then the Benjamins and all the jokes and, having pen, obviously the accessibility of everything makes it more accessible, everywhere. So like hitting a pen is not, it's certainly not, I mean, I remember back in before I did the quality management stuff, I got invited to play golf a few times before I did the cannabis quality management stuff. When I was doing quality management, like food safety standards, got invited to play golf and hitting the old G pens that had the glass sleeve, and if I could broke every time, you had to put your hash in there and it had a little coil and all that. Like hitting one of those out of business one. Yeah, that was cool. Like that was like back then. That was taboo as could be, right? Like those guys weren't smoking joints on the course, certainly. So I think that has changed a lot than the past, but I do think it still existed in the past. But like you said, alcohol, drink carts, like, and that's still where the money's at for golf courses or just events too. It's hard we can't have sales of cannabis. We still have to have, I usually try to find a drink cart sponsor. Ideally, I don't make money off the drink carts. But like things like that, it's still prevalent. But I think cannabis and outside in that nature recreation, I think we've been there in the past as a plant people industry, but like it's more understood and common now that like I think just like consumption while golfing, so it's not as big of a deal, I guess.
Well, on top of that, you've also seen the normalization. Just last week, you saw Target in Minnesota start to carry them. I just saw today that Circle K is also going to start to carry the drinks. So it's not too far from the thought in the not too distant future that on the back nine there, or at the ninth hole, or wherever they have the drinks, etc., that cannabis coolers and drinks like that could potentially become a realistic reality. Because yeah, I mean, these clubs are private sometimes, and so they can set their own rules and regulations. But I know that's a whole other set of hierarchies to have to deal with that. But these types of normalizations will bring those types of people around and necessarily closer, to the reality of things. So, all right, next up will be Council Member Nate Landau. Council Member.
The question is, hosting in places like Ohio, California, Las Vegas, and New York, how do you adapt the tone and focus of your events to resonate with each regional's culture and regulatory landscape?
Yeah, man, that's it's a great question. This industry, lots of sayings like build the plane as you fly, or whatever, and all that kind of stuff. Like, that's kind of how this has been for me, just like anything, especially in cannabis. Back to like, how do you stay ahead and know what the hell to do? It's like, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, that's a tough one, because like, but try to understand especially you guys veterans, there's a difference between the map and the terrain, right? So like, understand the map the best you freaking can, because that's where you start, and like, you're not on the ground yet. And then if you can find boots on the ground that know the terrain, that's back to finding those partners and those experts. That's great, right? Like, now we can land and expand. And like, but if you try to land without having anybody there, just reading the map, you're probably going to have some issues. So like, that's been my big thing, is like, the Ohio one, I tried to find the local people that were throwing great events, that were activists in the community. I had connections already. I had some national ones I hoped I could draw in, and like, that created a perfect mix. Then Humboldt, we did a disc golf one. I had worked up there and licensed the farm, and just love it, just because. And it had a certain not nostalgia, but like a draw when I was younger. So like, getting to go there was cool, and getting to work there and camp there and all that. So like, I wanted to do a disc golf, but I wanted to do a tournament, but I thought disc golf would be better than golf. So Beaupre, right by the airport in Arcata, had like a dope disc golf course, and we worked it out, and it was so fun. But that fit the vibe, right? And we did it in the evening, and then like, we had like pre-rolls for every contestant, and we had like quarters for the winners, and we had Dr. Dabbers, and we had like, it was like a chill vibe, but like, it still was a dope event. We had like I can't remember. I want to say like 80 disc golfers. It was a three-way tie at the end. The fog set in, and they had to throw their disc. There's redwoods, and they had to throw them into the fog where they like disappeared. It was dope, dude. It was such a fun night. So like, that was its own vibe. And I had known people there, and we had Talking Trees make the pre-rolls, and we had a couple local support, like Royal Gold and Michael and them are awesome, and supporting, just getting the word out. So like, stuff like that was huge, right? And then Vegas. So I was like, all right, well now, if you don't do it, you're not doing it. So like, you got to at least try. So, and then you guys will appreciate, like, it's this industry, like, I'm hustling. So like, the other logic was to get to Humboldt, I had to stop over in Vegas. Was a cheap route. So like, I stopped in Vegas, I visited 5 golf courses, I went to Humboldt, I did visited it before we did it. And then on the way back, once we did it, closed the deal for the venue in September, and then launched the Vegas Classic for December to piggyback on MJ Biz. Because again, how am I going to do Vegas? Well, everybody goes to MJ Biz. There's not shit to do on Tuesday. They got speakers. The show floor opens Wednesday. I think golf's enough of a draw to get people there. So I launched it, and I found the golf course right behind the convention center. I knew somebody there, and it worked out. And then also with the brain tumor, we have a way in the door that doesn't necessarily make it all about cannabis. I think helps too with some of these venues. So anyway, I just kind of giving context on like each one finding that vibe in person and reason to be there and draw from really nice venue. Like for golf, I think that's crucial. Like you can't just go to any course, which takes a little bit of feeling there too, but I'm not a great golfer at all. But I've been around golf courses. So yeah, man, just all of that. And then setting the vibe for the location. So like Ohio needed education, needed speakers, needed the community to come build, needed the community to be built, let alone come together, solidify, I should say. I think more, and especially as you know, when Breck comes, it goes really quick. So anyway, that was the goal. Humboldt, just community and having the opportunity to be there. I was stoked. Vegas, that more hodgepodge of executives and everybody that comes to Vegas, and it had a great vibe, and it was a really good event. And then we did Cali in Dana Point, but like kind of LA, right? And so I partnered with Mikey, who does nothing but fire, because he came out to Vegas and he was like, dude, we could do one in Cali. And I'm like, dude, I'm not trying to do one in Cali, like, period. Like, I'm not that ballsy. I don't know that many people. I know it's going to be expensive. I'm not going to try to pull sponsorship dollars when there's so many events, blah, 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 blah. And he was like, no, we can do it. So we did it together and convinced me, and it was awesome. And it was like every hole was a party. Like Dime went all out and had like, high top tables with their logos in a bar, like a 5 tent setup. You walked in a bar, and Turpin Warehouse did gelato and white couches, and Top Shelf had PBR rolling hash holes by the ocean, and Planta had somebody giving out hash holes. Originals and Cure Company had DJs and models, and Jungle Boy set up a retail store, and Motley Terps did a Terp Dab bar on the 1T, and like every single hole was a party. It was so fun. But that was the vibe, right? And it was like on the beach, like on Monarch Beach. The golf course went up to the water, and I had like 100 people just hanging out and like vibing. It was dope. And then in the evening, we had a helicopter ball drop for the raffle, and that's how we raised funds for the 50-50 raffle. One of the big ways we did that was cool, and it had a vibe, and like that whole thing was a Cali vibe in a way. And so then the Vegas again this year, we're getting ready to do. We'll have that feel and that classic venue and that Vegas again. So it's really just I think trying to find the right people, the right venue, the right reason to be there. And that's just to get people there, right? And then once you get them there, it's like, now we got to pull it off and make it awesome. But I would lean on the brands a lot to do that too. I always tell brands, like, make it dope, make it awesome, go all out. Like, if you need a slight discount to do that and I can make it happen, I will, because like, I want your team there, your best stuff. Like, make it unique, because when they come up to you, hopefully you're getting executives and decision makers, and you're getting their time, and there's 18 holes, and like, grab their attention, So yeah, we really try to make it fun. And I think it's a give. It's everyone's hopefully winning in this, right? Like, the brand's getting something good. The people who come are getting something good. The executives and them are getting the golf and something unique. They want time with business client or their team or whatever. So yeah, just trying to create the recipe in a good soup.
And that's a super recipe.
Thanks.
All right, Mike D, you're up next with our next question.
Yeah, that's definitely the VIP experience, and that kind of ties into this next question. And hospitality is definitely the cornerstone of your events, and that was definitely some top tier, hospitality. What we were just listening to. So what role do you think this premium experiences play in shaping how people perceive the cannabis industry?
Yeah, man, I hope it breaks barriers. Like, that's what I see long term, and we gotta survive before we thrive, just like anything in cannabis, right? And we're getting there. And like I think if we thrive, if you will, it's what you just said. It's like Waste Management Open, or it's like any golf outing that's a tournament that's big, that has Red Bull and Amex and Rolex and whatever, like, would be willing to activate at. But amongst that is well-known cannabis brands, hopefully, right? And maybe national brands, maybe local ones, having all of that mixed in, because if you're doing different venues, and right now we're an intrastate market, so it has to be, and there's MSOs and blah, 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 but like, it has to be insular in a way, right? Like it's hard to be a local and national player at the same time. I guess it isn't in anything. But I think once that somewhat breaks, and then in whatever form or factor that is, I guess beverages being an example in a way. But like once that kind of dissolves a little bit, or that opens up in the way that it does, I think it will invite more experience, more people to, again, back to that experience, meeting people where they're at. Like golf certainly is expanding its own horizons from all kinds of demographics right now. So like that's great for me, especially hopefully, and piggybacking on that, so is cannabis in a way, right? So like that combination should hopefully draw in, give me the opportunity and us the opportunity to draw in more people, raise more awareness, do more things, have more brands involved, because they'll want to reach the bigger demographic, right? Like that's what they want, the numbers. And I'm learning that too, is like getting that ROI for them might not just be day of, it might be that data capture, it might be that brand awareness for whatever it is, new drop, maybe it is that activation on the course, maybe it is reaching those CEOs and buyers and decision makers. So again, I don't know what I'm doing, and I'm learning my way through a lot of that. But it's interesting to see, and I think that's a huge piece of it, is that those barriers are being broken already in these two different things we're talking about, of cannabis and golf, and that merging of them as they hopefully, merge simultaneously. And I think the venues are huge for that too. It's like, hey man, you know what those companies are used to sponsoring? Shit at a golf course. Like that's right up their alley. So once we get there, hopefully we're something they think to do that with.
Right on. Next up will be Marilyn Mathery.
This one looks to kind of focus similar stuff. Over your career, you've witnessed cannabis evolve from the underground to mainstream. How do you view the current state of affairs in civil society fundraising within an industry-driven world?
That's a great question and point. I never thought we'd necessarily be here when I mean, in ways good and in ways good, a lot bad probably, but like when in my active, my thought when I first started was like, bring what you, and this is again when things like legalized, right? Started to like Colorado, Washington stuff, like post Cali originally, but you know what I mean, like around that time. And it was like, bring what you got to the table, right? Quality management and growing, but I obviously wasn't a grower, but like had knowledge in that and was what I could bring to the table. I think that what we can bring, and then what people are used to seeing, and kind of meeting them again where they're at. So like the fundraising side, at least the first one I found, it was like I wasn't a hat in hand kind of guy or used to that, and it didn't get a lot of traction, right? Like people didn't really donate or do anything. And then I found like you got to ask, right? Obviously. So it was activations, it was on course activations, and it was like stuff in the clubhouse, like a silent auction or that raffle, right? Things like that helped engage and get more activity. But the civil side, or like in the community, here we've partnered with the Cincinnati Cannabis Minority Association, which is a nonprofit that does education in prisons and to youth and people about cannabis safety and use. And like that's a local one, but it's still in cannabis. And so, we're trying to figure that out really, like as a nonprofit, starting that up with the mission around the brain and health. And like my goal is literally to answer I don't know the answer to your question, I guess is what I should say. And like my goal is to figure that answer out, because like I want to kind of the last tangent I was going on about the brands and everybody merging eventually is like same with the brain health, like obviously cannabis, endocannabinoid system, CB1, CB2 receptors, AG1 or AG2, right? Or all that stuff. that I know nothing about, that scientists know a lot about, like that is real and cool and works, and like we don't know a lot about that. So I think that there's a merge that can happen there from just mental health awareness and brain tumor and like the brain itself from a nonprofit community standpoint to the science when cannabis gets, if legitimately gets studied, understood, unlocked, if you will, to the masses, like in that form factor. That would open that up a little bit more. But yeah, I don't know that answer, and I hope to find it. Is like, how do we blend that better from a nonprofit philanthropy awareness impact standpoint? I hope this is one of the ways.
Thank you.
It's a way, and thank you for trying. Michael Krawitz.
You just reminded me of something that I learned when I recently was down in St. Vincent, had a big cannabis conference and kind of a mini summit, you might call it. There's like 6 different countries represented there. And one of the people that I very unexpectedly came to meet and hear from was an expert in mycology. I guess you call it a mushroom expert.
Yeah.
And he's opening up a new plant there in St. Vincent, where they're going to be producing what he lovingly calls magic mushrooms, psilocybin mushrooms. Evidently, in one facility, they'll have enough plant material to cover the medicinal research needs of planet Earth. He didn't realize he was going to be doing that much from one facility, but they're letting him do it. But anyway, he talked about, in the cannabis space, we of course found it fascinating, endlessly fascinating. We're still just beginning to learn about what it means to have a molecule in a plant, cannabis, that mimics a molecule in our body, in our brain, in our central nervous system. And of course, I'm talking about the endocannabinoid receptor system. But we have, evidently, according to him, like 3 other plant materials that have similar kind of mimicry. They're all mushrooms, and they're neurological brain tissue molecules. I can't remember the whole lecture, but it's fascinating. And this is part of our open process. So I'll take the moment here, since I mentioned it, to lay this on the table as a potential future roundtable for our Veterans Action Council. We'll have to try to see if we can't invite this person in to speak on this. But the reason why I bring it up is actually tangentially related to what you were just talking about, in that he was complaining about a lot of drug companies that will then find these molecules that are plant molecules, and they will tweak them ever so slightly, add a hydrogen or add an oxygen. I have no idea what I'm saying. I'm mimicking what he said.
Yep.
And that would then allow them to put that on the market as a unique thing that they could patent, and that, in his opinion, those were wholly unsafe compared to the plant material. And again, let him speak for himself. But I found it very fascinating, and it seems to match up to this sort of malevolent side of industry. When you're talking about with regard to humans on Earth with medicinal needs. And I guess I'm throwing that at you as sort of a, like I said, part of our open thought process here, just to think about it. But also specifically, do you see that in some way, in any way? Do you see that? Is that something that surfaces in your world that so far that you've seen, sort of differing missions, differing, sort of objective viewpoints of what's good and what's tolerable? I don't want you to reveal anything, untoward or anything, but just, a vibe I'm looking for here of if industry is hard to work with in that way, I guess is what I'm asking.
Oh man, yeah, I appreciate that question on a number of levels. And it is hard, man. It was like, oh man, yeah, there's so many ways to answer that too. And just like, I don't know, when there's an old my mom used to like Harry Chapin, and there's this old Harry Chapin song about this dude from Dayton, Ohio, actually, where I'm from. it's crazy. The song is about a different day in Ohio, and he was a singer, right? And he gets this. Everyone tells him how he owns a dry cleaner. He's a singer, and he gets this gig in New York. Or sorry, everybody comes into the dry cleaning and they're like, "You're so good. You should go to New York. You should try out," type of thing. And he goes and he gets this opening act in the night, and he thinks he kills it, and he gets this review, and it's like, how terrible he is, and he needs to go back to a small little podunk town, basically, right? And so nobody ever heard him sing in the laundromat again, except late at night, right? Type of thing. And you could faintly hear the sound of the opera singer and blah, 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 right? And the line in the song is, music was his life, it was not his livelihood. It made him feel so happy and it made him feel so good. Oh, he sang with his heart, he sang with his soul. He did not know how well I'm saying, it just made him whole. That's, I think, the answer to your question is like that, in that when you do it because you love it, it's fun. And we used to make money doing it, and that was awesome. That was a byproduct of it. And it certainly was a motivation in some aspect to take so much risk. But it wasn't our life. And maybe it was your livelihood, but it was just different. And like when it becomes that like professional livelihood, which I got 5 kids, like I haven't figured this out, that's for sure. But like it's just different, man. And like even that first classic, it was like, I got nothing to lose, dude. Like I don't care. These people don't like me anyway. Like I'm gonna figure this out. I don't have the money, but I'll find it. Like I'm gonna throw the best party, but it's also gonna be professional, and just made it up as I went, dude. Like just like, yeah, we should have the county commissioner. We should have the state rep. We should have a women's panel. We should have, and it made sense though because of what the community needed and all of that. So I know I'm going on a tangent again, but like it's hard to keep that passion and little kidness. And I got a bunch of little kids, which helps keep me young for sure, right? Like at 5 kids, I'm a little kid at heart anyway, and I'm happy to be alive, type of thing. So like, it's hard to keep that joy and excitement when you get beat down by this industry and you see just like you said, the malevolent, just money is not even money, just like control and being right and like showing you can type of shit that has pervasively come into this. I mean, I guess it was always there in a certain way. But has shown its face more, is hard to deal with. And then to keep joy and excitement, and you guys know better than I do. You've been through, yeah, crazy shit. But like, you know what I mean. And like, that is hard. As an individual and an industry and a movement, all the things that we can go on and on about for everything. So like, I guess to answer directly, it's like, the passion's still there for a number of reasons. And I think that's always important for anything you do. But you gotta, money makes the world go round. Influence, power, money. Sorry, so I'm ethereal in some of those things, in that like there are those entities and energies and things are like, money is more than paper, right? Like power is more than like telling someone what to do, like influence. And so I think all of that is part of the game, likes the game in a way too. The industry is definitely a game. There's definitely winners and losers. And like, so if you're going to play in that game, you have to, you've got to somewhat have a North Star, or somewhat have a feeling of why and passion, but like, you also have to play the game. Like you've got to navigate it somehow. So yeah, it's hard to make something it's hard to make something that's your livelihood. I'd say that's something. If a 20-year-old asked me, "What did you do it again?" It's like, we'll see. We'll see.
Right on. All right. Well, Michael, you got our final question. So, Michael Krawitz.
I guess I got to unmute myself. Thanks, Etienne. So this is a question that's sort of born out of our our War Veterans Action Council for several years now has been covering these international meetings of the drug control system. They happen in Vienna, Austria. They're called a Commission on Narcotic Drugs. And we've met veterans from all over the world, cannabis activists from all over the world, and actually have had some very interesting conversations with our own government, because they're just walking the halls like any other government, when you're at the UN. But just speaking from that perspective, an international perspective, certainly you would know not to use the word football, right, in the wrong place in the wrong way, right? It means different things in different places. I don't know that golf does in any way. It seems to me it's pretty much an international language. But anyway, walk us through that. Like, the question is, looking ahead, what's your vision for classic events with regard to expanding internationally or deepening the international footprint in the U.S.?
Yeah, dude, I appreciate that and love that question. And again, I think golf, you're right. Golf is golf. Like, I don't know what you call it in that language, but like white ball, club, swing, like, golf. So like, it breaks barriers and but it does. And I do appreciate this, but I think you got to be able to take some arrows if you want to do what you want to do. Right. So like, I do appreciate that it is, what's the word that I've heard multiple times, like exclusionary, but that's not the word. The upper echelon doesn't want people in there type of stuff, right? And I think that's probably more true in some countries than others, right? We're definitely breaking the barrier here, but with the internet and social media, that pretty much is everywhere in some aspects, like at least from societal perception, younger especially. Anyway, my point being, there's huge opportunity out there to do that. I'd love to do it. I'm trying to nail it and scale it. And like, I think we're getting ready to nail it here. They're expensive. I'm trying to make them profitable each time. I'm trying to make them consistent where the other thing is I've launched this quick, right? Like I said, I went from Humboldt to Vegas last year from like September 1st to September 2nd to December 5th, like made up the event and launched it in that time frame to go with MJ Biz. So there wasn't a lot of time. And like, so I'm learning as I go. So I think as we nail this and we get people, I guess my other point is bringing in those sponsors and bringing in those means to pull it off is like, as we get more consistent flow, as we get more runway to get brands involved and they understand what we do and they see the impact we're making and they see that like, oh yeah, this is a hot event and it's more than golf. It's not just like a sticker on a golf cart and we're paying money for that. Like, it's way more than that, right? And there's so much more involved. So like, once we can get some of that understanding, and maybe some of those ancillary brands that are international especially would be helpful to get on board to go to a Mary Jane and do one in Germany. Like, yeah, we certainly talked about it like as a fun thing. I don't have it pulled off by any means. I worked in Colombia, would obviously love to go there and do one, but things are different. But like markets that want that, and like I know Japan, like golf's huge and CBD is huge. The Philippines, there's like amazing courses I've heard. Like everywhere, there's nice courses everywhere. And they're not like back to the beginning of the conversation. They're not expecting cannabis companies necessarily, right? And the feedback we've heard from these are nice places we've gone, like 5-diamond AAA. Waldorf Astoria resort, like that's where our Cali one was, and like they loved us. Like they said we were better than a lot of drunk crews that are out there, and like our money, we paid them and they were happy, right? Like that's a good result. Like, so I think people are also surprised when we do it. So like I would love to do more international, absolutely. We just got to get there, man. I'm just a dude right now, and we're getting there, but we're not quite there yet.
Well, you gotta just keep at it. All right.
Exactly.
Well, I can't thank you enough for taking the time with us today and sharing your story, your history as a patient, as well as navigating the system, as well as finding your way through the cannabis world, which you found a unique place and a way that can definitely help others. And we always appreciate those that step out of their comfort zone to help others. So can't thank you enough, James, for joining us and sharing your truths. I'd like to thank our council members who joined us tonight: Mike D, Mike Crowitz, Nate Landau, Marilyn Mathry, and myself, Etienne Fontaine. We'd like to thank Mr. James Keys for joining us for our VAC Roundtable number 48. So thank you, everybody, for joining us. And we'll be back in a couple more weeks. So thank you very much, everybody. Have a great night.
Awesome. Thank you, everybody.
The Veterans Action Council is a Pace Radio Network content provider.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca.
BC Drug Compassion Club reduced overdose risk, and lawyer argues in constitutional challenge.
Right, that's right. A lawyer for the founders of a Vancouver initiative that provided tested heroin, cocaine, and meth to drug users during the toxic drug crisis says the risk from the street supply is grossly disproportionate to any benefit of shutting down the club. Tim Dixon told a BC Supreme Court judge in his opening statement on a constitutional challenge of the conviction of the two founders that shutting down the Compassion Club, launched by the Drug User Liberation Front, violates a drug user's charter, including the right to life and security of the person.
The challenge comes after Jeremy Calcium and Iris Nix were found guilty this month on charges of possession of the drugs for the purposes of trafficking, although the conviction has been suspended until the constitutional argument is decided. Dixon told the court the charges were completely out of sync with the public health goals of Canada's drug laws, and that the club was effective in reducing overdoses and deaths.
Tune in Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on 420radio.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net as well as 420pace.ca and our social media locations as well. Good evening, Tamara. How are you doing tonight?
I'm okay. How are you doing, Al?
I'm not doing too bad, staying busy, which is the important thing, doing things.
Doing stuff.
Whatever. I'm involved in something, some editing or whatever, but staying busy. And then, getting outside in the cooler weathers. It's cold, but it's fresh.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I try and get out at least once a day. Well, I have to go to the animals and that. So it's chilly here too. We've got some snow and it's winter.
Right.
I don't
Yes.
know if anybody expects we wouldn't have snow and it wouldn't be cold. It's winter.
Well, it's Canada, right? So you gotta expect it, eh?
Absolutely. But yeah, no, just kind of gearing up for Christmas. Well, not so much because, like I said, we don't per se celebrate Christmas, but trying to gather some things for some donations for the substitution program, specifically for Christmas this year. Where last year I didn't really, but now that I've got a set group of 27 people that I'm specifically helping, I know how many women I've got and how many men I've got. So right now I'm on a purse kind of campaign looking for purses and women's toiletries, and then we're going to fill men like socks. I'm going to go to a dollar store and grab some like just Christmas socks and fill them with socks and men's toiletries, and of course, regular cannabis, and have them all in the next next weeks or so. So that's the same old grind. Send me stuff.
Where shall they send it, or how do they get a hold of you?
So if you want to PM me, I'll give you my address. I'm not going to do that, but you can always e-transfer cash donations to tamarali9@hotmail.com, and all the money that I make from my gummies and my candy also goes to the cannabis substitution program. So if you'd like to purchase some of those, you can also get a hold of me through that email and order some candy.
Yeah, we got candy also down the road for you.
Candies, gummies, fudge, cookies. Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
And all that money goes to the program. So.
Yeah. Tonight we've got two guests. Both are patients. One is an artist. The other, I call him an author because he's actually written two books. He's an author.
Humanitarians, long-term activists.
Yes.
Jack of all trades, artists on all levels, and just extraordinary people that have overcome so much. And yeah, we've known them probably. Well, I know I've known them for 20 years. So
yeah. It's been...
having that, but they've overcame a lot of things and continue on with their journey. So it's always a pleasure to have them on and catch up with them and find out what's going on.
Yeah, exactly. Well, why don't we just bring them into the show?
Sounds
As
great.
They're here. They're going to tell their story. Plus, they're going to tell us and everybody else how they can read about their story, read all about it, because, as I mentioned, author, right? So, right. So, we'd like to welcome Christine Lowe and Russell Barth to the Pace Radio Show. Hello, guys. How you doing?
Pretty good. Thanks for having us on.
Yes. Thank you for coming on to the show and talking to our viewers about what you guys are doing and what you have done over the past along the ways of cannabis advocacy. Because what I find is that so many of us, we have our we come in, we're in the new. There's a lot of stuff that we're all involved in, and then we sort of started gets to a point where the next wave of people start coming in, and I see that some people at times, they're, I'm not going to really say forgotten, but now they've just been in so long that it's just new people just never have heard of it.
Yeah.
So,
well, I find that a lot of our work from those days is forgotten anyway.
Correct.
People don't realize how pot became legal in Canada, that the government was forced to do it because the law fell apart and it was the Wild West, and they had to figure something out quick, because opening up all over the place with zero regulation.
Well, that's the thing. I think that people kind of skip over the Terry Parker ruling too, right?
Well, it all started with the Parker ruling, and then the government
Terry Parker, to all these other like legal battles that have gotten us to where they came up
11.
with this, right?
11 court rulings. Well, there's other court
11.
rulings too, but they weren't really substantial. There's basically a total of 11 that were the big chops that took the tree down. Parker, Hitzig, and then 9 more, and then the thing just fell over.
Well, never mind. How many letters to the editor did you write and have published?
Well, yeah.
Russell was like relentless.
Relentless, nonstop.
2006, I had him critiquing mine, so we get as many letters to the editors published back then, right?
I think I had 830 in 8 years.
830 letters published.
Published in Canada
Published
in
letters.
8 years. I had a couple.
Yeah. Now, was it just me, or were you actually labeled North America's #1 letter writer to the editor?
I think I'm the most, as far as I know, I'm the most published letter to the editor writer in Canadian history. I'm the biggest crank this country's ever put out.
He was also
There's three guys from the States who are ahead of me. There's Robert Sharp and Stan White and somebody else. You go to the
Sharp,
mapping-
that's right. I
you go to
remember
the
that.
mapping
Oh,
page,
yeah.
I'm in 4th place in the world. So
Yeah.
he
And,
was also deemed the angriest pothead too.
yeah, well, that happened by accident. We were after I did the human rights complaint. That was on the John Oakley show.
okay, yeah.
And like right after that was, in the news and everything. And they had me on with Ezra Levant.
Oh.
And Ezra was just a pissy little bitch like always. And so they were like, man, this guy was fun. Like, we're going to have him on again. So I get a call one morning. They're like, hey, there was the thing, some mayor said something or a politician did something, or there's I forget what it was. Do you want to come on and comment? I said, oh, okay, sure. So then this went on for, every month I was on. And it was like 6 o'clock in the morning and the phone would ring. It was the only 416?
416.
It's the only 416 person I knew was going to call me at 6 o'clock in the morning, because everybody else who was going to call me at 6 o'clock in the morning lived in Ottawa.
Mhm.
So I'm like, oh, it's him. So I'm like, I pick up the phone one morning and go, hey, Victor. And he's like, hey, Russell, the angriest butthead in Canada. I went, oh, that's funny. Oh, we got to use that. Because like Emery with the print, yeah, we got to use that. Tell John about that. We're going to use that on the air. That's hilarious. Like, it was always tongue in cheek. It was never meant as a serious thing. So then he started introducing me as the angriest pothead in Canada. I thought it was great.
But there was also a YouTube video that was that you and Christine did explaining epilepsy, and that was also super instrumental with with explaining education medical cannabis to people with hits on that YouTube video that you had produced, as well as, and then we'll roll into the first book that you wrote, which was Mummy's Funny Medicine.
Yeah. Well, it started, Mommy's Funny Medicine came out first. And this is part of what I talk about in my the memoir there, Outlaw Patients. And we were talking to some woman on the street. She had a wheelchair, I had a wheelchair. We were commiserating about the state of the sidewalks and the lack of courtesy from people. And so we said, oh, you ever tried medical cannabis? She's like, oh, no, it's bad as heroin, that stuff. And she's all fussy about it. So we're like, whatever. So as we're walking away, one of us said to the other, we don't remember which one, someone should write a children's book or something. Because this woman was like, oh, what would I tell my grandson? So a little while later, I was on the phone with my mom, who was down in Florida. And I was telling her, listen, we're going to do a thing on CTV News pretty soon. I'm going to be smoking weed on TV. So, be ready for that. Sorry if it causes any embarrassment or what. I didn't really care if it did or not, but I'm like trying to be courteous to them anyway. And so we did, we hung up the phone. And I'm like, how am I even going to broach this topic with my father? Like, it's crazy. It's like someone needs a children's book. Like, look, see, Russell's sick. See, Russell used weed and feel better. And then we went, and we looked at each other and our mouths just fell open. We're like, oh my God, that's what we have to do. A children's book. Holy shit. So then we wrote the text right away. Like, it took us like 30 minutes because all we did was extrapolate from my life. That was
before AI. Like long before AI. fact, I think that was before like like still have
It was
like
2003. Yeah, that came out in April
Yeah.
2003.
Like you said you wrote it in like 10 minutes, but Christine, you've been quiet there. You do the illustrations, and you did the illustrations for that book, Mummy's Funny Medicine, right?
It was a wonderful time rendering all the illustrations for the book, to be able to bridge the gap between finding a voice of explanation as well as a visual way of seeing things. And I tried to make something that would come across as being very simple, but it would also be just enough that it would capture your imagination a little bit further. So I'm hoping that when people read the book, read the story about Mommy's Funny Medicine, that it will bridge the gap between the all the questions that
Yeah.
are left today.
That's what as we came up with the story, which we talked for, like I said, about 30 minutes or whatever, because there's not a lot of words in the book.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say it's
Like,
more like you said, it's a children's book. Like it's more like pictures per page, and there's a few words on each page.
It kind of explains what's going on,
Yeah.
And basically, I'm mommy in the book. And
Correct.
Christine is Heather, because she's watching all of this go down, right? So that thing where she's in the car, watching mommy puke in the parking lot of the restaurant, that nearly happened to me one time. I went to Red Lobster with my parents and her, and we had a nice time. We had some Red Lobster. I was feeling fine. I got outside, and I was just like, oh God, oh no. And I bent over and I started to retch, and my parents were like, what the hell? And I'm just like, and Christine's like, yeah, it happens sometimes. Just wait and see. And I didn't puke, but I was down on one knee, man. Like my head was spinning, my ears were ringing, just these nausea attacks.
Right, exactly.
And, so we just went, oh, we'll just do this. We'll just do this. Like, we'll just add all these bits from my life,
Right.
So
Now,
we did quick sketches. Like I did these quick sort of like storyboard ideas. And then when Christine started drawing it, I said like simple, simple, simple. Yellow Submarine, Flintstone simple. Not a lot of cross hatching, not a lot of, we'll colorize it. We'll do shading with color and stuff. Just give me the line work. So, and Christine liked to do a lot of detail and stuff usually. I'm like, no. Dial it way back. This is a kid's book.
Well, again, like, we're talking prior to legalization. We're talking like
yes.
Free. Again, this was something that talking about cannabis at all, never mind cannabis medical with your child. Because back at that point in time, they were still putting people in jail and taking children away from their parents for using cannabis.
Like this book's almost 25 years old.
It's 23. It'll be 23 in April.
Yeah.
So back in those days, like I said, back then they were still taking children away from their parents.
Oh yes.
Using cannabis as medicine. So it was such an iconic book to come out at the time, and it's so timely that it can be used over and over again now because legalization. And there's so many people now that the stigma is finally starting to sway a little bit. So I think this book again should be reintroduced for people to use, because there are so many moms now that are choosing to use cannabis rather than a glass of wine. And normalizing cannabis more than alcohol, right?
Now you've also released Mummy's Funny Medicine in a video format as well, correct?
Well, yeah, we put the video up many years ago, so people can they can do a read through. It's a read through video with Christine narrating. But we had that book. Mike Foster printed that. He published that. He had it printed for us in 2003. We still have probably 14 or 1,500 copies upstairs because we didn't have the financial wherewithal to start like disseminating this to libraries all over the country. And
I've got a copy that I used when I was going to non-cannabis events with Treating Yourself magazine. And afterwards, even after the magazine done, and I was still doing farmers markets or doing different type of shows with candidates at the time.
I think during the break, I think mine's just sitting over here on the shelf. I'll have to look. If it,
Now,
hoping it
now,
is, then I'm gonna have to dig, and now I'm gonna be on a mission.
exactly. Now, before I want to get into your story as far as your personal stories too, but I want to stick on the books right now. Now, you went from Mummy's Funny Medicine. We've gone, like I said, 22 years, 23 years, and now you've written a second book, and this one is
it's a memoir. Pretty much like, when we were teenagers. I don't know about Christine, but when I was a teenager, I read quite a few biographies. Jim Morrison, the Beatles, whatever.
Yeah.
So we used to joke amongst ourselves. Whenever something funny or weird would happen, one of us would say something like, "Oh, that's going in the memoir," or that'll be good for the autobiography," or something like that. Just any kind of quirky thing that would happen. Most of them are completely forgettable now, but it was a kind of a running gag with me and my friend David. Like, "Oh, that's going to be in the book." So when we started doing activism and everything, once we got a few years into it, especially when we got to the human rights complaint and everything, and we noticed that whenever we would meet new people and talk to them and tell them about our lives, "Oh, Christine has epilepsy and I got out of a wheelchair and stuff," the reaction was always the same, which was just, their mouths would fall open. They go, "My God, your life is insane." It's like, "Yeah, well, it's," and they're like, "You guys should make a book or something. Like, it should be a movie." So we thought, well, I guess.
Now, this book I see on the cover, right here, written without AI.
Yeah.
Now, when I was talking to you about it before, I said written without Al, right?
Al.
Which, because as you know, I have written yours,
this is true.
an article
Yeah.
about you.
Yeah.
So,
but
written without Al. This is without AI. This is something that you actually sat down and.
It's the second memoir I wrote because in about 2015, I thought, well, I should start writing this. And I had a friend who worked for, at the time, she used to work for Chapters. She used to read like 6 or 7 books a week.
Mm-hmm.
Speed read, like one of those just down the page.
Oh yeah.
Like that. She could read like that since high school. Yeah. She learned how to do that. So she's like, yeah, you should write your memoir, like, because it's a story that people would probably, want to read. So I thought, okay, well, before we get to the pot activism stuff, we got to try to explain who we are,
Yeah.
So a little bit of backstory is important. So, well, actually, to explain me, you kind of have to go back and explain my parents, because my life has been weird since before the beginning. So I did a bit of backstory about my parents and a bit of backstory about myself and my childhood, my teen years, and my rough time during my 20s. And then I get to the point where I'm 32. I haven't written anything about pot activism. I've mentioned cannabis many times because I used it as a teenager a bit. Haven't written anything about Christine except the chapter where I met her the first time. And I realized, wow, this is getting pretty long. So I look up what's the typical length of a memoir. And it's between like 80 and 100,000 words or something, 60 and 100,000 words. Mine's already 76,000 words. I'm like, this thing's going to be 200,000 words by the time I'm done. No one's going to buy it or read it. What the hell am I going to do with this?
Yeah, you've got a long story.
So I shelved it. And well, yeah, I do. It's kind of like Marcel Proust, right? He wrote this one, this à la recherche de temps perdu, in search of lost time. And it's 1.2 million words long. The guy basically wrote 12 memoirs about his life.
Couldn't you just make it into like a 3 or 4 part series?
But the thing is, when I started writing it again, I thought I want to stick to the cannabis activism. That's the hook of the story. That's what people want to know about. Because I didn't become a big enough celebrity that people want to read my whole life story.
Crap.
Right? Maybe I will after this book. Who knows? But what people want to know about is, they're like, yeah. What about the pot activism stuff? Tell us about the 420. Tell us about your growers and shit. That's what people want to hear about. So they don't really want to hear about us, except, well, why are you like this? So, the first 2 chapters, like it's 11,000 words or so. explain all the abuse and shit she went through and all the weirdness I went through and injuries and accidents. You know, I was in a forced landing in an airplane in a Cessna 150.
Oh.
You know? Yeah, my father and I were in this plane, and the fuel wasn't getting to the engine, so we had to land in a field we'd never seen before with a completely dead engine.
Oh. Wow.
Yeah, it was a perfect landing. Like it took, like the plane took a little bit of a hit, but we were fine. But
Right.
it's as scary as you think it is. It's just as scary as you think it is.
Right?
Yeah, it is. Just thinking that you.
Can I swear on this? Sorry, I keep swearing.
Yeah, well, we were talking about that there last week about the fact that the way you would express things, between friends,
So this thing screwed up my back. And where's my dogs? Lola, Kiki, come here. Kiki, Lola.
Oh yeah. The dogs are part of the program as well. That's right.
You don't have a choice because this one's always sitting behind me. So
before we get too far into this book, the name of it again is Outlaw Patience.
Outlaw Patience.
And it's available on Amazon, right?
It's available on Amazon and a bunch of other places. What's wrong?
Can you get it through Audible?
Yes, Audible. It's still gotta get it running. Some alcohol.
That's where that's what I'll probably do because because of my this attention deficit monkey I've got in my back, I find that when I read, it's like I don't comprehend so much. Like I read so fast.
Sure, with the audiobook, get her off of there.
Audiobook for me is
coming. It's coming. It's gone through the.
Stick it in my ear and off I go, right?
Well, I put it in audio. Is a website you can upload your audiobook to.
Yeah.
So now they are okay with it. It passed their muster. So now it's going to Audible and other places.
Oh, perfect.
To see if that it should be fine.
Good.
Yeah.
It sounds a little. I don't sound like I'm in a foam room. I sound like I'm at a desk.
Wow,
but the bit rate and everything's fine. Like it's
right. But no, I just like I said, I just find like with Audible, like I read more. Like even though I'm not physically reading, but I find like if I'm reading
it in.
With the attention deficit, I've just found that I learn better through ear rather than in front of me. I don't have to go back and reread it. And then
I can read faster than I can listen to an audiobook.
And I can too, but I don't comprehend as well. And that's the thing, like I read too fast, so that I'm not comprehending it, and I got to go back. So yeah, if I hear it, it sticks easier.
She's having a seizure.
Yeah.
So I have put the link, the Amazon link for the book.
It's also on a bunch of other places: Barnes and Noble, Apple Books, Google Play. Yeah, if anybody just Googles Outlaw Patience, they'll find it.
They'll find it. Okay, good.
So yeah, she's
I used some of the description here. I'll read it. Outlaw Patience. Is they say here in the description. I gotta bring it up.
Do you have to go, Russell, or should I read?
No, that's fine.
Okay. Christine's having a seizure.
Nothing I can do about it. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
We'll be back in a little. She won't be able to talk for the rest of the interview, but.
No, she'll be all right.
She'll be okay.
You're all right. You okay there, Christine?
It's okay. She can't hear you.
Okay. It says here that Outlaw Patience is a raw, darky, funny, and brutally honest memoir of a man who spent 2 decades navigating the impossible crossroads of pain, politics, and prohibition. When doctors, politicians, and cops failed him, the law itself turned on him, and he fought back. Russell Barth and his wife Christine Lowe were among Canada's most outspoken medical cannabis patients and activists. What began as a personal struggle for pain and relief became a national battle against bureaucracy and healthcare system. It often preferred punishment over compassion. From police rage to courtroom absurdities, from the trenches of Parliament Hill to the quiet desperation of chronic illness, Barth exposes a world where sick people can be treated like criminals simply for trying to survive.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm hoping, I wrote it with professors and their students in mind. like when I was writing this from June through September, at first I was putting all of my personal spice into it. You know, referring to Stephen Harper as a demon wizard, things like that, you know. And then I went, stop. She'll fiddle with everything. So she's taking her foot and she's trying to grab the wire with her toes.
That's okay.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah.
So she does post seizure. She gets really goofy. So I thought, well, you know, if I clean this up, I take away all my personal hyperbole and made it straight reportage, a little bit of humor in it, but mainly straightforward, then I can present it to professors who will be able to confidently assign it to their students.
Right.
You know, because this is, rather than my personal memoir and my thoughts and feelings about things, it's more, this is what happened.
Correct.
This is what happened to us. This is what we were thinking and feeling at the time, but this is the shit we had to go through, and this is why. So these are the choices we made. And it, I think that's going to make it a lot more appealing to professors, and then they'll, you know, assign it to their students.
Right.
And it's not just law, it's history, sociology, medical, it's about 10 different disciplines of academia that could potentially add this book to their syllabus.
I think there should be the anthropology of cannabis community. The cannabis
anybody who's
studied at a academic level, because the difference in how it's changed and evolved from the very beginning of reefer madness in the 20s through the evolvement, you know, of the culture through the 60s, through the 70s, and how it's evolved into legalization and to medical patients being able to use through the states, and, you know, with legalization throughout the world. And the evolution of the cannabis culture would be, I think, a great academia myself.
It's a personal account of a historical situation.
Exactly.
It's exactly the kind of thing that is like. So, so that's, I'm hoping I think that's going to be the bread and butter of my sales in years moving forward.
Now, how like you described Mummy's Funny Medicine as something that was a few words on a page with an illustration. Is this more like a regular standard book where it's all full of words?
It's no photos in it. It's a standard kind of, you know, biographical memoir.
Yeah.
Like you'd read about, you know, one good example is the book by Sting, Broken Music, where he talks about his childhood and his early band that he was in before it ends right where he sort of gets involved with the police. Right. So, but that's a polished, edited kind of, hey, little dogs, come here. You all right? It's a polished, edited kind of thing. You know, they're trying to like, hey, isn't Sting cool? Whereas this is a lot more raw and confessional. You know, we talk about things that are not that flattering, and
I'm sure you do.
Raw, right? Like, most people want it real and raw, especially when it's memoir.
Yeah.
Well, and you know, I'm not one that's easily embarrassed. So, you know, we talk about the things we did and go through, and you know, some of it, like some people might be scandalized by it. You know, they can clutch their pearls all they want, but we looked at it like the law was in a weird position at the time. So people were like, "Oh, well, you're selling surplus to the public or whatever." It's like, yeah, that's what growers did. It was either that or we had nothing. You know, we couldn't afford to buy.
To be able to pay the hydro bill in order to pay for their own meds.
Exactly. You know, and the situation, we made those choices, but the choices were limited by the situation that was offered.
Yeah.
If we were wealthy, we could have just bought a house and grown weed quietly by ourselves and not had to do any of this stuff.
Right.
Exactly.
If our parents were rich, they could have just bought weed for us from one of the compassion clubs or something.
Okay, it's about the hour. We've talked briefly about both books. What I want to do when we come back from the break is basically go back from the beginning. You know, your situation. You mentioned the wheelchair. You know, you can explain, you know, why you're in the wheelchair, what you did to get out of the wheelchair, as well as Christine's story. All right. Okay, and all that you mentioned, the human rights case and all that stuff. We'll be able to go through it all. All righty. Okay. Other than that, it's break time, as I mentioned. When we get back, we'll continue our discussions with our guests, Russell Barth and Christine Lowe. You're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor? If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
All right, we're back. We're live. You're watching the Pace Radio Show, and we have our guests, Christine Lowe and Russell Barth, here with us. And I see Tamara is just running back to her spot.
I went to go make some tea, and my tea kettle usually turns itself off, and it just boils itself dry. So yeah,
You burnt the water.
there's no water to burn it.
Well, it's what I call you burning your water.
Yeah, I burnt the water. So yeah.
All right. Okay, in the first segment, we were talking to Russell and Christine about their books, Mummy's Funny Medicine, and their newest release, Outlaw Patients, a medical marijuana memoir. Now I want to get into the actual story, the beginnings of, your cannabis, why you're using cannabis. The two of you, as you mentioned in the first segment there, Christine was dealing with a seizure.
Yeah, she just had a mild one a little while ago, so she's kind of, 50% operating system loaded up there. But how it started was we went to a thing in 2002's the Million Marijuana March, which wasn't really a march. It was basically 200 people or so gathered on the front lawn of Parliament Hill.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's kind of sitting in the grass, and they had a, one like guitar amp with a microphone kind of thing. And people talked and we listened. And there was one we really remembered was like a nurse who goes to people's houses to help old people, and
Yeah, personal service
personal
work.
care worker. Yeah.
PSW.
And she was standing on the steps there at Parliament, and she said, I got to smoke weed every day to deal with like the early onset symptoms of MS. So if I don't use it, I can't work. If I can't work, I can't feed my daughter. So, and then she's like, so if these assholes want to put me in jail for that, they can go right ahead and try. And then she just kind of drops the mic on the thing and walks off kind of in a huff. So we're like, wow, interesting. Like we never heard anybody talk about stuff like this before, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the next day, I'm doing something at the computer, and Christine's sitting out on the balcony, just staring out over the city, which was uncharacteristic at the time. It wasn't something she was, And after about, 6 or 7 hours of this, I thought, okay, this is not good. Something bad's going to happen. We just moved in here a little while ago. Like, what is she going to want to move out? I don't understand. So I said, so what's all this? And she's like, well, I've been thinking after yesterday and everything, I've been thinking I want to quit my pharmaceuticals and just start using cannabis. So I said, okay, well, I can understand that. She's like, they're killing me. The drugs are killing me. I'm not going to live much longer like this. Like I'm bloated and I'm sick all the time. Like I'm going to die. I don't want to live like this. So I may as well try cannabis. And I said, okay, well, if we're going to do that, we got to start a compassion club or something with this guy out west. And this is when Phil Lucas just got
right. Yes.
Acquitted, right? It was so everyone was talking about that. So I said, we got to do like this guy Lucas out west, start a compassion club or something. We'll talk to Mike about it because I can't run around in the cracks of this city in a wheelchair.
Yeah, now you're in a wheelchair, and why were you in a wheelchair?
Well, I had fibromyalgia, but I also have like a leg that's a half inch too short. So my spine is kind of crooked. And what happened was on November 30th of 2001, because that was 2002. So 2001, we went out to an appointment for her, and I got a back spasm in around here, sort of T7 and T8. They go out of alignment in relation to the rib nearby.
Okay.
So it's not just the spine gets out of alignment, the rib cage in proximity to it. So I had a terrible pinch and a spasm, and it was just giving me pain. I could barely breathe. So I took some drugs and everything, and then we were walking, and it was freezing rain. So we're kind of like, like this. And she's kind of walking ahead of me, just trying to get to the bus stop so we can get home. And I'm stumbling from a fire hydrant to a parking meter to a bus shelter. I'm just holding myself up, and it just feels like someone's just sticking a screwdriver in my back and wiggling it around like this, right? It's only going in about 2 inches, but it's that. It's like, like this kind of thing. Like it was so bad. And then we get to this building on there's two big swinging doors that swing out like that, and I grab the one that's furthest away rather than this one opening this way. I grab the one that's furthest away and I throw it like that so I can walk through it. And for a fraction of a second, everything went white.
Oh.
The time and space disappeared. The pain just went right off the scale.
Mm-hmm.
Up till then, it was bad, but this was just like, I was gone, right? For I don't know how long. And then I spun around and I landed with just my shoulders and my head against the wall, lying flat on my back, and I couldn't move my legs. I couldn't wiggle my toes. I was basically paralyzed from the nipples down. So she starts to panic. I'm freaking out. No, I gotta get up. I go like this, and it felt like a spear came up through the floor. And I'm just I'm like, come on, toes, do something. Nothing.
Yeah, wiggle, will you?
I'm lying there, and then I had chewed up some Tylenol 3 and some clonazepam, and I'm lying there, and all of a sudden, just there it is. That feels better. So I'm like, all right, loosen up, relax, it'll come. And the whole time I can barely breathe because the pain is still like a knife in my back, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then I feel my toes start to move. Then I can move my feet a little bit and everything. And I literally crawled through slush to get into the cab.
Oh.
So we get home, I get in a cab, and I get in a cab, I get in a bath, And normally this kind of thing would work its way out in a couple of days. You know, you lay in bed, you put your fist underneath you, click, you know, and you just, oh, there it goes. And whatever, you bring your knees up and click, you know, your back. I could usually get rid of it. This would not let go. And 3 months I was stuck like in my apartment. I couldn't even make it to the corner store.
No.
So then my muscles just shriveled right up. You know, with fibromyalgia, you decondition a lot faster.
Yeah.
So my muscles just atrophied. And so I go to see the doctor and she's like, what the hell? I'm like, what do you mean? What? You tell me. Like, you just saw me 4 months ago. Like, you tell me what's going on. Like, I said, I can't hardly walk. You saw me come in here. I still feel like I got a knife in my back. This click hasn't let go for 4 months. She's like, Jesus Christ, what are we gonna do? So I got to get fitted for a wheelchair. So like I was down to 129 pounds at one point, you know, and then in early 2007, a little over 5 years later, we were living someplace. It was close to a mall with like a parking lot, and I just had like a crosswalk right there.
Right.
And I had a Category 2 walker, you know, one of those walkers with a little seat and 4 wheels.
Yeah.
So I just leaned on it like it was like you see like an old guy leaning on a shopping cart, and I just struggled my ass across the parking lot and into the mall, and it took me about 3 months to get walking properly again.
So you were walking from what I can recall. You were telling me many years ago.
Yeah.
You actually used that mall as a therapy place by using it to walk around in order to strengthen yourself.
Yeah, because it's a long sort of L-shaped mall, and there's pretty much nothing after you get to the pet store. So there's benches, so I could just walk for a bit and sit on a bench, or just sit on my walker. It had a bench on it, I can sit anywhere. But I would just do it a bit at a time. But the thing that really hooked was I went to see this physiotherapy place, and they did the full assessment and everything. You know, they did a big checkup, and then they were like, I go back. They're like, okay, when do we start the therapeutic? You know, coming in every day or whatever. And they're like, yeah, there's nothing we can really teach you. You're already doing more than the people who leave this program. It's like you wouldn't learn anything here. So I'm like, okay, well, fair enough. You know, I guess I'm on the right track. They're like, yeah. So I said, I'm thinking, if I could get, like, for lack of a better term, a big pile of weed, enough to use to, get past the pain and the spasticity, maybe I could build my muscles back up and I could maybe get out of this wheelchair one day. And the woman gave me sort of a, maybe kind of look, and then she pulls Christine aside after and she's like, no, this is not going to happen. His body is shriveled up too badly. He's not getting out of the chair. Like, you might walk 100 feet or something, but the chair is his life now. He's got to get used to that.
You'll be never without the wheelchair.
Life's going to be harder for him if he keeps dreaming this. He's going to get out of the chair. So, so you got to maybe try to guide him away from that. So she's like, okay, noted. And she told me this after, and I'm like, son of a bitch, So, but it was always a struggle because
like that. They shouldn't have jobs.
That's medical for you, But I made a neurologist weep. I went in to see her to see if she'd sign my MMAR.
Right.
Where's your chair? So I don't need it anymore. I did that yoga pose where you put the palm of your foot against the thigh, and then you put your two hands like this, and you stand really slow. So I did that in front of her, and she just went, and she slumped back in her chair, and her eyes welled up. She's like, no joke. People as far gone as you, they don't come back from that.
I had a chiropractor dump me because I told him I didn't use my asthma puffers anymore because cannabis cured my asthma, and he told me I was a fucking liar. I'm like, but I'm telling you, I don't use Ventolin anymore. I smoke cannabis and I don't have the asthma. Like, I don't have it. He's like, basically called me a liar and told me I could not.
Yeah, exactly. So, and this is the other thing too, is, when you have long hair and you wear tie-dye, because it's pretty much all you have, you're not really rich to buy 1,000 things.
Right.
When she had her psychotic event in 2017, I spent 2.5 hours getting the shit beat out of me, trying to keep a naked woman covered in sweat from running down the hall or jumping off the balcony.
Right. Yeah.
So that went on for a while. And then
Yeah.
the cops came and pointed guns at me.
Oh.
And well,
And
they got to report a shots fired.
yeah. So okay, so that's your fibro and your wheelchair situation. Now let's just move over to Christine.
Yeah.
She is dealing with.
Well, she has epilepsy.
Yeah.
Epilepsy.
And PTSD.
I didn't know what because it's different forms, so I didn't know what.
Yeah. Well, her particular type of epilepsy is, notoriously hard to treat. But so is a lot of epilepsy. They don't really talk about this on the the websites and the brochures and the commercials. But we saw an episode of what was called 6x9 or something. It was kind of like W5, but it was on Global, one of those news magazine shows, hard hitting, investigative reporting.
Yeah.
And they were talking about that procedure where they slash all the fibers that connect the two halves of the brain, and that often helps people with seizures. But I remember vividly the first line of the show of the segment was, for 1/3 of epilepsy sufferers, surgery and medications don't work.
Yeah.
Their life is short, brutal, and sequestered.
Yeah.
So we're like,
temporary.
oh, we look at each other like, wow, this is going to be good, and it's like 30%, a full third. That's not like the fringe. So okay, so Dilantin and gabapentin, they work great for most of the people, most of the time. Old Uncle Bill or whatever only has 1 or 2 seizures a year, and the side effects aren't too bad. Yeah, but they don't talk about the other 30%. They don't talk about the people who just don't react well to the medications and end up dying.
And again, like that was one thing that really kind of catalyzed things for you too, as well, was that YouTube video of Christine having seizures and how you dealt with it, and the help that inhalation and ventilation of cannabis helped her with. Again, it's not a cure-all. We always say in our shows, we're not medical. We're medical patients. We are not medical practitioners. We have not been trained by medical in any way. We're just sharing our experience. But again,
we've got a viewer. We've got a viewer saying the same. Basically the same thing. Sunny Dare 81 says that I have severe mast cell activation syndrome. Cannabis is not going to cure me, but it calms my mast cells, brought down inflammation, helps in so many ways, and just makes life more enjoyable.
Oh, that's great. That's good. That's awesome.
We don't even know if Christine would have more or fewer seizures if she quit using cannabis. No. But because we're kind of beyond that. She's having 25 seizures a month, and we just live with that.
She was. There was a time though where she wasn't having.
Oh my God! So when she started using cannabis, right? She gets off of pharmaceuticals, start using cannabis, and an embarrassingly small amount. We're talking about like not even 2 grams a day,
right?
For her, through a dry bong, and she had 60 seizures of one kind or another from January 1st until the end of May. She had 13 the rest of the year. The following year, she had 13. The following year, she had 9. The following year, she had 5. The following year, she had 3. The following year, she had 1. And then in 2008, in March, she got up, goes for a pee. Hey, good morning. Or she sits on the couch. All of a sudden, she goes into a grand mal. I thought, all right, well, it's been a while. It's been like 267 days or something.
Right.
Wow.
15 minutes later, she has a second one.
Right.
Oh.
20 minutes later, she has a third. I'm like, okay, this is bad.
Right.
Call an ambulance. They come. She has a fourth.
Oh.
They're about to shoot her full of Ativan. So you better have their paddles fired up, man, because she'll go into cardiac arrest on you. Right. Like, Ativan. I'm like, yeah, it's just her. She'll die. She just dies. She does that. She dies. She's been dead twice already. They're like, okay, well, noted. So they take her to the hospital. And when I'm in the hospital with her, I'm like, look at her records. It's right here. Go look at the computer. You can't be loading her up with Dilantin. You can't just give her a shooting full of drugs. She's allergic.
Right.
So I was like, all right. Well, he sits down. You see him at the scrolling. Okay. And then they get up. So now it's a whole new thing. So they got the paddles ready, right? They're putting a needle into her artery because they got to get the blood. They got to find out how much oxygen is in her blood to see if she's getting air. You know,
Right.
Because she's been seizing for close to 40 minutes at this point. Right? And there's piss all over the floor. They're shoving a catheter up inside. They're strapping her down. She's having a different kind of seizure, like squirming like I never saw before. I thought she was going to die. And she's swallowed 15, 20 times then since we've been together, where I thought, oh, she's dead. She's dead. And she wasn't. You know.
Wow.
So
That's a lot of times.
So traumatic. But again, the education that you two together have shared with our community and the world is exemplary. Like the books, the videos, the time, the editorial.
The video is the big one.
Yeah.
That's saved a bunch of lives.
Yeah, Christine was telling me that it's now over 6 million views on that video.
The first one we put up had a lot of text over it, and it got taken down after 1.2 million views because of the famous references. So then we already had a second one up. It was just, here's the raw footage. You know, and we put the text in the accompanying text below. Right. Nothing in the video. And then that one has been up, and it's got like 4 million views, 4.3 or something now. So the total is over 6 million total hits. Now there are way better videos since, but ours was the best video on YouTube for years.
And the video was showing, just so everybody could
it was showing Christine having a grand mal seizure on our couch, and just like thrashing. She breaks a tooth, like you hear a loud crunch, like when a kid bites into a Tic Tac or a Hall's menthol candy, you know, just crunch. And I thought, well, maybe this is grinding, but then I found this like quarter of a molar. We took it to the dentist. He's like, I can't use that, but thanks.
But again, like there's so many amazing things that she does with her art too. Like she's taken all of the trauma and suffering that she has to deal with, this physical ailment, because there's absolutely nothing she can do to stop this. This is something that's her body's fighting herself, and then there's nothing she can do. Her brain's always on key though, right? I mean, I know the seizures have caused a little bit of but her art has always been absolutely magnificent. And I think when we come back, we should talk a lot more about how talented she is. Never mind all the things that she has to go through with these terrible seizures that you both have to, because again,
that's the other thing. I mean, her art is, especially the stuff she's been producing the past 5 years.
I know it's been
is worthy of any contemporary gallery in the world.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm like, it's not like scoffing. Everyone else's work is great too, but I keep telling her, it's not like, you're way better than these people, or you're just as good. It's like, no, your art would not look out of place in any contemporary gallery in New York City.
Yeah,
London,
and it's not just like a picture, a painting of a picture of a regular, like an art scene or whatever.
Yeah,
the style is different.
Yeah, well, she uses this comic book style and this raised beading that she uses along the line work.
Yeah,
especially like to see one of these paintings in person, especially like their painting called Dahlia, flower one, or the giraffe, or one of her chameleons. It kind of jumps off the canvas at you. They're kind of they're imposing, kind of. They're not just, that's a pretty painting. You walk in like, that thing's like really. I'm in the room with you, Like it's even smaller ones.
When I came to Ottawa in 2012, I was able to stay with Russ and Christine. And there was a painting of ladybugs that was hanging in their apartment. And I still talk about that painting.
That was one of the early ones,
because it was, and I mean, this is 2012, but it was just so beautiful. Just that it was oil. It was done on canvas. It was,
canvas on acrylic on canvas. Yeah.
Yeah, it was beautiful. So I still tell people about this beautiful. And then she does paintings of me and sends them to me and my son.
The digital illustrations. What she'll normally do is she'll take a photo of something, either somebody's from Facebook or a stock photo or a photo she took, and she'll do these illustrations on her iPad. She'll draw all the line work where she wants it, then she'll do all the colors and stuff, her own personal flair to it. And then sometimes those things are turned into paintings. That digital image becomes a study for a painting. But the image itself is worthy of, you could print it and hang it on your wall.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I have. And it's like having my own personal artist. So every once in a while, these beautiful digital images because do you like this? I'm like, of course I do. I love them. Every single one of them. If I was in personal there, I'd be hugging her like, oh my God, because it just makes my day. Because
that's what she does. I mean, she can't. We try to keep her from standing up too much.
Right.
So we don't let her do dishes and cooking and the kind of stuff that
she likes to cook though. I bet you that kind of stinks.
She loves to cook. She used to love to cook. She likes cleaning the house and cleaning up and doing dishes and she loves all that kind of domestic stuff. I don't expect that from a wife. I'm from the Sesame Street generation. I'm perfectly happy with, equality in the marriage. I don't have those kind of attitudes. But she used to love doing all that stuff.
Right.
But we can't let her be standing too long because she keeps just falling down, boom, on her back. Yeah. And she could land on one of the dogs and kill them. She could, how she hasn't broken her pelvis or a hip or something.
Yeah, hit her head on a counter.
It's all that rowing she does.
Yeah, well, she fell and hit her head on the rowing machine one time.
I know. I remember.
Back of her head. I couldn't get underneath her in time. I saw her going down too. The day she got her denture, she fell on her face in the parking lot while we were waiting for the cab, tore a flap, like half an inch long off the top of her ear funnel. Like it was up like this. And then we just cleaned it with alcohol. I put it in place, put a Band-Aid over it, and we left it. It's healed up fine.
Good.
Like I said, she has been through so much. Like, my goodness.
She did a colonoscopy 2 summers ago. Raw dog, man. She could not get any painkillers or anesthetic at all.
No anesthetic.
No anesthetic for a colonoscopy.
Oh.
Yeah. Keep going. I'm fine.
Yeah.
That's a warrior. That's a warrior woman.
Name any red pill activist, red hat MAGA guy who thinks he's tough enough to do that.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Most of them would refuse to get a colonoscopy because they're worried it would turn them gay.
I've had probably like a dozen of them because of my Crohn's disease.
Hey, my 15-year-old.
And only one out for it though, right?
Correct, but one time it didn't. I was awake through it, and I did question what happened afterwards.
So
and I was sick on the way home. That was the only time I've ever had. I've only had the one negative reaction.
Taven had one this past.
I loved it. I loved it. They're like, okay, you're gonna go under. I'm like, all right, and then I wake up and I was propofol.
Yeah.
And I've never been so high in my life. I'm stumbling around the lobby like, this is great. This feels fantastic, man. Oh, Christine, you missed out on this. Is amazing. And 3 minutes later, right as rain. Totally normal.
Like I said,
that was fun. Why are you gonna miss that?
and then when he dislocated his elbow, they gave the kid fentanyl, and I was like, "Do you have to use that shit? Like, really?" But in order for them to be able to knock him out and not have him feel the pain of putting that elbow back in there,
I used to pop her shoulder back in all the time.
Yeah, no, this was an elbow.
I've seen her reach for a cup in the cupboard, and the shoulder just blunk and fall out.
Oh.
And then I would like, okay, hold still, and I put my hand in her armpit, grab her by the elbow, and then I pull it away from her torso and click it back into place. She often fainted from that.
Yeah, I would too.
I slap her, do a little bit of this, and she comes to like, what the hell? Unbelievable. Her pain threshold is amazing.
That white scene that you talked about earlier when you got so much pain and that's one of those moments, man.
Yeah.
So all right, it's top of the hour already. Time for another break. It just flies. So first segment we talked about your books. This segment we've talked about the two of you, and as far as your medical conditions and cannabis and all that. When we come back, I want to talk about the challenges such as the human rights tribunal and stuff like that you had to get involved in order to do what you do. So
cool.
All right. Other than that, we'll be right back. You're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca, and we'll be back with more from Christine and Russell.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance, check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford, Ontario.
Stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
And you're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca. All right, we are into the third segment of the broadcast. We've talked about the books, and we will get back into the books again before we say goodbye tonight. And we've talked about the medical end of thing and the cannabis use. Now let's get into your challenges that you've had over this time, such as I mentioned before the break, the human rights case that you had to deal with.
Yeah, well, that was a tricky one. I was outside after, getting out of a wheelchair, got back into comedy. It was going pretty well. I was even getting paid gigs, so that was cool.
Comedy.
One evening, I was out front of Absolute Comedy on Preston Street in Ottawa, and I go to light up a joint, and one of the other comedians who happened to be working in the kitchen that night, he comes up to me. He's like, no, dude, please don't. So I'm like, whoa, well, excuse me? Especially from him, because he was a big stoner at the time. And he's like, yeah, we already got a fine from the thing. Like, he didn't even know what it was called. It was the AGCO.
Yeah, so it was the liquor board that would be issuing a problem with that.
Right.
Okay.
So they already got a fine because somebody smelled pot coming off of me. So don't. The inspector could be around. Please just don't. You're getting us in more trouble. So I was like, okay, well, look, he asked nice, and I don't want to cause any trouble for Jason, especially if he's already got Jason Lawrence is the guy who owns Absolute Comedy. So I don't have any quarrel with him. I don't want to cause a problem. So I go down to the bus stop, smoke a joint there. It didn't sit right with me. So I go home, and I knew Tim Meehan would be up. So I phone him, and I'm like, yeah, it's just Alex just said this and that. He says, you should file a human rights complaint. I said, what, against Jason? That would ruin him. I mean, that's crazy. He goes, no, against the Ontario government. I said, go on. And he's like, I've been thinking about this, and a lot of these federal regulations don't, like your license doesn't jive with a lot of provincial regulation, right? Because the provinces haven't changed anything. Let me check that. I'm going to research this. I'll talk to you in the morning. So by morning time, he'd already scoured through every federal regulation and provincial regulation in Ontario. Because he has he had an encyclopedic knowledge of the internet.
Yeah.
So he was able to scour through and find cannabis, marijuana, all this kind of stuff. And he realized there was all kinds of crazy discrepancies. If, for example, if I have my pot license and I have my pot and we're driving in a car, but I'm not driving, somebody else is, that person is trafficking weed. Now, realistically, I don't think anyone's going to be tried or going to jail for that. But it points out,
correct.
A cab driver
Possibility.
He's trafficking weed technically. If my luggage has weed in it and it's in the back of the car, the taxi driver is technically. The bus, I can't use the bus. I can't be in my doctor's office. I can't be in my dentist office. I can't be, on school property. I can't be on campus property at Ottawa U or Carleton or Algonquin. Like all this stuff. Now, I mean, right away we realistically went, well, it's not like anyone's going to get that's not the point. The point is, when you carry your cannabis into a licensed establishment, a restaurant or a bar, you're putting the bar at risk. Your weed falls in your pocket, hits the floor, you pick it up and put it away. AGCO, inspector, ACE, whatever, alcohol, gaming, whatever. The inspector happens to see that because these guys are spooks, right? They don't walk in with an inspector badge on them.
No.
They walk around looking like civilians. They come to the bar, they enjoy the thing, they watch a comedy show, they snoop around, they watch and see what's going on. If they see people getting overserved, some guy's hammered and he's still getting beers brought to the table, they're going to get a fine for that or a caution or whatever. If they see weed, somebody's, whoops, they dropped my weed and put it back in my pocket. That guy doesn't get in any trouble. The bar loses their license for a week.
And the server gets fined.
$20,000 in revenue.
Yeah.
So this was the problem.
Yeah.
And so Jason freaks out. He's like, well, what are you going to do? You're going to make trouble for me? I'm like, no. This is not going to make trouble for you. We're going to try and clear that trouble up. Because every one of your comics is a pothead. One of them drops their weed and one of these spooks sees it. You're going to get another fine. And your next fine is going to be bigger. It could be a month where they're going to take your license away.
Technically, even a server, if you're in a bar, even now with legalization, if you're in any establishment, you smell cannabis on a patron, you're legally obligated to quit serving them and ask them to leave.
Yeah, I know. It's insane.
They're considered impaired.
Yeah. Cannabis is not legal in Canada as far as I'm concerned. It's just been handed over to millionaires. Yeah. So we filed the human rights complaint, and all I did was sign it. Tim Meehan wrote the whole thing. And it's, comprehensive. You can go look at it. I'm sure it's online someplace. And after we did the meeting, because it was funny, because we go through all the thing, finally they're we're going to listen to this case. So the arbitration meeting was going to happen. So the lawyer comes in with this other lady who's the sort of main arbitrator. And they're like, these things can get pretty heated. Like, are you guys going to be okay with this? I'm like, there's no one in that room. It's not like a bar that refused me service or something because I'm disabled. No one in that room has done me any wrong. It's regulations and federal laws that don't jive.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be banging my hand on the table or sticking my finger in anybody's face in there unless they cause a problem. I'm not going in there with animosity. No one in there's done me any harm. They're like, oh, okay, cool. So we go in and I tell everybody the same thing. It's like, you guys didn't do anything. I don't know any of you. You haven't done anything wrong to me. We can just discuss this. I'm not going to get angry about anything. So they're like, okay. Then there was a lady from the arbitrator. There was our lawyer from Queen's University who was assigned. He's a professor from Queen's University. He was assigned by the tribunal court or whatever. A lawyer from the federal government, a representative from Health Canada, a lawyer from the Ontario government, someone from the AGCO, me, Christine, and Tim, and I think somebody else. So I did most of the talking. Tim would pipe in with like more detail because he had all the details in his head on his best behavior, indispensable that day, fantastic. And then at the end, our lawyer goes, well, this is like by far the best arbitration meeting we've ever had. These things usually get heated and people leave in a huff or yell at each other. This was fantastic. Very informative, very calm and nice. Everyone had a pleasant time. Thank you very much. And then
Yeah.
after he pulls us aside, he goes, "Who prepared this for you?" Like kind of, playfully, suspiciously. And I just went, "Tim." He goes, "This is very good." And Tim kind of all proud.
Oh, he smokes pot too.
Yeah, and I'm like, he did the whole thing. All I did was sign it because I don't know these things. He's like, "Really well done, really well done."
Yeah. So how'd you make out in the end with the?
Well, we got a half win. Of course, it's the Human Rights Tribunal or whatever. They have it's not binding to anybody, but their decision was that I could carry my weed on me, but not use it in a licensed establishment or on the property of a licensed establishment. So, like a restaurant, if you're out in the parking lot smoking a joint, not cool. If you've got your weed on you, cool.
Right.
But people smoke joints in parking lots of restaurants all the time.
There they do, yeah.
This is what we were bringing up in the meeting. It's not like, oh, I want my rights to smoke weed where I want. It's like, what about people who don't have licenses? What about Joe Blow, who's want to just smoke a joint before he goes in the parking lot? And then I pointed the inspector guy from AGC. I'm like, you walk by and smell it, the bar gets screwed. You don't say a thing to the guy smoking the joint. You go and give the owner of the bar $10,000 fine.
And the thing is, the bars aren't supposed to be there to police everybody. They're only obligated to certain points.
If the bartender's inside, who's outside? Who's got to be outside in the parking lot and police in the parking lot?
Right.
Exactly.
And that's what I mean, the whole thing with the breakdown of provincial laws and these stupid fucking regulations and bylaws for anything. It's ridiculous.
Howard Wagman from Yuck Yucks said, if we refused entry to everybody who smelled like weed coming into Yuck Yucks, there'd be no audience. There'd be no comics.
You'd have nobody there.
Because even the comics who don't smoke weed smell like weed because they're standing out in the alley with the comedians who smoke weed.
Yeah, exactly.
Because there's 3 of them out there smoking 3 joints before they go on stage. The other guys are just having their cigarettes. The whole alley stinks like a dabathon. So what is he going to do? You can't refuse entry to people who smell like weed in Canada. That's ridiculous. Especially a comedy place, half the clientele would be refused.
Well, they do.
So.
Earlier on, you had mentioned about getting access and stuff like that. Was that a challenge for the two of you to get access to?
Oh God, so hard, man. It started off, Mike Foster was already running a compassion club by the time, very discreetly, by the time we broached the topic with her using. We're like, we want to find out what do we do about opening a compassion club. He's like, well, funny you should mention that, and he was taking a bath on that, man. He put so much of his own money into that.
Yeah.
And then he had people go and talking to the media, talking shit about compassion clubs, saying, "Oh, most of these guys are only in it for the money." And there's Mike. It's almost like an episode of the Office where you kind of like at the camera like that, kind of thing.
Kind of like running anything when it came to cannabis, like trying to. There was never any money to be made. It was always about compassion. It was always about helping.
Right.
It was
But, some of the places had to have a bit of a profit so they could, keep the place going, keep the lights.
Yeah, you got your overhead costs, like some of them rented offices.
Exactly. They had some expenses. We rented an office at one point.
Yeah, I know of a compassion club that was in a professional building. There's other doctors and a pharmacist. Pharmacy was in there and the whole.
Even if the people worked for free, when we were doing it, everyone was working for free, but everything costs money.
Yeah.
You end up with like 30 grams of shake at the bottom of the bag that no one wants.
Right, and then
no one's going to buy that off you. Patients want bud.
Yeah.
So we had to that's pretty much what we would use a lot of the time was we would get that,
I feel that too.
Because that's what we were just making. We were putting the bong anyway. We didn't roll joints. So, but then we got a series of growers. The first we were growing on our own. It's very stressful.
Yeah, you were growing in the apartment, weren't
in
you?
our apartment.
Yeah.
And some dude smelled it, and it was really funny. because he was this guy, and I'm like, oh, this guy is talking to me in the building. I was talking to a guy at the head shop. He's like, I know him. He's a nice guy, but do not get involved. Like, he's nice, but don't deal with him at all. Okay, trust me on this. He's out of your league, man. Okay, he's not who you want to deal with. This guy had 5 apartments in our building.
Oh,
full of weed.
Oh wow!
Really?
No one was living in them.
Oh,
It's just 5 apartments, all tented in.
just
and
all used for growing
all used
and
for growing. Yeah.
Well,
So
then maybe
one-
they want to smell yours.
So one way, well, he had his smell under control. Right?
did they
I
ruin
didn't.
the did they ruin
He
the
knocks,
apartment?
he
That
knocks
was
on my
so cool.
door one evening, and I see him through. I'm like, oh, what's he want? You know. So I open the door. I'm like, can I help you? He's like, I can smell your grow. I said, oh yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. He goes, Shishka berry, blue dawn, and the third one I don't recognize. I'm like, get in here, get in. So he comes in and he's like, oh yeah, see, here's your problem. You got to put a dimmer switch on this so it's sucking all the air toward the charcoal filter, and then you pump it out. You can just filter it back through that way, but you got to keep the dimmer so it's a negative air pressure inside the grow, just enough that it sucks the plastic in. I'm like, not too tight, just enough. And you're like, oh, okay, cool. So we got a dimmer, we set it all up. It was great. We never had a problem with the smell.
Good.
But but the lady downstairs in the office, she's like, the whole building can smell it. And everybody knows, man. Everybody knows.
Well, I mean, if you have a license and you did the right.
Yeah, but still, it was so stressful. We never knew when it was going to catch fire, or when someone was going to break in and steal all our stuff.
Yeah.
We never knew. So it was not cool. So we met this lady through crosstown traffic, and she tried to grow for us, but like when September came, end of September, she's like, yeah, we harvested it before the hail came because there was bad hail that year, and we got like an ounce from her. It was the raggediest, weakest weed I ever saw in my life.
Yeah.
And we're like, well, we got burned. So we told all our friends, man, we just got fucked. We could have had our license with somebody good, and we got fucked. So then this guy we knew through the Compassion Club, this young fella, he's like, well, my dad would maybe grow for you. So we go to meet him. He's like, yeah, except I have a criminal record. So you would be the grower on paper, but I'd be sort of doing it. So we're like, okay, whatever, that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
So we did that for a while. We went to his place and we trimmed, and then we get pulled over one time because he rented a house. This house wasn't really rentable to a lot of people because it had a well and it was E. coli in the well. So he was growing in the shed out back at the garage. It was insulated, and he had a 1,000-gallon water tank installed. So he had to have shipments of water brought in all the time so he could feed the plants.
Yeah.
So one day he picks us up to come to his house to trim. And as soon as we get in the car, it's just reeking of fresh cut weed.
Oh.
He's like, yeah, there's a bin of branches in the trunk. We just get in the car, we just go over the hill, and a cop is standing there with a radar gun, and he goes like that.
Oh.
Into this parking lot, right?
Yeah.
So he hands the paper, goes off, comes back after like 35 minutes. He's like, yeah, okay, well, you were going the speed and too fast. I'm going to give you a warning, but I'm smelling weed here. Christine takes her thing. She's like, that's the only weed you smell, officer. And he's like, like this. He's, no, I'm smelling like fresh weed. And I'm, like, where'd you get your nose calibrated? Kind of thing. Like, how do you know it's weed? Like, and I'm like, well, she has a license. His son has a license. Like, search the whole car. Go ahead, man. But like, it's not going to land in court,
Yeah.
So then they're like, So another cop comes. There's like 3 cars there. They're discussing it. And then he kind of walks up real fast and just tosses his papers back in, like his license back at him. It's like, okay, have a nice day. And he runs off. And the 3 cars off. So there must have been something important going on because they're like, all right, just forget it. We were there for like an hour, 10 minutes, man. So, and then I talked to this lawyer that we knew, and I'm like, do you know any other growers, man? Because our guy is indiscreet. Like, he's a good guy and it's good weed, but it's indiscreet and it's stressing us out bad,
Right.
So he's like, I know just the guy. So we meet this guy and he's like, yeah, I want to use your licenses and as a sort of the cornerstone for a legit grow business. So when they legalize and when they start giving out these grow permits for medical, you guys will basically be, the building blocks of that. So eventually it'll be a legit business and you'll be like owners and stuff. We're like, okay, cool, So he gave us more per day than the previous guy. But we were right down to the last gram when he would come and bring it to us.
Oh,
nag the shit out of
you're just
him
getting enough to survive on.
Every month I had to nag the shit out of him.
Right.
And then Harper took them away, so we had no more grows.
Yeah.
We didn't know anybody who was like going to risk growing for us on a maybe of an injunction.
They did
That's
too.
the ACMPR.
Well, here's
It was 4 years of nothing, it was 4 years of charity.
But then when they did the legalization too, like designated growers don't have anywhere to take their overage anymore, and the pounds have gone from being a $2,500 commodity down to $300 a pound. So it costs you more now to grow anything than it does. So like even my friend,
no profit in it at all.
Like her designated grower said, like I'm not even going to grow for myself. It's not worth it. Even for myself, it's not worth me growing.
It's worth it for us. Like it's it's got a cost, but we're not going to go. We don't go without it. We'll go without food first.
Right, yeah, and you're actually making FICO too, right?
Yeah. So we need a bit more. So I got 12 big plants flowering right now. I got 9 smaller ones flowering, 5 little ones in veg. Not ideal. I prefer to harvest a plant every week or 2 every week.
Right.
So I don't have like 9 plants hanging in my bathtub.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to figure something out upstairs
You'd rather have it spread out versus getting it all.
Yeah. It's what I call the conveyor belt method.
Yeah.
You're harvesting.
Otherwise,
2 plants
trimming
out,
can overtake your life.
Plants in. Your flower room is always in every plant's in a different stage. I look at them and I go, okay, that bud is pretty big. I'm going to start giving them just water now. And then I look at it, and when the hairs or half the hairs are brown, time to cut.
I wish I could, but no power, no room, no nothing. I'm sitting here looking.
Well, I got a 500 square foot basement, unfinished, but I got less than half of it blocked off for plenty of room for our needs. But we got arsenic in our well this summer.
Oh.
Because we had the worst drought in probably Nova Scotia's history.
Right.
And our well didn't go dry, but our neighbor put up a post going, got my well tested, we got arsenic. I'm like, oh Christ. So then I see 2 days later, you okay?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
The province puts up a thing, check your wells, arsenic all across the province.
No.
The bottom, the whole thing from Lace Bay right down to the bottom tip. Everybody who's got a well has got. Now, I mean, you can drink water with a bit of arsenic in it. It's not going to kill you, right? It's not a good thing to accumulate in your body.
No.
But we got a water filter and we started filtering our drinking water. And but the plants are really sensitive to arsenic.
Oh yeah.
Hot plants especially. So I was checking with ChatGPT and he's like, oh yeah, the slightest bit of arsenic in your well water is going to kill your plants.
Yeah.
27 plants I had to scrap.
Oh no.
Like 2 months worth of medicine at least. Which is why I had to, scrounge from a friend. And I may have to scrounge more. We'll see how but these guys, the ones downstairs now, these girls are probably first 2 weeks of January, I'll have medicine I can use. So.
Okay, so you're looking at another month before you harvest.
Yeah, at least. There's 9. They're between 9 and 10 weeks. I don't even really count. I don't keep dates on them or anything. I sprout seed, I put it in soil. I go, okay, that needs to be in a bigger pot. Okay, that's about the biggest it's going to get. Put it in the flower room. Okay, it's flowering nicely. Oh, these leaves don't look good. Pick all these fuckers off. Yeah. Yellow, brown, strip her down.
Yeah.
And, you're a big useless thing. You're not even getting any light down there. No point you getting moisture and food. Yeah. So I just do that. And other than the arsenic, I did pretty well. I'm not going to.
Yeah, it's too bad about that. Holy fuck. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's pretty. It was pretty bad. And then the other thing that happened too early on I got some seeds from various places, and the sticky zipper, you know, those zipper door things.
Yeah.
It's like a red tape, and it just came right off of the plastic. So I go downstairs one morning. My basement light had been on all night, and the flap is just open.
Oh no!
You know, so my plants got a big dose of light poisoning during their flower cycle. So I asked Myrna, I'm like, what's that going to do? He's like, oh, they could go hybrid on you. There's all kinds of stuff, man. They hermaphrodite. So what happened was they went seedy on me.
Yeah, hermaphrodite.
They're not super seedy, but they're seedy. So I can sprout the seeds. The medicine's still good.
Yep.
Getting some good FICO out of it. I mean, you wouldn't maybe want to roll up a joint of this stuff. It's funny because one of the
snap, crackle, and pop.
Well, somebody came by and they hadn't been by a while. They're like, "Well, how's your pot grow going?" And I went, "Well, I'm not going to win any awards, but we're getting by."
You know, it's all trial and error, and you know, you guys have been at it for. You'll just get better and better each time.
Yeah. Well, hey, the first batches we did in Ottawa when we were in the apartment. Oh, what?
Yeah, we
nailed it. But
now it's sophomore time. Is when the problems start.
Yeah, I couldn't grow in all. It's part of the reason we had to move. Is I couldn't grow in our Ottawa apartment. I could in the winter, October to April, nice, but then it gets hot.
Too hot.
Know? And we only had this little sort of crack open of a window. We couldn't put an air conditioner. I couldn't even put one of those, you know, pipe out the window standing air conditioners.
Oh, okay.
I couldn't even get it out because of the screen and stuff.
Yeah.
Right.
So, and we had central air in the building, but even if I crank it up and leave it on all the time, it's not going to come, you know, do that for those lights.
Yeah, especially in the days of those middle highlights and.
No, this is 2 years ago. This is just 2 years ago with my LED lights.
Oh, okay.
It's still pretty
in the summertime would be way too hot. The air conditioner would be able to keep the room low enough temps not to get bugs and stuff.
Yeah, LED is not magic. You know, they give off heat, man.
Well, they do. Yeah, I agree. They do give off.
They do give off.
They're not as severe as especially the old days. The old oil style of ballast back in the day.
Those things were insane.
Oh, I found it. And some bulbs downstairs, but I got no ballasts.
Yeah. The ballasts are the big cost.
All right.
Well, yeah, they got flooded, so they got taken away.
I see we're at the bottom of the hour. Let's get a little shout out and talk about your book before we say goodbye. Just to remind
everyone. Is this the end of it, or are we going to 11 o'clock?
No. We have another broadcast that does follow us.
Oh,
but,
okay.
we do have a little space between each show, but
well, Outlaw Patience is available in a bunch of different places, including Amazon. And so basically just Google it and you'll find a link to your liking. Maybe you like Apple Books, maybe you like Barnes and Noble, maybe you like Smashwords or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of different places that it's available as an ebook and as a paperback and hardcover from Amazon.
They listed as a love story, a protest, a warning, a revolution told from the inside.
Yep, it's
a good description.
We've had a one of a kind life. Like there's just the craziest, you know, being in Ottawa in that situation, you know, addressing a crowd of 13,000 people while you're handing out books of Mommy's Funny Medicine.
Yeah.
And you know, there's mostly teenagers smoking weed.
You know, and you also got involved in politics too, which we never talked about.
Yeah, I ran in the election.
You were part of the marijuana party.
Yeah, I ran in 2004. I ran in the election.
Yeah. So, you know,
thanks for having us on. It was great. Thanks for having us on.
Thanks for coming on.
Thanks for coming on. I really appreciate it. You know, your story is so long. There's no way that we can cover it all in 90 minutes.
Yeah, we could do a whole TV series.
We could do exactly.
It really is. It's a chapter. It's
yeah. We're gonna shop the movie rights around.
Yeah. No. You talk about it could be a whole like a movie. How long is the book? How many pages? Just offhand.
Pages. I think it's like 128. It's only 62,000 words. It's not very long.
All right.
It's not like the Thornbirds or something or Jaws, you know.
Yeah.
It's not that big.
Good.
Yeah.
All right.
The audio book is only 5 hours, like 4.5 hours.
Is it?
Yeah. So it's pretty short.
Sure. Okay. I have, for anybody who's interested in it, I have put the links to Mummy's Funny Medicine as well as the Outlaws medical marijuana memoir. And since we're here right at the end, one other spot, if you want to check out more write-ups on these two, I'm going to suggest to you, this is a little, I guess, a little bias on this one. This is a story that I wrote on Christine and Russell for Cannabis Digest magazine.
The Pied Pipers of Pot.
Yes. Yeah, the Pied Pipers of Pot. Russell Barth and Christine Lowe. So there you go.
And I think I still have an interview in a book of mine that I started writing. It was supposed to go into 12 Hard Chicks before 12 Hard Chicks had to be sold.
Oh, right. Yeah, it didn't get in because the magazine stopped.
It never made it into the magazine because the magazine, well, the first article did, but then the second volume never came out. So the article was written, but never was published.
Yeah.
It was
yep.
I have like this much like interview. Remember, we spent hours and I spent hours.
Yes, I completely understand where you're coming from because that's how ours was. We did a long interview. It was hours long in order for me to write the article. So I could just imagine, Russell, you would type it out because you lived it. You didn't.
Yeah. You couldn't get an AI to write this. Like, there's no way it could say, "Oh, well, here's the outline. Go ahead." You know, there's a book like this. Like if it was fiction, you could go, "Okay, here's the story. Here's the outline. Here are the characters. Give me 65,000 words." And yeah, okay, that's what you use an AI for. But a memoir like this, every keystroke was mine.
I might use AI to edit, but that would be that's just by spelling in my punctuation because I still haven't gotten any better at that.
Yeah.
I use Word for that.
You have that in your word processor.
We had no paragraphs. They always ran together. So there's that to learn how to do
It
paragraphs.
kept changing words on me. I always turn that stuff off so I can write myself.
Yeah, right.
I'd rather have a couple of typos in it anyway. So.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That happens.
Yeah.
All right. Other than that, find the books on Amazon. Do a Google search or whatever
you find it everywhere else. Yeah.
Your browser, whatever browser you're using, and check them out. Find the books and give them a read. Anything else other than that?
No. Check us
out,
out.
Christine.
Read our books. Buy our books, and tell everybody.
Yes. Check her art out.
Oh, okay, yeah, Christine Lowe. ChristineLoweArt.ca.
There you go. Christine Lowe Art.
And
Lowe is spelled Lowe.
Lowe, yeah.
Yes. Correct.
Lowe. Christine, standard spelling, Christine.
Yeah.
Exactly. All right. Tamara, anything offhand?
No, just everybody have a great week and thanks so much for you guys coming on tonight. It's good seeing you. And we'll see you next week.
All right. Other than that, thanks to our sponsors, our friendly folks at addies.ca, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, and the Camelford Lifestyle Shop. Also, big thanks to our guests, Christine Lowe and Russell Barth. Christine, I hope you're feeling better the rest of the night.
Thank you. Yeah, doing much better.
She doesn't even remember it.
No.
Good.
How?
You had a seizure when? Just about an hour ago? Okay.
Yeah.
We love you, Annie. We love you. It doesn't matter. We love you. Thanks for coming on.
Yes, exactly. All right. Other than that,
have a wonderful evening.
You too as well. Thank you to everybody and good night. Talk to you next week.
Yes.
Bye-bye. Let's share PACE everywhere. That way it can help create peace. People everywhere advocating cannabis education.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Where weed,
We
toke cannabis
talk.
from both sides.
Is that even possible?
This podcast is for adults only, should not be used as a meal replacement, and may contain nuts.
Hey, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of The Newbie and the Doobie. My name is Timmy, and I am the newbie.
Mary Jane, also known as the Doobie.
Welcome to Moon Day. And coming up on today's show, we have
We have Mary Jane Strain.
we have our high five list.
Followed by Word of the Week.
We're being visited again by Tim and Janice.
Oh, yay. And of course, today I have a segment of What Gets Me Going.
I love the What Gets Me Going. Well, we're in for another great episode. I choose my words fairly wisely, I guess, but right at the very beginning, I was like, welcome back. Because my assumption is that people are watching and coming back, which is a fair assumption to make, I would think.
Is that the assumption, or is it because we've already recorded a couple podcast episodes today? So you're like, we're coming back. So you're just like, welcome back.
Yeah, no.
Maybe.
Okay. Maybe. Yeah.
But either way,
Interesting.
we would like to hope that you've seen a couple episodes and you're enjoying yourself and you've found your way here.
Yeah, and I would encourage you, if you have, let us know. We've been receiving some great feedback, and it would be nice to know who else out there has been enjoying the podcast, whether in audio form or in video.
Or not enjoying the
I
podcast.
prefer the video form, quite frankly. I mean, we work a lot on some of our...
Absolutely. Yeah, the
Yeah.
video, I've had people reach out to me and be like, oh, I love the podcast. And I'm like, that's great. And, someone said they went for a walk and just had it in their ears. And they said it was really great to jog to. And I thought, oh, but you're missing the best part because you're not getting the visual, I want to say, stimulation from all the craziness that
That's a
can
good
happen.
word.
Like, look at this outfit.
Forget the outfits. Just look at us.
Well, that's true.
Right?
But
Screenshot,
I'm
do it
wearing
now.
I am wearing a surf style.
That's,
jacket.
yeah, you actually... you look like a rapper.
What?
Yeah.
I look like I'm from the 90s.
you look-
This is from the 90s.
Yeah, no, it's classic 90s. You look like a 90s rapper, but an outer space 90s rapper, because I noticed you even have like a spaceman necklace.
Well, it's space day, so I
It
had to
is.
bring my little astronaut.
Space Day and Moon Day, depending on which way you wanted to kind of go with it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So who's the guy on your necklace? Who is that guy?
He's just an astronaut.
He's just astronaut guy.
Yeah.
Can we call him Astro Boy?
You can call him whatever you want.
All right, Astro Boy it is. And I love the jacket.
Thank you.
So that was the most spaciest thing you had.
Yeah, really it started from the pants.
Darn
my
it.
space pajama pants.
Yeah.
And
I forgot my pants.
you forgot to put your pants on.
I forgot my space pants.
Oh.
Darn it.
I thought you had on them under your jeans and you were gonna do like some classic.
Yeah,
reveal.
that would have been a good reveal, when that would have made sense for all the hype that we said about how you should watch it on YouTube. But at least you can
That's
see your
true.
pants. But I should have my pants on.
Yeah, so then I went with because there's a little bit of blue somewhere here.
Yeah.
So I went with the blue t-shirt, which is the super soft, was that the $5 softie from
Derek Tennant.
Thank you. Yes,
14
from
sleeves.
when he came down and did the tour.
Yeah.
And it's awesome because Derek he lives simply and he literally wears, he has 7 shirts?
7 shirts.
And each shirt says the day of the week. So
I
you
own
always know
7
what day it
shirts.
is when you have Derek around.
I own 7 shirts, but they don't say the days. I think I'm gone one level simpler.
Yes.
It's just like, which black shirt? That one I can do.
Well, see, I like this shirt because it just says today, and you can wear it every day because every day is today.
Every day is today. I just actually noticed, men, this is something to maybe make note of every once in a while. I'm going to give you a tip. I did notice that your eyes match your shirt and your jacket.
Oh, that's interesting because this is just the classic MJ eye makeup with the purple eyeshadow and the blue eyeliner.
Yeah, see, because at first
that's sad that you didn't know that that's classic.
Well, no,
MJ,
no. Here's the thing. It's
I'm just kidding.
It's what I'm used to seeing.
Yes.
So it didn't stand out right. But then as we began focusing on your outfit, all of a sudden it visually clicked.
Okay.
See what I did there, men? Right? Do that every once in a while. It looks fantastic.
Thank you.
I am sad. I might put on the pants later.
I just want to point out this is the actual jacket that I had when I was a kid. Like when it was like the one thing growing up that I wanted the hypercolor t-shirts.
Nope.
I wanted the shaved head at the back, but mom wouldn't let me do that either.
Well, that was a wise decision.
I still might do it. I still might. We'll see. But I wanted the surf style jacket and I worked babysitting, and my mom said that if I could earn enough to pay for half, she would pay for the other half.
Right.
And
there you go.
And here it is. I can't even tell you how many years later.
That's a good, you could, but you
No, I'm
won't.
not going to.
But it's a nice jacket.
Thank you.
So you and I both, when we saw that it was Moon Day, we both have our perspectives on moon landings.
Yeah.
Or lack of moon landings.
Yeah.
I am boldly, I will say it here publicly. It is nothing ever been hidden. Clear as day, we never landed on the moon. A human being can't even get out of a certain part of like the barrier over Earth.
In the atmosphere.
The atmosphere. Can't happen, never did. Look back on it, they obviously, they were feeling inferior. America was feeling inferior. They needed a big win. They sped up the process. Fantastic theatrical event took place. It was amazing. And it's just been building the theatrical experience ever since. I don't even know if there's actually space out there. You know what I'm saying? I'm at that level.
I'm not saying one way or the other because I like to debate. Maybe I would just like to argue with people. I don't know.
That's true.
However, I'm open to the conversation to somebody who says, the earth is round versus the earth is a dome. I want to sit down and I want to be like, so why do you believe that? I'm not going to sit there and go, well, you're a friggin' crazy nut.
Yeah.
You could be a Barry.
What's a Barry?
Or a Tom.
What's a Tom?
Or a Mark.
I
Or a
don't even know what
Steve.
these are.
Or a Timmy.
What is that?
It's just people.
Oh, just people. Okay. Well, I think if you go online, the evidence is fairly clear that we never went. My biggest thing really has nothing to do with back then. It's all about the now of people saying, we want to go to Mars. We want to go to Mars. It's like, well, wait, why don't you go back to the moon?
Well, apparently we don't have the technology now to go back to the moon.
Someone actually said it's too expensive to go to the moon. So you're telling me back all those time
but we can go further to Mars. I heard multiple countries this past year sent rovers to Mars. Multiple countries. Because Mars would have been close to the Earth, where they would have been able to send something there.
Yeah, they send rovers.
Past the moon.
If space is out there, they can send all these things. I don't think human beings going there, but here's.
Yeah, I don't understand it. That's why
would you
I'll
go
sit
there?
down and talk to
You know why they're going to Mars? You know why they're going to Mars? Because nobody can like prove they're not going to Mars. We'd be able to prove in a heartbeat whether or not they went to the moon.
That would be a great way to like fraud, like to get a lot of money, right? Like the government or whoever's paying for all this stuff.
Look, I know there could be a bunch of people listening to the show now who think the moon landing was real and are going to cease listening to our show, but we got to be us.
You know what? And to those people, you got to be you. And I got to be me. And like I say to those people, I say, bring your points.
All right.
Bring your evidence. I would like to see and let's just have a conversation.
Here's my problem. My problem is that people have said, well, when they get to Mars and they broadcast it back, then you'll have to believe them. And I'll be like, I don't have to believe them. Transformers.
Mm-hmm.
You know the Transformers, like Optimus Prime.
Okay, I wasn't sure if you're talking about like those green boxes.
No, Transformers, the robots.
Okay.
That were found on the dark side of the moon, according to the movie. Okay. The movie / documentary.
Yeah.
They come to Earth, interact with real people. Now, I am not going to say that I believe in the Transformers. Okay. But when I watched that movie, it was seamless. It looked like Transformers were side by side with human beings. So from this point on in history, there is no reason, that whole thing of I'll see it when I believe it.
I was just thinking that.
You can't believe anything even if you see it anymore. And if I believe that they faked and they had the technology to fake the original moon landing, and they're 20 years ahead of us in technology, the government has stuff that's at least
have you
decade
seen
ahead.
deep fakes?
Yes.
Like so I didn't know what this was until TikTok I'm like, oh, Tom Cruise is on TikTok. And I wondered why he wasn't verified.
Yeah.
It wasn't Tom Cruise.
No,
it came out that it was somebody who looked not even very similar. Okay. He had brown hair and he was like, he just learned his mannerisms, and they use this software program.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sure you've heard or seen Obama saying that Trump's whatever. And you're like, oh my God, Obama said that? No, he didn't. It's a deep fake.
Right? We could be deep fakes right now.
Oh my goodness. That's what I'm going to say. Anytime anybody has any footage of me saying anything wildly inappropriate, like maybe the moon landing didn't happen.
There is.
I'm just going to say it was a deep fake.
There is no way to verify anymore that something is even genuinely true unless they take me to Mars. But I can't believe it if I see it. I can't believe it if I hear it. You literally, there's the reality. People could be watching this right now on YouTube.
From Mars?
Well, they
from
would.
The space station.
Let's say this: if there are aliens on Mars, they are definitely watching our show. Why wouldn't they? But my point is that if they were watching the show now, we could easily not be in a studio room.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, both of us might not even be in the same room. So you can do that stuff now. So I don't believe they landed on the moon. I believe that they refuse to go back to the moon because they know it can't be done.
Mm-hmm.
So therefore, they're going to say we're going to go to Mars, because by the time they put a human being on a Mars ship and sends them off, they say it's going to take them 10 years to get there. By the time they get there, they're going to have technology so good that they'll be able to fake a Mars landing that's going to blow our minds.
I don't know. I'm really confused with what's going on space-wise, because I've heard a couple different stories that concern me. One is that they were looking for 100 people to go up to Mars and live and repopulate or whatever. And you were going to be lucky if you got chosen. And then there's this other thing where they're going to allow, I think it's 20 just people, regular citizens, fly a spaceship with no crew. I'm like, if that's true, we're literally sending these people up into space to die.
Yeah.
Because astronauts go through school, they go through training, they go through, it's not like, hey, I'm going to hop on a plane and go to some other country.
Astronaut, why not?
Is it going to get to the point where people are going to be able to pay to board a spaceship, to go up to the space station and stay in a hotel?
Maybe.
Now I would go to that. That would, that would change a lot.
Well, I can honestly say that at this point in our podcast, we have already now definitely alienated people. Alienated.
Oh, and with that, no, it's not high five yet. It's the strain of the week.
The Mary
Jane strain.
MJ's strain.
Mary Jane's strain.
Mary Jane's strain.
Don't say MJ.
No.
I'm just kidding. Okay, so Mary Jane's, I'm not really.
She didn't want to come across as being truly threatening at that point.
MJ is not threatening.
No, MJ is not.
Mary Jane might be.
We're starting with Mary Jane strains today.
Yes.
What do you got?
I've got very related to the topic, moon or aliens. It's alien sin mint cookies. And it's from a company called Black Market.
Okay, so
Now-
you can't just go right into it now. Say the name again.
Okay, so what? The
This
company
name of
is
the
Black
strain.
Market.
No, the strain is called.
Okay, I just want to point out that it is a legal company, even though their name is Black Market.
Okay, that's
Okay.
important.
Okay, it's called Alien
Alien
Sin Mint
Sin Mint
Cookies.
Okay, so it's got alien and sin in the same.
Well, instead of
thing.
like Thin Mint cookies, right?
Okay. All right.
So it is an indica dominant hybrid.
Okay.
So if that gives you an idea of what it would look like growing.
Wait, hold on. Okay, you've taught me this before. You've taught me this not in the Teaching Timmy segment. Indica was it's like a 50-50 shot here, but it was indica the tall thin plant.
No, that's the sativa.
Oh, it's the short bushy plant.
Yes. Yes.
See, I take in information, I don't retain it though.
Well, this one is an indica dominant hybrid, so it's still a combination
It
of
has
both.
a little bit of both.
Yes, but a little bit more indica than sativa.
Okay. All right.
So the THC level is 20 to 26%. So it's extremely high when it's definitely recommended for the more experienced user.
Okay, 20 to 26. Okay, so just give me
The average.
Well, give me something to gauge it by. Like, for example, for those of you who know, I'm the newbie, but I have tried cannabis. What would be the THC level of one of the strains that you got me to try?
Okay, so the one that you were feeling a little too much, too much not being able to focus, was about 23%.
Okay.
And the other ones were around 15 to 16%.
Right. So for me, if I was to ever smoke again, 23 to me felt too high.
Yes. For people that are just starting out, if you're going to smoke it, I would suggest start with, a lower, like a 10% THC. And if you can find something that has some CBD in it, that will help as well. There are strains, and even a lot of times gummies and stuff that have both THC and CBD.
So this one is for more advanced users, or
for hard hit, like you want a hard hit. It's extremely
right, or for aliens, like for advanced civilizations.
If you want to see aliens.
Oh, if you want to see
No,
aliens,
I'm just
there
kidding.
you go.
I'm just kidding. I'm not kidding. Maybe you might see
You might see
aliens, but
we don't know. We're not doctors.
please send us photos and videos.
If you
I want to
see
see
aliens,
that.
yeah.
Yeah. The terpenes found in this strain are pinene, caryophyllene, carine, and limonene.
Okay.
From the Ontario Cannabis Store, 3.5 grams of Alien Sin Mint cookies will cost you $54.95.
Okay, now if I can remember our weed math that you taught me, that seems expensive.
It's almost double
Yeah.
what some of the other strains on the market are. But just like when you pay for quality and exclusivity, you pay more. It is a craft strain. It's a craft cultivar. So you're not going to, it's like when you get a batch of wine, for example, you don't get the exact same, do you know what I mean? Like it's apparently it's like a different year, or scotch, or
do you have the 1982 Alien Sin Mint cookie? That's a great year.
well,
Is
it's
it like that?
It's interesting because every time you test a new harvest, it comes in different because
Oh, so there could be more popular years
absolutely
of a cannabis strain.
Absolutely. And I
Okay.
think we seen that earlier when I did the ice cream, I think it was ice cream cake lot 4.
Right.
Because depending on which batch it is, it's a little
Right.
different.
Okay.
It happens with flour, it happens with concentrates. Yeah.
So just like the moon landing, you can't ever really know for sure what you're getting with this.
You know what? With cannabis, it goes even further because if you have a mother plant, which is what you would have as a parent,
Yep.
and it flowers, and it pollinates, and you get seeds, or it gets germinated and you have seeds. Each one of those seeds become a baby.
Okay.
Just like when you have babies, each baby is
Oh,
different.
it's a little bit different. Yeah, it has the same genetic code of sorts.
But each plant will look different,
Yeah.
have different, profiles of cannabinoids. But here's where it gets even worse. I say worse as in because if you're trying to get a consistent product from every single time, this is what I've learned. And please, somebody, if I'm wrong, help me understand. But from my understanding, even if you were to take cuttings of that mother, you just take branches and you make it root, and it's the exact same plant. It's like taking my arm and putting it so it roots and it grows another plant, another me, except just like in nature versus nurture, where you put me or the plant, we'll say where you put the plant, because obviously my arm's not going to grow a whole other person. But
obviously,
but if you were to put that same plant in a different environment, the outcome will be different. Did you put it in direct sunlight? Did you grow it in what medium did you grow it in? The humidity in the room, what type of light you used. Just like in life, you take two twins and separate them, everything changes.
Every single episode we do where you throw it, and by the way, just so you know, like you mentioned words in that description that even though I don't fully remember what those words are, you've mentioned them. And so I'm slowly learning and going, oh, that's a familiar word now. But the more we're doing this show, the more I am getting a very simple concept. And that is weed does not equal weed. It's not as simple as, oh, that's weed. It is so much more complex. The variety is so, and now you're even going into the fact that even the strain name can break out into that's crazy. It's not weed. Weed is not weed. There is a large complex system happening. And that's fascinating.
I'm super excited because now with legalization, there's a lot more testing going on, and we're finding out a lot more about these cannabinoids and what they do and how to use them to benefit.
Okay, so what was the name of that one again?
Alien Sin Mint cookies. And if you would like to try it, it is available on the Ontario Cannabis Store website or maybe at your local retailer. There are quite a few around. And I will say, yes, it's expensive, but it's almost always sold out.
So
if you can get your hands on it,
right,
it's worth a try.
Right. Yeah.
It's definitely a top quality product for sure.
Cool. It's got a great name. That's one of my favorite strain names that I've ever heard.
Right. And I think that's good marketing too.
Absolutely. Just like the newbie and the doobie. Yep.
Definitely.
All right. My high five list today.
High five.
High five. Just so you know, for our listeners, it's not just Moon Day today, Space Day, but when this episode airs, tomorrow, if you watch this on the day that it launches, tomorrow is my birthday.
That's right.
Tomorrow's my birthday.
It is.
And I was like, oh, maybe we should just launch it on my birthday. But we've been really sticking. So if you've been listening to us for some time now, this is episode, I believe we are episode 14. We come out Tuesday mornings on YouTube and in podcast form. And we've kind of stuck to that. So it didn't quite land on my birthday, but my birthday is tomorrow.
I was going to bring a present today to give you.
Cake.
I thought about it, and I was like, with the wait time was rushed, and
the
donuts got squished, and I didn't want to squish a cake.
That's true too.
But I was like, if I get you a present now, then I'm going to have to get you a present later, and it's hard enough to try and figure out what to get you for your birthday because I feel like you have everything.
I do have everything. I literally do. Now you may say, "Well, Tim, you don't have Lamborghini." Well, I don't care, nor do I want a Lamborghini. But I have heard that it's very difficult to buy me presents, and I actually concede that because there isn't a whole lot that I want. I have a pretty simple life. I really just want to keep doing what I love and be able to pay my bills and be able to eventually create enough income that will allow me to, vanish to a place where I don't have to really concern myself with life, but I can still then create. So I would still do, so don't fear. It's like, well, if we support the podcast, he won't do the podcast anymore. He's going to go and
No,
vanish.
it'll just be a different type of studio.
Yeah, it would just allow me
on an island.
It will allow me to be completely free to just create. And we've already talked about that. If we can just create enough income that we don't have to worry about our daily bills, we would probably create even more content, because the time spent trying to get that money. So anyways, the point of all this,
it's funny, get that money,
show me the money. With that, no, let's make it rain. It's two different things. Anyways,
I don't know why, but the song just came into my head. Once upon a time, not long ago, I was a hoe, and I'm admitting it. Don't take it back, because I did the shit. I was a hoe.
See, you don't look, let's just be honest. You don't get that on every podcast.
I just realized how many swear words I said there.
Well,
sorry, Mom.
Yeah, and you probably got us demonetized, because now we're gonna have to pay them money for that.
Oh, well, if they picked up that song from me singing that little bit, then
you nailed it. It was pretty much
I had to have nailed it.
Yeah, we'll wait for the cease and desist on that one.
Okay.
Very well done, by the way.
Thank you.
Yeah. So today's Timmy's high five list is connected to my birthday. And
nice.
Yeah. So this is 5 things that I want and could use
for your birthday.
Yeah.
Oh, good. I need to know this.
Right. So, and everybody does, quite frankly. And listen, I am not opposed. If it's not on this list, I'm not opposed ever to receiving gifts. You want to send me a gift? I love the 80s. So anything 80s related,
just send us a message. We've got an address.
Yeah. So do that. But here are 5 things. These would be the top 5 things currently on my list, not including things like give me $1 million. To me, that's like, it's like,
who doesn't want $1 million?
Right? Everybody wants that. So here we go. So number 5 on my list of gifts that Timmy wants. So it's gifts to give somebody who has everything.
Okay.
Number 5.
Give to Timmy.
Yeah, is an avocado tree. I love my avocados. I have avocados in my breakfast. If I could have an avocado tree, if someone could send me an avocado tree that I could plant and then harvest my own avocados. Ever since I became a vegan, I'm not a vegan now, long story. Maybe we talk about that in a different episode. But if I had my own avocado tree to be able to harvest my own avocados, that to me, it's one of the best. I love chopping my avocado up in the mornings, putting it in my breakfast.
Fun fact about an avocado is it actually does not start to ripen until picked from the tree. So you basically can use the tree as storage. You just leave them on the tree.
Oh, okay. So legit.
You need an avocado tree.
I need an avocado tree. So somebody want to hook me up with an avocado tree? That would be awesome. Number 4 on my list is sorry, I switched one just recently. Number 4 on my list is the Batman suit that Michael Keaton wore in the 1989 Batman movie. So I have a cowl. I have the.
Have we seen that on Embrace Your Geekness Day?
Yes, last episode.
Yes,
I showed my my Batman cowl, and it's a exact replica of the 1989 Batman. I would love the entire suit. That would be a gift that I would really appreciate. So if anybody can find it. I feel
bad that I did see that online, but it was like maybe $4,000.
Yeah, it was expensive. So if we want to start a fund, that's what I would get. Number 3 on my list would be access, keeping in line with Space Day, Moon Day, access to Area 40.
49?
40. No, what is it?
It's 51.
Area 51. Area 41. 80 what? I want to go in and just see, like, if there is nothing there, if all this, alien stuff and moon landings, if moon landings happened and aliens aren't real and blah, blah, just let me in the door. Let me go in. That's all I'm at for a birthday gift. I think that's a fair birthday gift. Yes?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
Sorry, the fly.
I know you're watching a bug. I know you're watching a bug. All right, here we go.
Yeah, no more bug.
Now we're down to the big ones though. Number 2 on my list, Timmy's high five, okay, of gifts that you can get me.
Okay. Sorry, what was the last one? I was busy killing that bug.
Area 51. I want access to Area 51.
So we can just storm
avocado tree, Batman suit, Area 51.
Okay.
Okay. And number 2 is I would love to just an evening, a dinner, a afternoon hangout with Alyssa Milano.
Okay.
If someone can arrange that.
Can I be there?
You could be there.
Okay.
I wrote a book and I autographed it for Alyssa Milano, and I met her once and I gave her the book and she smiled. And so I know that she read it. Okay. But we haven't been able to connect ever since then.
I don't know if that's.
Yeah, that's the way
But she
it works.
smiled when you gave it to her?
Yes. So I know that she probably read it at that point, but you can check
Okay.
online. I have pictures of that, but I would like to actually spend time with her. So if anybody knows her and can reach out and just say, hey, the star of Newbie and Doobie, one of the stars.
I heard it.
Look at that. I already said it. Let's just say it. No.
If you say it enough times, maybe it'll become reality.
That's awkward. So Alyssa Milano, and number one on my list of gifts to give Timmy, I would love somebody to come over to my house and just take however long it needs to be done and to dust off my entire G.I. Joe collection. I have a huge G.I. Joe collection, and I took it out of the boxes a few years ago because I finally have space to display it all. It had been in boxes since like 1993, and now they're all out, but they're all covered in dust. And I just don't have the time, nor the energy, or the desire to undust them, but they deserve to be undusted. So there you go.
They really do. And I think I attempted to one time, and your son was there, and I accidentally knocked off one of the stickers. And I was like, and he looked at me and he was like, that's why I don't touch them.
That's funny.
And I was like, don't tell him. And I licked the back of my finger and I stuck the sticker back to the propeller. And I was like, he won't know. But I just told you, so I guess now you know.
It's all good. It's all good. So look, and these are the types of gifts. When you talk about somebody who you can't get anything for,
yes,
start thinking out of the box. These are the 5 lists. They're on record now. So play it back if you need to. If somebody pulls off any of these, you might very well be my favorite person.
I might have to see if I can find an avocado tree, because that one would be the gift that kept on giving.
Right?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
So there you go. That's what you can get me tomorrow when I celebrate my birthday. Let's do word of the week. What do you got for us today? What is the word of the week?
So I have the word topical.
Topical.
Yeah. Can you imagine what a topical might be?
Yep. Today's topical is Moon Day.
I was going to say something we're talking about. No.
No.
A topical is any product that is infused with a cannabis extract. However, it's for external use only, not to be used around the eyes or ingested.
This was one of the ones that you said. Let me see if I can get this right. It was topical tinctures. Oh, there were like flour, topical tinctures, flour. That's it. That's the only 3. I'm doing pretty good though. I'm a newbie.
So it's the different consumption methods.
Right.
Flour you smoke.
Yes. Topical you put on you.
Yeah. That's
Tincture you put under your tongue.
In your mouth.
In your mouth.
Yeah.
Oh, edibles.
Yes.
And edibles you eat.
What else do you smoke? Or sometimes bake with?
Butter.
Yes, but what is a butter a form of?
A form of fat.
Extract or concentrate.
Extract and concentrate, right?
Yes.
We even looked. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I'm getting. Look, folks. Sometimes I just.
It was pretty good. You got 4 and 5.
I just need to kind of remind myself every once in a while. So hopefully you're learning along with me. Okay. So
Yes.
topicals.
So a topical, extremely important. It's for external use only. Generally, a topical is a lotion or a bath bomb or bath salt or something of that sort.
Right.
The difference is when you put it, like when you smoke or eat cannabis or use a tincture, you get an internal, it goes like right into the bloodstream.
Okay.
It gets like, you get this psychoactive.
Which one?
Everything. By smoking and eating it.
Yeah.
It's like euphoric and
Right.
it hits you completely different. It goes through your bloodstream. Whereas when you take a topical and rub it, it's localized. So it really only works, like it stays in that location. Like some people swear by topicals. You know, I use it for my arthritis. I have a bad back. I have a bad knee. Like you'll hear me say a million times over, I cannot make any claim or efficacy. You know, like I can't talk about the efficacy of a drug or a cream or anything because I'm no doctor. But I know that some people have said, man, this bath bomb, I'm sore from a day of work and I put this bath bomb in and I get out feeling like $1 million. And to those people, I say, great. personally,
Like
I
this
just
bath
like
bomb is efficacy amazing.
I
That how you,
personally
that how you use the word in
no,
a sentence?
no. Okay, so I personally I just like the way it makes my skin feel. And whether that's the cannabis oil in the bath bomb or it's whatever else, like it's a lavender or whatever they put into the product.
Is it connected to like CBD? Like, is that what that is?
Well, the product can have different.
Can a topical have THC?
It can, yes.
Okay, because I've heard a lot about people who use like the CBD oil, they call it, but it's specifically CBD oil, but a topical could be THC as well.
So CBD oil or CBD products generally, because of the information that people have been given, people immediately go, THC is psychoactive and I don't want to take it because I just want to feel like me, and they don't want to feel disassociated from themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And what people don't understand is that in some cases, people can take CBD and feel disassociated. They feel some sort of psychoactive effect. So we're learning that CBD is not always a non-psychoactive.
Right. Okay.
And we need to learn more, and we need to study more and figure out what's going on. Why do certain people have certain effects to certain things and others don't? And what makes that bomb tick, so to speak.
So for the people out there who are kind of like against cannabis because they're like, all those people smoking all the time, the benefits of cannabis can be done through a topical cream.
I know many people that use multiple combinations of these methods of consumption where, an edible or a tincture takes longer to take effect, but it lasts for a lot longer. So somebody who works in an office job, who's sitting at their desk for X amount of hours, they only get a lunch, they have X amount of hours. Sometimes they'll take a little capsule, like an oil capsule, and just swallow it. Taking a capsule of oil is a lot more acceptable as a form of medicine than, if you told your friend at work, yeah, I got to go take my medicine, and you went and took a bottle out with a pill and you took it, they would accept that.
Yep.
But if you went, oh, I got to go take my medicine and go out and smoke a joint, but it works differently for everybody. The smoking is the immediate effect. It's like, if you have stomach acid problems, there is like Prevacid, where you take every single day. And if you don't take it, then what happens is in a couple of days, you'll get really bad stomach pains because it hasn't had the time to work consistently, keeping your stomach acids low. But then there's also a product called Tums. I'm sure you've heard of it. It's for immediate relief that people take. Oh, I just ate that like spicy whatever. And then they pop a couple Tums, it goes down, it neutralizes itself, which interesting fun fact. One of the main working ingredients in Tums is actually sodium bicarbonate, also known as baking soda.
Okay.
So if you're ever having any sort of stomach problems like acid reflux and you don't have Tums, because I don't use Tums, haven't used them since I was pregnant. That's exactly what I do. I take out a shot glass, a 1 ounce shot glass, and I take half a teaspoon of baking soda in an ounce of water and mix it up real good. Now,
you put baking soda in those little pills.
So let me finish this. So I tried that, but because I almost died on pharmaceuticals because of the prescriptions and all that stuff. And I have a mental problem. As soon as I put that baking soda into the pill and put the pill in my mouth, even though I know it's baking soda, I have trouble swallowing it.
Right.
So I've been doing the shot glass method, and it's disgusting. It's super salty. And that's why I say you really got to mix it up good. Like I'm stirring this as I'm getting ready to take it like a shot, and I shoot it back like you would like a vodka shot. And then instead of chasing it with pop, I would chase it with water. And what that does is it pushes the baking soda stuff down into my stomach, which immediately starts like going to work and neutralizing all the acid, and a lot of like gas comes up, and I feel better.
Cool. So on the topical thing,
I know that's a lot of information there.
No, it's all good. I'm sure there's people out there that are struggling with that same sort of thing. Can you get high with a topical?
Absolutely not. I mean, you could eat it, but you probably get really sick.
Yeah, you probably wouldn't want to eat it. There's
No.
a warning label on that.
No, you don't.
Don't eat.
Like a Tide Pod.
Yeah, don't
Not
eat.
for consumption.
I'm surprised they don't have that on like a chainsaw. Do not eat.
Well, it's funny because right here it says external use only.
And then that's the letters.
Yeah,
That's
bold
funny.
letters.
All right.
I'm sorry, I gotta take this off. I'm like sweating. I don't know if you can see the beads dripping down my mustache. You thought I was gonna say forehead. No?
Yeah. Okay, once again, man.
Or you
it's a
can see
trap.
it.
Trap.
It's a trap. It's a trap.
It's a trap.
Run!
It's a trap.
It's funny.
Trap. Okay. So topicals.
Yeah.
So, okay. So let me try to run through this one more time here, and then we're going to bring in our friends Tim and Janice.
Oh yay!
So topicals, tinctures, flour, edibles, and why it's that last one that I can't get.
Is it because I gave you 2 words?
Extracts. Extracts
Ah,
or concentrates.
There you go. That's all you needed.
Sweet.
Good job.
I'm getting this thing. Soon I won't even be a newbie at that point.
I know. You'll
Just
be
like-
teaching.
It'll be like the doobie and the non-consuming doobie.
You know what we need to do?
That doesn't flow as well though.
We need to bring on another newbie and have you teach them what you know.
Oh, newbie versus newbie. That would be a nice segment.
Yeah.
Bring on a newbie and have her- so for those of you who did not see the episode a little while ago where we introduced you to Tim and Janice.
Yes. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's too bad. You should go back and see that that episode. It was their first time attempting to chat about cannabis.
I know, it's funny. I'm like, here's the topic of the show. If you could just do something around that. They're like, yeah, we got it. We got it. We got it.
They
So
always
let's
got it,
hope. Let's hope.
Yeah.
We gave them the topic of space.
That's right. Because today we told them today was Space Day.
Well, it's moon. Wait, did we say Moon Day or Space Day?
I think we said Space Day.
Oh no, I hope this didn't cause any confusion.
All right. Well, the last thing that Tim and Janice need is confusing messages, but
that's true.
Let's see what Tim and Janice have for us today on one more episode of Tim and Janice. Hi, I'm Tim.
And I'm Janice. Today we are going to be talking about space. So without further ado, take it away, Tim.
Fun fact, an organized kitchen is the #1 step to an organized life. I like to go big spoon, little spoon, big fork, little fork.
Tim.
Yes, Janice?
Not inner space, outer space.
Fun fact, a coordinated and well-groomed lawn is the 2nd step to an organized life. I like to go blue gnome, yellow gnome, then blue gnome, yellow gnome, blue gnome, yellow gnome, blue gnome, yellow gnome, blue gnome. Should we have said Moon Day?
I don't even know. I have no words.
We should have said Moon Day. I think that might.
I think it. Yeah, I wondered that because I was like, we said space, and then I was a little. Yeah.
Tim and Janice, the couple that you
keeps
hate
on giving.
to love. That's how you describe it. The hate to love.
Yeah, the couple you hate to love.
Hashtag Team Blue and Yellow. If you want to see more of Tim and Janice, you can go on to TikTok as their primary home, or the TikTok, as they would say.
Yes.
And it's Tim_and_Janice.
Yeah, spelled the boring way, because she's nice.
Janice with a C.
Yeah, Jan nice.
Jan nice. Oh, Jan nice. Oh, very nice.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Yes.
So Tim and Janice on TikTok, check them out, and we're always excited. We'll bring them back on for some other things. We'll just be a little more clear in what we want them to talk about.
Yes. Although it is funny.
I don't know. Maybe we should tell them nothing. To say, bring us some information.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Right.
Maybe
Next time
we
we
should
bring
tell
them
them to
on-
just be like, give us a fun fact.
Yeah, just give us a fun fact. We don't even care. That's what we'll do next time.
That's
So
awesome.
this now brings us
Oh, yes.
To what gets me going, not get what gets me going.
What gets
It's
me
what gets
going,
you going.
which is so funny because I don't know if I've said this before, but you said, MJ, let's do this segment called What Gets Me Going. And I'm like, no, I got nothing. And it's very apparent that a lot of stuff gets me going because I sit down and I'm like, oh, you know what gets me going? And I think I've already got my next one picked out.
No, I was because of what I do know about you. It wasn't difficult when I said we should do this segment called what gets me going. And I knew full well you could find
I have
info.
very strong opinions, one way or the other.
And it's good.
And I will voice those opinions. However, I also believe that I am the kind of person that will listen to other people's opinions because I'm open to discussion. So, that being said, I'm going to jump right into it.
What gets you going?
Okay, so today I'm going to talk about, I don't know how to word this exactly, but there is differences in the regulations and rules around cannabis and alcohol in Canada, specifically Ontario, because we're in Ontario and that's what I focused on. So we have the AGCO.
Okay.
The Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario. They control alcohol, gaming, right, in Ontario.
They're the
and
commission
cannabis, which
of
is funny
alcohol.
because you figured it would be alcohol, gaming, and cannabis in Ontario. But I'm pretty sure they've been the AGCO for a lot longer than cannabis was legal. But anyways, so there's the LCBO, Liquor Control Board of Ontario. Then you have the OCS, the Ontario Cannabis Store.
Right.
Which is funny because there's no physical store.
Right. Didn't they just get a big fancy new logo a little while ago?
When they first came out, you had to bring that up.
Wait, that could be another what gets me going. Maybe we shouldn't go there.
It really, yeah. So they
It's a
spent
fancy
way
logo.
too much money on this logo. And, you know, any child could have done this. I'm sorry. I know they wanted to keep it simple, but a circle with the letters OCS in the middle for thousands of dollars is a little ridiculous.
It is a really nice circle. I am going to stand
It's
on
a
their side
perfect
on this
circle.
one.
It's not an oval.
Yeah. I had a science teacher,
But it's not a sphere.
Mr. Vorvis would walk up and he would draw a circle with chalk on the wall.
And it was
on the
perfect.
chalkboard. It was perfect. Like, I swear to you, it was perfect. Like how
You know what? How he did it? He spent every day for like 4 hours after school standing there at the board just doing circles after circle after circle and be like, I'm going to impress these students.
Right?
No,
not
right. He just had a gift.
The gift, the gift that baffled. Like there was a time. So when I was a human, like stuff like that, I'd be like, that doesn't make any sense to me. But I've seen stuff now, right? So you can't put that genie back in the bottle, as they say. But I was amazed at the time. I was like, that's outstanding.
I can't get over how long your hair is getting.
All right, isn't it crazy? This is literally COVID hair. It's going to be cut very, very soon.
Yes. Yeah. Sorry, sidetrack, derail there.
Yeah.
The perfect circle, but not sphere. It's like the world.
Right. Okay. So back to the main point. I'm sorry.
Shouldn't
have jumped in there.
So the Ontario Cannabis Store is 100% online sales. Whereas with like retail stores that sell cannabis, right now there is 628 stores in Ontario that are open.
Right.
They have their windows covered. And they are not allowed to have children in the store at all.
Right.
You're like, well, yeah, MJ, why should they allow children in the store? It's a weed shop. Okay. But what if I have no car and I have no childcare and no other time because I'm a single parent to go and get my cannabis? I literally have to, I'm going to leave my 4-year-old, if I had one, standing outside while I went in to get what I needed. Now, fortunately, a lot of these ones are now doing curbside pickup. So that is, a way to work around that. So things are changing and improving. That's like I'm saying, these regulations I'm like picking at. I feel like we need to talk about them so that way we can make change. And who knows, on the backside, they might actually be working to change all of these things already.
Right.
right? But these are the things that I'm saying
Or
that
they're
don't
going to
make
change
sense.
it after this. That's
Well,
the-
it would be nice if
Yeah.
I could be a voice, but that's why I'm trying to like educate people. Like,
Right.
yes, it just doesn't. It leaves me scratching my head and wondering, why is it different?
So you can bring a kid into an LCBO.
So, and see, this is the thing. Since 1920, when prohibition ended in Ontario, the LCBO has over 670 retail stores with an online portal. You're like, yeah, okay, so it's about even 628,
Yep.
670. But they also have 400 outlets, which are independent local retailers that are in communities where access may not be so convenient.
Okay.
Now, let's keep in mind we're talking about alcohol, which is technically it's a poison. If we drink too much of it, it's a poison.
Right.
That's why we have to make sure that we stay within our certain levels. From what I understand, nobody has actually died from cannabis consumption. There have been a lot of cannabis related deaths through crime and all sorts of other things, but nobody, I think, has ever died from consuming cannabis joints. I think it's like a ridiculous amount of joints you would have to consume. And I'm still waiting for somebody to go, I am willing to supply all the cannabis you would like to try and kill yourself in the like assisted death program, and be like, if you want to die, let's try and kill you with marijuana to see how much marijuana it would take to kill somebody. Like, I know that's a really morbid thing to even sit here and say, but I feel like we need to do a test, and we're not going to do a test on some random person that doesn't want to die. But I think a side effect might be that person might actually feel a little better after consuming the cannabis and go, wait, I don't want to die anymore.
And then they take one more puff and boom. He's like, oh,
now most
that's
likely
depressing.
they'd be a medical cannabis
Well,
consumer
but-
forever.
But that's like that in itself though reveals something, doesn't it? That in your scenario you would be saying, I need to find somebody who wants to leave the world. So we can pump them up with enough cannabis to see if it works. Meanwhile, you got people who are quite happy in the world, have no desire to leave it,
and still pump
have
themselves
gotten
up with cannabis.
and have gotten alcohol poisoning. So
yes,
the amount of alcohol is already been tested as harmful.
Well, teens have
to
alcohol.
a level, but you're saying you can't even just take a regular person and do it. You need to find somebody who can handle enough that they're okay.
Well,
with
every
possibly-
person that died from alcohol abuse, like too much alcohol, never wanted to die from it. They just didn't know their limit.
Right, but that shows you that like in your scenario, you can't even just pick a regular Joe Blow to try to pump full marijuana to see. You need to find somebody who's like, I'm ready to.
Yeah, because I would never harm anybody.
Because the level of consumption is.
Oh, it's massive.
Yeah,
it's massive for sure. So, to me, it just doesn't make sense that they're putting them in to ensure that every community everywhere has access to this thing. And then it gets even better. There's 450 grocery stores that sell beer and cider.
Mm-hmm.
Out of those 450, 150 of them also sell wine. So they sell beer, cider, and wine. And like we had discussed before, no kids in the cannabis store. However, in Walmart, the one in the town we live in, the beer and wine is directly across from the chips.
Right. Yeah.
Who eats the most chips? Kids. Like, I'm sorry, I maybe adults eat them too, I'm sure they do, but like, you're going to a kid's party, what do you bring? You bring chips.
Right. Well,
if you're gonna keep the alcohol out of the sight of children,
and even if it's not, though, I mean, people walk in with their kids in tow
in the liquor store,
in Walmart. So even if the chips aren't just consumed by children, parents obviously is going to have their child. And
well, that's
right
the thing.
over
There's no barrier. You can literally just
Yeah.
walk right past,
Yep.
and all the alcohol is there. It's a teenager could pick it up and shove it in their jacket or in their bag and walk out with it. Like that's concerning to me. Yeah, there's almost 900 manufacturer retail stores as well on alcohol. And I don't even know what a manufacturer retail store is. I asked Alexa, and she's getting pretty dumb in her old age. I might have to.
I would assume
to fix that.
It's like those wine stores, right? Where you can make your own wine and then they sell it as well. I would think something like that. Make your own beer.
Maybe, yeah. Okay, that makes
right?
sense.
Make your own beer.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, I don't think we have anything like that for cannabis yet.
No, you don't have like a
like
come
there-
cut your own
No,
pot?
it would probably be bring your flower and
Right.
we'll help you turn it into a concentrate.
Okay,
You know,
yeah,
we'll
yeah,
help you make
yeah,
it
yeah.
into a butter or an oil.
Yeah, yeah, okay. So
Yeah.
there's nothing like that. So you're saying there's a discrepancy, and so it looks good on the first surface of how many retail shops there are currently.
Yeah.
But in terms of
But then when you
how
delve
those are
into
accessed
it,
and
yeah.
how other options,
And like I said, the Ontario Cannabis Store is done strictly online. So it's done through a mail model system. Not like
I'm a mail
mail
model.
models, but like, you know,
Yeah.
the mail, like through the mail, old school mail.
if I wanted to be a model, I could have been, but I chose not to. I want to win the comedy.
I say old school mail, but like a guy shows up at your house and he like checks your ID.
Mhm.
And you get a like email or a text message that says your like courier will arrive from this time to this time. And like it's definitely more convenient than back in the day when you had to call Buddy
Yeah, buddy.
because this guy's actually reliable.
Right.
However, let's talk minors. Let's jump into minors
Okay.
because we were talking about kids in the store.
Yeah.
So in Ontario, this is something I didn't know. I knew you had to be 19 to drink. However, I did not know that if you're a minor, but you're at home and you're in the care of your parent or guardian, and they say it's allowable, you are allowed by law to have a drink. However, you cannot, as a child, you cannot drink, or sorry, you cannot open it or mix it or pour it.
Right.
Your parent has to literally hand you the cup, bottle, whatever, opened, and you can drink it. Now that I was like, okay, I've heard of like maybe sometimes parents give their kids wine at, you know, dinner. Most of the time you don't like it. It's wine or champagne and it tastes like crap. But at a restaurant, you are the same thing from 16 to 19. You're allowed to drink legally. I could take my kid to a restaurant and order a beer and hand it to him, and he can sit there and drink it. Now, the minimum fine for buying or giving a child, a minor, alcohol, doesn't even matter if they're 18 and you know this kid, whatever, $500 if it's not your own child.
Yeah, fair enough.
Okay. Now,
And you said you weren't going to have enough information for what gets.
I
you
know I
going.
got like a couple cue cards here. So recreationally in Canada, same thing, 19 years.
Okay.
You have to be 19. However, other than medically, there are no exceptions. None.
Mhm.
If you are caught giving a child, does not matter if it's your own child, somebody else's kid, same thing. Penalty is up to 14 years of jail in jail. And the weird thing that I found is when I was doing the research for this, when I researched giving alcohol to a minor in Ontario, it says you will be fined a minimum of $500. And when you search cannabis, it says you will receive up to a maximum of 14 years. So I don't understand why they give the maximum for the cannabis and the minimum for the alcohol. It's almost like, well, the alcohol is more like a, we'll give you this slap on the wrist. But if you dare give a kid a joint or a cookie or, anything,
Right.
you're going to prison for 14 years.
You could get a slap in the wrist, but they're promoting the maximum.
Exactly. They're putting the fear into you
Right.
that it's 14
14
years.
years, yeah.
Now, with all of that being said, I have a 16-year-old who has asked me about cannabis, and I will give him and every other child the same response. You're not meant to have cannabis or alcohol before you're 19. That's just the way it is. That's the way the law says it is. And unless medically you need cannabis, it shouldn't be a thing, because there are like we talked about with Maddie, when I was younger, I didn't think about the growth and development of my brain. And I'm extremely fortunate that I'm sitting here and not drooling and I'm actually able to have a conversation. Like, I want to say an educated conversation, but I couldn't think of the word. So don't know how educated that was, but you get my point. So it's not something I promote, but I just would like to see the differences. Like even sex stores don't have their windows covered anymore.
Right.
Like you can look right through the window and see blow up dolls and Justin
we've spent
Bieber
some time staring in windows before,
and Spencer's, the store Spencer's. I was mortified one day because they have the posters and the wallets and the tie-dye t-shirts and the sex toys and the lingerie, like literally all in the same area. And my kid was like, what is that? And I look at it and I was like, oh my God. 7-year-old looking at like a toy, an adult toy. And I was like, oh my God, how did this even get in here? So like, I believe there's a place and a time for everything. And I do believe we should do everything we can to keep cannabis out of the hands of our youth. However, I feel like not enough is being done on the alcohol side. Exhibit
A.
It's an LCBO booklet that I've had it for a while because it says the price offers are in effect from January 3rd to the 30th of this year. But this came in my mailbox, not to me, which means they sent one to everybody. I don't drink. I didn't ask for this. Why are you sending me pictures with fruity drinks? And why do they look so tempting? Like this one here even has a cupcake on it. If we're trying to not appeal to younger audiences, then why are we putting a cupcake on it? We're adults. We don't need to see the dang cupcake.
I like cupcakes.
So do children. Maybe it's because they know that none of this stuff actually tastes good.
Maybe.
I don't know. It's like tobacco ads back in the day. They used to promote a certain lifestyle and a certain, like you're not a man like me if you don't smoke Marlboros or whatever it was. Meanwhile, they all died of lung cancer, throat cancer, whatever. And now they're like, oh no, smoking's bad. We don't see smoking ads, and you definitely wouldn't see a booklet come to your house. So anyways, that's what gets me going.
That certainly did.
Okay. Can I do one more thing before we go?
Sure.
Okay.
Let's do that.
Okay.
This you think like I'm going to stop you now.
I know. This has to do with carry limits, cannabis carry limits. Right. And I just learned this because I'm working as a legal bud tender or as a bud tender in a legal store. And I knew you're only allowed to carry 30 grams of cannabis on you, but that's dried flower. So there was always a lot of confusion for me of what happens when I have brownies or, topical, for example. So 30 grams of dried flower is the equivalent to 150 grams of fresh cannabis. So if you have like plants, 450 grams of edible product. So if you use like a heavy flour or whatever into the baking of the brownies, you have to take that weight into it's not 450 grams of cannabis in that, it's 450 grams of product, cookies, whatever. In a liquid product like a drink, it's 2.1 liters, which is 2,100 grams, 7.5 grams of concentrates, which is in liquid or solid form, and 30 cannabis seeds, because they count one cannabis seed as a gram. Okay. And I just want to point out, if I walked into the liquor store, do you think there would be a limit on how much how much alcohol, I could purchase at once?
I don't know. I don't buy alcohol either.
There's not. You literally, people have gone in and bought enough alcohol for their weddings, for their backyard parties, it's enough alcohol for 200 people. And nobody ever asked them, what are you buying all this booze for? I mean, maybe they do, but when you get told it's for a wedding, it's just moved on. Right. And the thing that I was thinking about the other day, and I think I mentioned this to you, as a salesperson, I like to upsell. If somebody comes in and they're talking about, oh, they love a bath bomb or whatever, they want to try a bath bomb. If they've already picked up their, 28 grams or their ounce of weed, I can't really sell them anything else. Mm-hmm. I have to walk that customer up to the till and check them out. And that's not really good from a business standpoint. If I was my employer, I'd be like, how am I going to sell more stuff? Right? So there's a lot of regulations that need work. And like I said, I hope they're working on the back end to change some of these things.
Right. Okay. So it basically comes down to there's a discrepancy between two products that should be handled more similar, is what you're saying. In a short.
Here's the thing. I don't think they should be handled more similar because I think they are different. However, I feel like they're being all loosey-goosey with alcohol and they're being all, tight with cannabis, when if you're going to compare alcohol to cannabis and say that they have very similar rules and they're run by the same people, then have the same rules. Like I don't know.
Well, it clearly got you going.
It did get me
So there's
going.
another episode of what gets me going right there.
It was awesome.
I'm glad you can get that off.
Was my face red from
You looked a little intense. At one point there, I was going.
It was warm.
I was going, no, she's looking a little intense here. But that's how we want to end it, right? We want to end it on that note. Thank you for spending another hour or so with us. Check out all our other videos. It was a good moon day, space day, and I'm looking
and it's
forward.
Going to be a great birthday tomorrow.
I'm going to be celebrating my birthday tomorrow. So send those gifts if you can. Send me an avocado tree. Contact us. We'll give you a mailing list. That would be amazing.
Or a maid.
Oh, a maid would be good too.
That's insured, because I tell you, if you knock another sticker off Timmy's helicopter.
Yeah, the cameras. I'm Timmy Boyle.
I'm Mary Jane Baker. Stay lifted.
And keep on laughing.
Opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie. And this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News for December the 4th. Just as you can see, I am alone again today. Cindy has the day off. I don't know where you're located, but I know here in Ontario it is cold out there. So make sure you dress nice and warm wherever you may be. But before I get started, don't forget to hit the subscribe button if you like what you are seeing as well as what you are hearing. Today I have news about a study on aging and cannabis, CBD for dogs, got some dosing information that's coming to us from the UK, and will cannabis and mushrooms help with your immunity over the winter? Plus, the US VA rejects a grant for suicide prevention for veterans, which is where I'm going to start the news for today. This first story comes to me from Marijuana Moment, and it says that the VA rejects psychedelic-focused veterans groups grant application for suicide prevention program. The U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs is facing criticism after rejecting a grant application from an organization that helps connect veterans to programs abroad where they can receive psychedelic therapy to treat serious mental health conditions. While VA Secretary Doug Collins has been vocal about his support for expanding access to psychedelics like ibogaine in hopes of curbing the suicide epidemic among veterans, the organization No Fallen Heroes, that supports efforts to facilitate the alternative treatment, was told last week that it did not qualify for suicide prevention grant program. No Fallen Heroes has been doing the work our government talks about but rarely delivers for the past 5 years. Matthew Wiz Buckle, a Navy Top Gun veteran who founded the group, says. Goes on to say that we've saved and changed the lives of over 100 veterans and first responders through real trauma-informed support and sacred medicine healing retreats. Now, the mission of the organization is specifically to mitigate the veteran suicide crisis, yet No Fallen Heroes received a rejection letter from the VA for the Staff Sergeant Parker Gordon Fox Suicide Prevention Grant. After an exhaustive, in-depth application that our team poured their hearts into, he says. Goes on to say that we can assume why. We use psychedelic assisted, sacrament assisted healing, the very thing saving the lives the VA keeps losing, Buckley says. But that's the point. What we're doing as a country clearly isn't working. It is time to do something new, he says. The rejection for the grant comes months after Buckley met with VA staff and the secretary himself to discuss the therapeutic potential of psychedelic medicine for the veteran community. Collins then raised the issue directly with President Donald Trump during a cabinet meeting in May. Collins even mentioned nonprofits like No Fallen Heroes using these compounds to save and change lives, the veteran says. So clearly, the VA bureaucracy is not listening to its own leadership. Shocking, I know. He goes on to say that if the VA and Secretary Collins believe there are organizations doing more to prevent veteran suicide than we are, I genuinely love to meet them because our track record speaks for itself. We're not here to wait. We're not here to ask for permission, lead, follow, or get out of the way. Our heroes don't have time for bureaucracy. Yeah, he sounds like he's upset. Now, in the rejection letter, VA didn't address the substance of the grant application. Rather, it says simply that the applicant did not meet threshold requirements to qualify, so they were deemed ineligible. Now, Todd Burnett, acting director of the VA Office for Suicide Prevention, says, "We regret to inform you that your agency's SSG Fox SPGP application
did not meet one or more of the requirements in 38 CFR 78.2 for threshold review, and it is therefore not eligible to be considered for funding. So here you got the largest organization that's helping to prevent suicide in veterans, but yet the government's not willing to give them a grant in order to help them save lives. It's good to hear them call them out on that, and the fact is, hey, if there's somebody who's doing better work than we are, send, direct us their way so that we can find out what's going on. So, all righty. Hopefully that gets changed down the road. On to story number 2. And I just got to get it set up here. I need somebody to work behind the scenes maybe to move these things around for me. All right, here we go. The next story, it is coming to me from the CannabisScienceTech.com. Headline there says, study examines cannabis use patterns and cognitive performance in aging adults. How do cannabis use patterns affect cognitive performance in older adults without dementia? A recently published study found that cannabis use was not generally harmful and was even associated with improved cognition, though with some mixed additional results. Now, to assess the effect of cannabis on cognition, the study examined data from the United Kingdom Biobank, which contains data on over 500,000 individuals over age 40 across Great Britain from 2006 to 2010. Now, the study noted the rise of cannabis use in older adults and the need for more investigation into its effects on age-related cognitive performance. As research on cognitive function in individuals past middle age is inconsistent and limited. Now, the study, called History of Cannabis Use and Cognitive Function in Older Adults, it was published in Age and Aging back in November. Back in November. It's only last month. The study consisted of a cross-sectional and longitudinal analysis. Now, researchers examined data from UKBB on participants aged 60 years old and older. Now, the cross-sectional analysis included 67,000 participants, and longitudinal analysis included 52,000 participants. The average was 67 years of age. Now, the data was collected from the years 2014 to 2019, while data on cannabis use was collected from self-reported questionnaires from the years 2016, 2017, and 2022 and 2023. A cognitive test included attention and executive function, processing speed, visual memory, and working memory. The researchers examined past and current cannabis use, as well as patterns of use, which included age of initial cannabis use, frequency, and duration. Now, participants were classified as either lifetime users or no lifetime users. Lifetime users were also categorized as current or former consumers. Regular cannabis use was coded as more than once per month. Overall, cannabis use was not found to be universally harmful to cognition in the participants. And past cannabis use was even associated with better cognitive performance, though some inconsistencies were also found. Now, highlighted results include, out of the total number of participants, 17% reported cannabis use at least once in their lives. And among those participants, 4% had used cannabis in the past year. From the cross-sectional analysis, lifetime users were found to perform better across all cognitive domains compared to those without a history of cannabis use. Current use of cannabis was associated with better working memory. Some mixed results were also seen, they say. For example, early onset of cannabis use, duration, and frequency of use demonstrated an association with improved attention and visual memory, while past use was linked with a slower decline in executive function. Yet, former users who started cannabis before the age 17 demonstrated poorer working memory compared with those who started cannabis at a later age. So there you go. There's some good numbers there. And as I said, there's some mixed results, but it's not all blowing out of the water where it's all negative. So, which is good. All righty. From there, we're going to make our way on to the next story. And this one comes to me from Leafly. And the headline on it says, long-term CBD use linked to reduced aggression in dogs. Researchers analyzing multi-year data from over 47,000 dogs found that those receiving CBD supplements consistently showed less intense aggressive behaviors as they aged compared to dogs not given the product. The findings represent the largest comprehensive assessment of CBD use in companion dog or animals conducted to date. They say dogs with consistent CBD use showed a decline in the intensity of aggressive behaviors over time compared to a more steady trend among non-use dogs, according to the study published in Frontiers in Veterinary Science. The research, conducted using data from the Dog Aging Project, a community science initiative tracking pet health across the United States, examined owner reports on CBD and hemp supplement use between 2019 and 2023. Now, dogs receiving CBD tended to be older, averaging 3 years older than those not given the supplements. The study found that 7.3% of the companion dogs in the U.S. have been given CBD or hemp products at some point, with older animals and those with specific health conditions more likely to receive them. Dogs with dementia showed the highest prevalence of CBD use at 18%, followed by those with osteoporosis. They had 12%, and cancer at 10%. After controlling for various factors, 7 health conditions were significantly associated with CBD use: dementia, osteoarthritis, epilepsy, hip dysphoria, cancer, chronic diarrhea, and gastrointestinal disorders. Well, all these benefits to the dogs. Now, the most finding concerned aggression. Dogs given CBD initially showed higher than average aggression levels compared to non-users, suggesting owners began supplements partly in response to aggressive behavior. Now, over time, however, these dogs displayed below average aggression relative to control animals. The same pattern appeared in secondary measures: reactions to unfamiliar circumstances and reactions to other animals, though no similar improvements emerged for anxiety, agitation, or fear-related behaviors. The researchers emphasized that further randomized clinical trials are needed to establish whether CBD effects on aggression are direct or result from concurrent training or other medication owners may have implemented. Well, there you go. That's good news for the dogs. Keep the dogs calmed down. It's sort of the other week or two ago on the Pace Radio show, we had a guest by the name of James. Oh, I don't want to mess up his last name, but James Tripp and Kim Soltarski. And James was talking about his mother's situation with Alzheimer's and how giving her a small doses of cannabis oil reduced or eliminated her aggression, the way that she was, the way people can get with Alzheimer's. It calmed her right down. These dogs, it's the same thing. It's calming dogs down from aggression, just like it did with James' mother. So, all righty. From there, we are going to hit our next story, our fourth story of the day. And this one is coming to me. Oops, hit the wrong button there, folks. This one is coming to me from the Cannabis Health News. headline there says UK experts publish first comprehensive dosing guide for medical cannabis oils. That's right. The Medical Cannabis Clinicians Society has released a landmark guide setting out standardized dosing protocols for cannabis oils in what the organization describes as a major step forward for safe, consistent prescribing across the UK. The publication, which officially launched at the Cannabis Health Symposium in London on November 25th, is the first practical dosing guide to be made available to prescribers, bringing together evidence, informed protocols, real-world case experience, and clear dosing for commonly treated conditions. Medical cannabis oils, dosing and guidance for safe, effective treatment in adults and children, provides detailed evidence-based strategies for initiating, titrating, and monitoring cannabis oil treatments in 12 commonly treated conditions, including chronic pain, epilepsy, autism, anxiety, headaches, and sleep disorders. It includes structured dosing tables and outlines protocols for managing adverse effects, assessing drug interactions, and implementing harm reduction measures. Dr. Lewis is one of the people who are involved in this, said that the handbook responds to a clear and pressing need for structured dosing approaches in rapidly evolving field. Our foremost responsibility is to ensure safety while providing effective care, and that requires assessing the guidance that is both rigorous and practical. He also commented that the dosing strategies presented here are grounded in published evidence and shaped by the cumulative expertise of experienced clinicians who have treated thousands of patients across diverse indications. We have designed this resource not only to provide clear protocols, but also to serve as a teaching tool, equipping practitioners with knowledge required to make informed decisions in complex situations. The co-author, Dr. Thomas, says that the guide aims to support clinicians who are new to prescribing medical cannabis, and many of whom have had little or no formal training in cannabinoid medicine. He says that the vast majority of resident doctors had received no training on the endocannabinoid system or medical cannabis at undergraduate or postgraduate level, and the prospect of starting work in this field can be daunting. So this guide lays the foundations to build and develop a clinician's prescribing experience with cannabis oils. Prescribing can go beyond simply choosing which oil to prescribe. Building confidence in titrations allows clinicians to optimize the potential of medical cannabis oils. I remember the first time I talked to my family doctor about prescribing my cannabis, and he was talking about the fact that there is no dosing when it comes to cannabis. And like this is 20 years ago when I talked to him about it. And that he couldn't guarantee that each plant that I grew or each bud that I grew and each joint that I rolled would be consistently the same amount of THC and CBD, so on and so forth in them. And that was one reason why he rejected my license, signing it. And this is, good to have a dosing regimen available. It's maybe the first one. It's a start because there's a lot of doctors out there who, as they say, aren't trained on this. And to have a guide such as this for many conditions can only be beneficial for patients going forward. And that's what we're about, helping patients to get better, right? So, all righty. End that story off, and I will move on to the last story of the day. And this one is probably something that, a lot of people don't even think about. But I have found the benefits of this, and I'll talk about it as we get going in the story. So here we go. This one comes to me from cannabis.net. Headline says, cold season is approaching. Can cannabis and mushrooms help with immunity this winter? That's right. The cold season is upon us, which means that without the proper preparation, it could also mean sick season for many people. This is why it's important to look for ways to stay balanced and strong as winter rolls in. As we say hello to the coldest time of the year, it's the perfect opportunity to maximize natural remedies to strengthen our immunity. Many people find that consuming a balanced hybrid strain or a gentle indica can help deepen rest while reducing the physical and emotional stress that accompanies winters and the holidays. CBD strains are a fantastic way to support your body by reducing inflammation and promoting sense of tranquility without the high for those who prefer. We can't emphasize enough how important it is to keep your stress levels in check during this time of year. Yes, stress levels are very important, people. Integrating cannabis into your winter wellness routine is also a great way to get better sleep. Remember, sleep is critical for a strong, healthy immune system. The human body loves sleep and requires a decent amount for your physical and mental health. If you're struggling to get some shut eye, you can count on cannabis to get real quality sleep that helps your body fight against seasonal viruses and better than any medicine. Now, mushrooms have been in the limelight over the past few years in the wellness world, and for good reason. Not just psychedelic mushrooms, but varieties such as chaga, turkey tail, lion's mane, and reishi have scientifically been proven to boost emergent energy, immunity, and resilience. Now, these mushrooms are particularly beneficial to strengthen your immunity during the winter. Now, changa, usually referred to as the king of mushrooms, is renowned for being an antitoxin powerhouse, processing unrivaled antioxidant support. Changa is an essential ingredient for staying strong this winter. Now, as far as the reishi, it's also known as the queen of immunity. It is effective in calming the nervous system while also strengthening your immune system. Many also report its efficacy at reducing fatigue and depression. Now, turkey tail, while there are many beneficial mushrooms out there, turkey tail is one of the most widely studied mushrooms, especially when it comes to immunity and cancer-fighting properties. Now, lion's mane is beneficial for fighting mental fatigue and can help you stay alert despite the cold season, winter stress that comes along with it. And then you got the fact that we're not getting the amount of sun that we could get to get out and about, and that can be sort of that cold season end of things. So now there are many ways you can easily integrate these ingredients into your daily routine. You can create a tea. You can create a smoothie. They say making smoothies a wellness boosting smoothie filled with blend of lion's mane power, a mix of greens, reishi or cannabis extract, plus a few drops of CBD oil to supercharge it. So drink this smoothie in the morning, and even with a THC microdose for a little bit of extra support. Now you can medicate with mushrooms in the day for energy and cannabis at night for calm. Since mushrooms help with focus, energy, and resilience, they are best taken during the day. Now they say cannabis can also become a powerful, effective wellness regime when you combine it with various traditional herbs and functional mushrooms. Together, they can support immunity, strengthen your body from the inside out, and help reduce stress naturally. Now, as somebody who deals with Crohn's disease, which a lot of people say is connected to stress, if you can find something to reduce that, it can help in more ways than one, more than just help you not get a cold. Now, sleep, as I mentioned, very important. Your body heals when it sleeps. As far as cannabis, one of the things that I find with the cold, and I'm consuming cannabis, is to find a strain that can help clear your sinuses. I find cannabis is a very good decongestant, so you don't have to use the drops in your sinuses to clear them. So, if you can find a strain that can do that for you, why not do it naturally instead of using some type of medication, which they say not to overuse. I talked to my doctor about this a couple of years ago, and they talked back that not to overuse those drops in your sinuses, because in the end, it's just going to make things worse instead of better. So find some cannabis, see if that can help you out, and keep your immune system up. That'll help as well. All right, folks, that's it for today. I hope you found it informative and educational. Thanks go out to everybody who tuned into the broadcast. Don't forget, hit the like and subscribe button before you leave. And I'd like to thank our sponsors, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, Camelford Lifestyle Shop, as well as at ease.ca. And we'll see you all Monday morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. And as I always say, don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. You've been watching Rerolled Saturdays. Thank you to our guests, our hosts, and our viewers. Up next, Rerolled Saturday Nighttime Edition. It gets started at 4 p.m. See you then.